Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Karaoke stream. Prepare your ear holes. Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. Bonus gorilla stream. Watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical, just the way you like it.
Quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like. Watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Hype. Click the link and subscribe to Tunux right now.
Greetings, bro. Wow, my voice just got stuck there. Greetings, brohams. What the dealio? Welcome to the Back Library. I'm Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in Twin Opinion. Welcome in Jordan. Welcome in Tanooks. Welcome in Greg Johnson. Welcome in Grim Soul Taker. Welcome in Flood City. Welcome in David. Welcome in Super Jake. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you are lurking, did I say Twin Opinion? Yes, I did. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Please consider a comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, notification bell, follow on Twitter, do the things, have the fun, win the game. Woo! Welcome in Renee as well. Uncle Matt loves Robotech. And can you say something's wrong with the G diffuser system? Something's wrong with the G diffuser system. I don't know what that means. I'm actually a noob, Jordan, as is going to be really revealed about Robotech. And our guest tonight's going to be explaining the whole thing. I have Chick-fil-A. Nice, Super Jake. Enjoy your Chick-fil-A. What is a Robotech? Robotech is something awesome, Greg. It is something awesome. And our guest tonight, Raiko Star, is going to be explaining it all when we go to her in a moment. It's a quote from Star Fox 64. Gotcha. Okay, Jordan. It is a series which was partially a Frankenstein of other animes put together in the 80s. It's one of those cool things, sort of like Voltron, where a new IP was created, which I love. And that's something which we're going to talk to Raiko about, too, is... that's something I miss with localization, is that type of stuff. Because there was a lot of creativity you used to see with localization. And now it's just straight dubs or questionable dubs. Oh, is this the thing you were talking about? Indeed, yeah. Yeah, this was the thing we mentioned last night, which tonight we're going to be talking about. I don't want to keep her waiting in limbo too long. I want to find out more about her. I want to find out more about her VTuber model. I want to know more about her music, and I want to know more about Robotech. We are... Oh, and by the way, chat, be sure to subscribe to Tanooks. Be sure to subscribe to Tanooks. She does all sorts of amazing content. Her link has been posted by the library bot. I equate G diffuser system, Slippy's ship crashing, and Star Fox Gotcha. Guy I used to watch mentioned Robotech in one of his videos, and Voltron is way better than Robotech. Well, that's a matter of opinion. I was never a big Voltron fan, if I'm being honest, Jordan. I never was. Shh, don't shout me out. I can't help it, Tanooks. It's who I am. Your late night meal. Enjoy your late night meal. And welcome in Cabbases as well. Voltron is the same program. They crammed unrelated series together. Changed scripts liberally. And see, I really like that Cabbases. I miss that type of creativity that went into it. I think the original version should be available along with stuff like this. I think they both have merit. You know what? I don't want to wait any longer. We are going to go ahead and switch over to the collab room thing, which... Why is it showing that background? I don't know. Whatever. We're going to go talk to Raiko Star. Door transition. Okay, without further ado, welcome in Raiko Star. Welcome in.
Hi, that's English for hello.
That's English for hello. That is true because you are an alien.
I am? No, I'm a normal Earth human and definitely
That's
not
right.
an evil alien out to steal Earth water.
That's
a funny Earth joke.
that's right. Definitely not an alien. Chat, definitely not an alien. Please, we'll take that out and edit. We will take that out and edit. So let's, for the start, that's a perfect way to lead in. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Raiko, and welcome in Grim Soul Taker. Welcome in.
Hey Grim, how's it going? So I am Raiko Star. I am a normal Earth human, definitely not an evil space alien out to steal Earth's water. I mostly focus on for YouTube. I do pre-recorded retro gaming videos. I do music videos. I do silly shorts. Been working on a thing called Metal Mondays and stuff like that. So I mostly focus on being the MTV Ask VTuber sort of thing, and focus more on music and stuff like that, as opposed to like live stream video games and such.
Gotcha. And you put out a lot of music, a lot more, really a lot more than I see from most VTubers, because I know most VTubers, even those that are music focused, it'll be an occasional cover or whatnot, but most of your, or is all, would you say all or most of your music is original songs?
All of it is original, but there's a lot of sampling involved. There's a lot of like pre-recording. Some of these songs that get released, it seems like I'm releasing them weekly, but no, these things sometimes could take anywhere between months to even. Some of these songs even took a year to make. They're
Wow.
in the backlog of stuff that I made, and so nothing is fairly weekly or whatever. You know, I'm constantly working on it, constantly editing, constantly trying to make these songs perfect. None of it is like getting done within a week. I mean, the death metal stuff. Well, there's over 8 hours of music that I created to make that, and mixing that either, and I stream that every week. But that's just me ranting and screaming. And all the stuff's already sampled. The less you know about guitar, the better a musician in death metal you're gonna be.
Gotcha.
Put that out there.
Okay. Well, I mean this as the greatest compliment. You make it, you do make it seem easy with the amount of musical content you put out. I know it isn't easy.
Oh, it's
I know
it's definitely not easy. It's sleepless nights. Recently I've been trying to fight vomiting while singing because my throat's been getting loose for that. So it's like it's not easy. And then I gotta sing it, and then I gotta isolate the vocals, and I gotta change the pitch, and sometimes you gotta sing with a voice morpher, sometimes you sing without the voice morpher, and you have to have the right pitch to make it sound perfect. You gotta make sure the background vocals either match the vocal pitch or not, depending on the song. Mixing is a pain in the neck. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It could take hours upon hours, and sometimes even days to mix a song properly.
Oh, I can imagine, especially as you were mentioning with the voice morpher. That definitely has to present a very unique set of challenges.
Most people, it took me about 10 years to get the voice morpher to the point where I can sing with it. There's a trick to it, and you have to like sing in various flats and different setos to do it. You really have to understand singing in certain keys and stuff like that. So singing with a voice morpher is not something most people can do, but you can learn to do it. There's a lot of trial and error involved for singing with a voice morpher.
Okay, I can imagine. And now you just put out two, I don't know how long you had it prepared in advance, but I know it was it earlier this week or late last? I think it was late last week. The Persona 30th anniversary album you put out of songs.
So I've been working on that since last year. Like the song, the second song in there is a remix of songs I did real long time ago. I had to isolate the vocals, fix the vocals, and remix it. And that one took about a year to do. And like I said, this is going on for like almost a year and a half putting this together. Putting the music videos together didn't take that long to actually make the music videos per se, but like the actual music itself. It's like for these, I think it was, how many tracks was it? 7 maybe? Took about a year and a half to put together.
Oh wow, that is impressive, because I know plenty of streamers who do things with music, and it takes a a lot of time to go back and perfect it and whatnot. But a year and a half, that is super impressive, and it's a great album, chat. I don't have the link posted, but if you go to Raiko's channel, which the channel link's right there on the screen, right below her, right in front of her model, you can check that out, as well as Sonic the Hedgehog album you'd put out shortly before that for the anniversary.
Yeah, and I was working on that alongside the Persona album. Both of these were supposed to be set up for the Sonic 35th anniversary and the Persona 30th anniversary. That was the intent of it, so...
Okay.
It just worked out that way. So I worked... Those two albums were... Well, rock operas, I guess, were alongside. Yeah. They're not albums. The stuff I do own, but I don't publish a lot of my works.
Gotcha.
Mostly because it's expensive to do so.
No, I understand. I meant album in the more, just the sense of a collection of themed songs type of thing. The layman's term. Okay. That's all I got. The layman's term. But congratulations on both of those and on all of your music work. I'm always so impressed with. I don't have a lot of skills like in terms of art, and be it musically or art-wise. So anyone I get to talk to who's artist or musician, I'm always blown away by this type of stuff. Super impressed. And also, I do want to mention just real quick, I had no idea that Persona was 30 years old. Until I saw your album come out, I was like, wait, what? Because that was one of those things that somehow, I think it's because I didn't have any Sony products, PlayStation or anything at any point, that I knew nothing.
Persona's also been a very niche franchise until Persona 5 came out, and Persona 5 brought it into the mainstream mostly because of Smash Brothers and Joker being playable in Smash Brothers. It kind of brought Persona to light. But Persona as a JRPG has been around for 30 years, and that's nothing compared to it's a spin-off of series of Shin Megami Tensei, which I believe is 40 years.
Yeah, I know you had a song for that as part of that cluster you'd released. So, wow, I didn't know that, but that makes sense because it did seem, I guess that's why it doesn't seem that old, is because it did seem like I just started hearing about Persona within the last few years. So, okay, makes sense now. So I guess we should move on, and this is going to lead, I know, into the well, before I get into your VTuber model and your VTubing influences, you mentioned that you prefer to do like retro gaming and retro gaming content, and I try to stick to mostly, not always, I do some modern stuff, but mostly retro gaming stuff. What is everyone's got a different reason for why they do retro gaming. Some it's because it's what they grew up with, so they're playing what they know and what they love from their childhood. Others, it's really just trying to experience it for the first time. What led you to the retro gaming path, would you say?
That's just kind of what I prefer, like the Mega Mans, the Sonics, the 2D platformers, the smoke shooters, and all those games like that are retro. I never got into like the Grand Theft Autos. I never got into like the 3D platformers and stuff. It's just I have one of the weirdest phobias you can possibly think of. I have a fear of fake heights, not real heights, so it gets to me in 3D games. A lot of like the newer games, there's too much going on the screen, so I have trouble focusing on it. Like what was the Diablos? I have trouble even telling what's going on the screen with it. I can do Gradius fine for some reason, but not Diablo. I don't know. But yeah,
okay, well, no, I get that because I'm, like I said, I do mostly retro, and a lot of the 3D games, even ones I've streamed, like even ones that are considered retro that are 3D, I struggle. I've been struggling like mad playing one of the GameCube James Bonds. I feel like I'm just running around shooting things because it's so hard for me to keep track of everything going on. But the fake heights, that's interesting because I'm someone who does have a fear of heights, and I've never really noticed. in games if I've had it. I don't know if okay,
Well, okay. So this is the best way to know if you have a thing with heights in video games. Is actually, I hate to plug my own product.
No,
but the
please.
Raiko Star video game-
Hey, you are a guest here. You can.
You remember level 4 in the Raiko Star video game where you kept going higher and higher, and if you fell, you'd have to go back to the beginning of the level? I'm sure you remember that level, right?
Yes, I do. And chat, by the way. Oh, go ahead, and then I'll.
If that made you uneasy and afraid, then you might have a fear of heights, virtual heights.
Fair enough. I don't know if it made me afraid. It made me frustrated. For those of you who missed it, a few months back we played actually we played two of them, Raiko Star's video games. If you follow her link on YouTube or on Twitter, which are posted on the screen, those will lead you to her card as well, where she's got, or her link tree, where she does have links to Game Boy Advance themed games around her character. So be sure to check those out. But yeah, we played that, and there was some platforming there.
Oh yeah, I had words for the developer, and he's like, I was like, make it a little easier. So we put one platform that's very tiny, just make it just jump a little easier. I'm like,
oh man,
thanks guys. Thanks.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Oh, I love that. And the first thing I think of when you say that is I know that the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the one that's on NES, I know the PC MS-DOS version is broken because there's one jump where they screwed up the design on the MS-DOS version, and you cannot complete the jump at all because they just misdesigned it, and so you can't complete the game. That I don't know why, that just reminded me of that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so virtual heights versus weird one with me. I don't have it in game, so I don't think, because I'm thinking back to playing the game Peak. I did a collab of Peak, which I was awful at. I was the guy who kept falling. I was carried by everyone in that thing, but that didn't freak me out. But heights in movies will freak me out.
Click the link and subscribe to Lawnmower Girl right now. Her lore is so insanely deep. I ain't even playing.
I will hear me screaming like a mad woman and then ducking and crying. It's embarrassing, and it has happened.
No, hey, don't feel embarrassed about it. I'll freak it. I would probably I don't know if I'd be the screaming and crying, but I'd be definitely gripping the chair handles at that point. Oh, and welcome in, Lawnmower Girl. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hope you are having a good evening. Let me just see real quick. To be together as the first time in our lives. We'll be together as married and wife. We'll be together from now on until death do us part. And then in heaven first forever. Stupid ads. Welcome in, Lawnmower Girl. Welcome in. Wait a second. Who's getting married?
Lisa and Rick.
And welcome in, Daylin. Welcome in. Oh, you know what? That's a perfect segue. That's a perfect segue. If someone wants to talk about Robotech, let's start by talking about you and your VTuber influences. I guess that'll be the good lead-in from what you were telling me. What led you to want to pursue becoming a VTuber, a virtual type of content creator, and going forward from that, where did you get the inspiration for your character?
So I need to be honest, Raiko Star, actual name, but Raiko Star, the character, is not my first VTuber model.
Oh.
What happened was I was an indie game developer. I created a game called Heaven's Voice, Feast of Famine, and Chaos Law. And they're a visual novel and a post-block video games that they're free on Steam if you want to play them. And I originally got into VTubing as the main character of Chaos Law, Kira, and I used that model to try to sell the game, to try to get it out, and it worked. I think last time I checked, it's at 33,000 downloads.
Oh, wow.
And I loved it so much I decided to take VTubing seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a ghost named Gabriella the Ghost Gamer, and I was a haunted YouTube channel where I would be playing retro video games, and every once in a while in the retro video games I'd shoot like horror, like B-movie horror footage. Like I'd take a skeleton, which is in my den right now. Not a real skeleton. He's a prop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's my party skeleton. He's dressed up in Santa Claus outfits and Parks glasses and has party poppers all over him because he's my decoration. But I have like videos of him like in a bathtub, or have like fake hearts and do some pumping effects, or like just a whole bunch of horror things. We did this whole thing where we had a coffin with my mother coming out of it as Beetlejuice singing, and people in werewolf cosplay, and it's like really fun B footage stuff that's implemented into the videos that would just randomly pop up to make it seem more haunted, as like you're playing and interrupted with these weird ghostly sort of things, which kind of supposed to tell a story or whatever, and be like watching a B footage thing. I did that for a year, and my computer just ate itself, and I lost everything.
Oh no.
I was like, okay, I am absolutely done with VTubing. I don't want to do this anymore. And something just told me, no, keep going. Keep doing this. I'm like, I don't want to. I don't. And me being a very religious and spiritual person, I said, okay, something's telling me to keep going. I'm going to keep going. So I'm in panic. I made this alien creature based off things that I loved as a child. Invader Zim, Cardcaptor Sakura, and Robotech. If you're the reason why I use a voice changer in the work is to mimic the Zentradi aliens from Robotech, because I love that sound in their voice when they show up, and they just sound so inhuman, but you can understand what they're saying, and it just I love that so much as a kid, that the Zentradi, and I absolutely love the character Miria, so I try to mimic her voice as much as possible with the voice morpher, and actually use that as part of the inspiration for Raiko. And I used to joke around a lot with people that online, just saying, oh guys, don't worry, I'm not an evil alien out to steal Earth water, just to throw in like a wrench and joking around, and that became the lore of Raiko Star. And
I love that.
People seem to like it. People like the character. People like what I do, so I keep doing it. You know, that's pretty much everything for my VTuber.
I love that. I love that, and I love too that because I think sometimes that's the best thing too, when it just something that was just small and meant as a joke winds up being sort of the basis of, oh, well, let me just keep this, this is working. Let me just stick with this and expand from it.
It's weird how Raiko blows up. Gabriella didn't, and everything else I did didn't, but this thing randomly just blew up. And I don't know why.
That is, boy, you hit the nail on the head there. I'll never understand that, because I've known, I've seen that happen with a few people. I know there's one, I'm not going to mention their name, even though she's a mutual, but there's one, because I don't know if she wants she still streams in both forms, but she started as one form and was with a small corpo. And with the smaller corpo, even with that push, that extra benefit, modest growth. I mean, not growth to sneer at, good growth, but it wasn't exactly blowing up or anything like that. And then she did a new model, which was just the most basic, but not basic, androgynous office lady. It was just a plain office lady. Nothing went from like being a doll, a demon exorcist doll maker, to being just a very basic office lady that doesn't stream but just posts some video content mostly, and just blew up. I think she hit like, I don't know, I want to say like 10,000, 20,000 subscribers inside of a year. It was just massive. And I don't have a rhyme or reason for that. because she's incredibly talented with both of them. I mean, she plays the characters a little different, but she hasn't changed as a person. And so it's one of those, I don't see why this one took off and the other didn't, but I'm glad one of them hit, and I'm glad this one hit for you.
Yeah, I don't know why things work the way they do, but hey, when they do, you just ride it.
yeah, the algorithm... The algorithm is a strange, I can't say a cruel mistress, it's just a strange mistress, because it doesn't know what it likes and what it's going to tell other people to like, but when it does, it does. Okay, so Robotech. I want to talk about Robotech with you. So let me tell you how, and I didn't tell you this part earlier. My original introduction to Robotech, this was a few years ago, it was a Blu-ray I wish I still had. And I sold it when it was going up in price because I was naive enough with Funimation and Crunchyroll to think, oh, it's on its way to a reissue when it went out print. But my introduction to Robotech was the movie The Shadow Chronicles. And unfortunately, with that being an introduction for me, it was kind of... It didn't hit with me. I didn't really get what I was assuming it was going to be like sort of a good introduction point. I always assume movies aren't going to be...
You were coming in at the very tail end of the series with characters you could possibly not know who they were because they weren't in the series.
Yeah, I thought it was just I thought it was going to be like a soft entry point, sort of like Star Trek when you look at the original series and then you look at the movies, and the movies were a soft reboot, the original movies, a soft reboot for the original series, so it continued it for original fans and was a great starting point for new fans. And yeah, with Shadow Chronicles, I didn't know what I was watching, and unfortunately it kind of pushed me away and made me afraid to take interest in starting anywhere else.
Watch all 85 episodes of the show, or at least the prequel series, the prequel movie Love Live Alive, you would be incredibly lost. And even that, you still have to watch the Sentinels to get some of the characters.
Okay.
And we're going to cover all that.
Okay, perfect.
Everything.
Perfect. Okay, so that's what you need to know about my Robotech before Raiko educates me. Is the only thing I've seen is the Shadow Chronicles, which I wish I still had that Blu-ray. I read the tea leaves wrong on that one. And I have the series on Blu-ray, the current Funimation. Well, it's out of print now, but the Funimation set. And I've only watched like the first 5 or 6 episodes. I am just at the very beginning trying to introduce myself to Robotech, but the good news is I don't care about spoilers. So go ahead. Where should we start? And is there a specific photo you'd like me to put up first?
We're gonna be starting with Carl Macek, the creator of Robotech, and how he started and got into it. But before I want to get into that, you were talking about a specific style of dubbing, where they took various series stuff,
yes,
and merged together, and they changed stories and localization. There's a specific name for that type of anime.
Is there?
Yes, it's Massacre. Named after Carl Macek, it's Massacre.
Massacre.
Massacre genre, Massacre. Because a lot of people did not like what he did to the Robotech thing, so the fans gave it kind of a insult term called Massacre. Now, let me see if I have my notes. I have some list of actually Massacre anime.
Okay, that's interesting, and it's interesting. Before you go further, I'm going to say I understand purists not liking it, but it makes me sad that people do look down on it, because to me it's what helped bring it to the West, and really at a time when anime it wasn't treated the same way. People looked at it as just another cartoon, so there had to be a way to introduce it to the Western masses. It wasn't as it was a very different world than it is today.
Oh, it was a very, very different world, and Robotech helped a lot in that sort of thing. But the Massacre thing is the reason why it's called Massacre. One, the first anime to do that is Robotech.
Okay.
By Carl Macek.
Really? Okay, I thought it was earlier. Okay.
Yep. So 1986 6 or around that area.
Okay.
Some other Massacre animes you would also know, Voltron.
Yes.
That's one. Mazinger Z had one called Space Thunder Kids.
Ooh, I haven't heard of
Battle of
that.
the Planets.
Battle of the Planets, I know.
Which is a Gotcha Man and Robot 7 fusion. Saber Riders.
Mm-hmm.
And the localization of the Captain Harlock saga, which added the Queen, the 1,000 Years Queen Esmeralda saga to it together. So these are like some examples of it. There's a lot of people compare the 4 Kids dub to Massacre, but it's not exactly the same because it's still one series, but it still does a lot of localization stuff and like that.
And let me just insert real quick my position on localization personally. I don't have a my only problem with localization is sort of more what we have now, and that's that I don't like localization with a political bent. That's the localization that I hate. Oh, hold on just a moment here. We've got someone coming in.
Click the link and subscribe to Ruka Erica right now.
Welcome in, Ruka. Good to see you. Have a fun stream. Thank you, thank you. You have a wonderful day as well. Okay, so where were we?
So yeah, I agree with you. The localization now, where they try to talk down to the audience. They don't treat their audience with respect and that sort of thing, and try to push their politics. I don't like this.
That's
the newer localization. Like the stuff that I said, the 4 Kids and the Massacre genre of anime. I like that because it's its own thing. But give us both. Give us the more Japanese actor one and the localization. Give us both.
Yeah,
I'm greedy. I want both.
Well, they're both historically relevant. That's the thing too. Just to go on a slight tangent, I know that's one of my complaints with Toho. Is Toho with the Godzilla movies is it used to be where we were stuck with just the westernized theatrical cuts, which sometimes hacked things up, and now we are stuck with mostly just the original Japanese versions because they've decided they don't want those westernized versions out there anymore. And to me, I mean, they both matter.
Right, exactly. That's how I feel. Now, first, before we get started, I want to really push this thing. Macross and Robotech are not the same series.
Okay.
Yes, Robotech is kind of the localization of Super Defense Force Macross. It is not the same thing as Macross Plus. It's not the same thing as Macross 7. It's just Robotech becomes its own thing, and all the stuff in canon Robotech is not canon Macross. It becomes its own thing, and it actually becomes a totally different series because the story of Robotech is so deep, so ingrained. I've been spending years digging this thing, and I'm still not hitting bottom on it with how deep it is. I researched Scooby-Doo and haven't found as much information about it as I found out for Robotech. That's how deep this thing goes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Robotech is the gift that keeps on giving and will make you pull your hair out with how much lore there is to this series.
Wow, okay. All right, well, and welcome in, Omegs. And Daylin, if I didn't say welcome in, Daylin.
Hello.
Okay, so where would you like to start with this then? So we're starting with the Massacre. We've established that.
Yeah, so the reason why it's called Massacre is because of Carl Macek, and he will be important because he's the reason why Robotech was born, why it succeeded, why it failed. He is in the center of all of this, and he's important. Carl Macek was born in September 21st, 1925. He's the very first person who ever got a visual degree in media theory in 1975. He was known as the cool, hip-with-it college professor.
Oh, wow.
And he was turned on to anime by one of his students who was talking about Mazinger Z. On the side, Carl Macek owned like a comic book store. He sold comic books, animation shows, model toys, stuff like that. Some of them that were done by the company Harmony Gold, which Harmony Gold is the actual carrier of various certain series like Speed Racer and Macross. And he was talking to the guy with the Harmony Gold who was talking about, and he was saying he was sitting on Super Dimensional Macross. They had no way to localize it, just trying to sell toys.
Okay.
Mesa saw this and was like, no, we can totally make this a thing. But he wants to, but the problem is it's a 36 episode series, and to get syndication at the time, you needed 65 episodes.
Okay.
So he decided it'd be a good idea to buy 2 different series that he could get on the cheap, and also done by the same company, Kasanako, also with similar transformation, which was Super Defense Force Southern Cross and Genesis Primer Mosquito. He knew he had to make this one series, so he put a lot of effort in writing into this whole thing and doing a through line to connect all these series, making the Robotech series 3 different animes rolled into one, and pretty much adding like very important key points and characters kind of weaving in and out of the series to actually make it the series that it is.
That's really, 3 different series. That's impressive, because I know there were a few different series involved with Voltron too, but that just...
There was 2 for Voltron.
Okay, there were 2 for Voltron.
There's 2 for Voltron. There's 3, technically 5 for Robotech.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. And that's something I don't think the people who... I don't know if even a lot of the people who dubbed it Massacre, I don't know how much they really... That's something that's impressive. The thought of taking 5 different series that have a similar look but are not connected at all and weaving them into a connected storyline, that is not a small task at all.
Oh no! And this was his baby. This was a big deal for him, and some of the rights he squatted on, you can understand why he did, because this was his baby. He put like a lot of time, effort, and work into it. I mean, he created this entire universe from these 3 series, and it was just so much put in there that it's absolutely phenomenal in my opinion.
Oh yeah, mad respect for stuff like that. Because the only thing, in fact, Daylin just mentioned it in chat, that it sort of reminds me being an animated precursor to the live-action Power Rangers, and the way that added the U.S. live-action footage. But beyond that, if you dissect it, there were so many other Sentai shows in it where they would recycle footage and somehow expand it well beyond what it was. Because I know that there are, even if you dissect that, there are monster battles versus the Megazord that never actually happened. And if you look at them closely, you could tell they're nothing but close-up shots of... they're never actually in the scene together. It's just a fist flying and explosion on the monster. You never actually see, like, the Zord hitting the monster because they were trying to craft more stories than what they had to work with.
And with the Power Ranger thing, for original Mighty Morphin, they had to get like a Zoo Ranger and Kiba Ranger for the original series, and they added like some other content. They actually shot new footage with them as well to get more footage as well for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So there's a lot involved in that.
Oh wow, okay.
So the story of Robotech does not begin with the Macross saga. There's actually some pre-stuff, and we're going to get into that with Zor, the father of Robotech. Zor's a character you never see in Robotech, but he is the most important character in the entire franchise.
Oh, okay.
So, Zor is a species called a Tyrolean from the city of Thesaurus. And he is a brilliant scientist.
Okay.
He goes to he's traveling across planet to planet to find like a perfect energy source, and he finds one with a species called the Invid, and the Invid have a thing called the Flower of Life, protected by the Invid Queen, the Regis, and he seduces her and steals the Flower of Life. And from this Flower of Light, he creates a thing called protoculture. And protoculture it's gonna be changing definitions, because there's gonna be some stuff with story that doesn't make sense of that, but it will be explained later on.
Okay,
So
I was wondering where that
protoculture
name.
is-
I was wondering where protoculture name came from, because I've seen that on some of, including some of the pictures you sent me. I'd seen that on some of the box sets on DVD over the years, like the protoculture collection. So okay, so got it. All right.
What protoculture is, it's like a energy source that can be used for things like fuel for the new invention that Thor came up with, robotechnology. That's the changing robots that can change from ships to various states like Guardian, battle rate, and fighter mode, which, you know, it's the ship, the robot, and the in between. So there's a few for that, and it also can be used in cloning life, extending life, and mind control. So protoculture is like an almost do anything with dust and energy source that was the food for the Invid, which is a different space race of made of pure energy that's constantly evolved, and the Trollian Zora stole that to make a fuel for his people. But
Okay.
from that fuel source, they're a war cult formed and used that for their own thing. And this war cult is called the Robotech Masters, who are the main villains throughout the entire series. And the Robotech Masters, like I said, they're a war cult who created soldiers called Zentradi. They start traveling across the universe and kidnapping people. They're the absolute worst ever, and they're just obsessed with war and immortality.
Okay, and I've heard the name the Masters, but I've noticed the Masters because that's the name of the second like season or section of the episodes.
Yep, and that's where we're going to stop with the prequel stuff and actually get into the actual show.
Okay.
In the far-off year of 1999... Okay, go ahead.
Gotcha, 1999.
I wasn't interrupted.
No, I was just thinking the far-off era, sorry.
The SDF-1 crashed here. Now Zor, when he found out the Robotech Masters, I should have said this earlier, the Robotech Masters, using the protocol that he created for war thing, he decided to go from planet to planet, planting out flowers of life. He's attacked by the Invid, and he reprograms the SDF-1, a spaceship made by the Masters, to get rid of their robotechnology and to get rid of their protoculture. He crashed it on Earth. The far-off year, 1999, the SDF-1 crashes into Earth, and the humans reverse engineer it and create the Robotech soldiers or whatnot.
Super Dimensional Fortress, Lawnmower Girl wanted me to point out. SDF-1 is Super Dimensional Fortress. Okay.
Super Dimensional Fortress 1, yep.
Okay.
At this point, the Zentradi, which is the soldier race created by the Masters, are looking to recover the SDF-1.
Okay, yeah.
Ritai, who's the leader of the Zentradi, discovers it and attacks and tries to gain back the SDF-1. The SDF-1 does at this point, after the humans try to defend it, realize that they're being attacked and try to take the SDF-1 and do a space jump to the moon to escape the Zentradi. Unfortunately, when they do that, they overshoot it and they go to Pluto by mistake. They also accidentally take the entire city in the ship by mistake too. The city Macross, this is why the show is called Macross, into the SDF-1, and now all these people are now in Pluto trying to make it back.
And that's so far, that's pretty much what so far that's about where I'm at, is just the space jump has happened and everyone's now trying to learn to live with that.
Oh yeah, and they eventually accumulate pretty well, and they actually do a pretty good society. So the characters I want to talk about at this point are Rick Hunter, who was really originally a stunt pilot, who eventually joined the military Skull Squadron, which is the fighter pilot of Earth and SDF-1, under the command of his brother Roy Fokker, who talked him into it. He was kind of a hotshot pilot. Lisa Hayes, who is like a commander under Commander Global, who handles things like the guns and the politics of the SDF-1. Also with him is Claudia. Lin Min-mei, who is a civilian who turns to a pop star through like mismatched cross pageant, becomes the local celebrity doing movies and singing and all that.
Okay, I was wondering about that because I know it was mentioned, at least as far as I've gotten, about applicate or how she was in trying or accepted into some Miss Macross competition or something. So I was wondering where that was going to go.
Her music becomes incredibly important later on.
Okay.
And then you got Max Sterling, who is the greatest pilot of this gamer turned pilot, happens to be the greatest pilot who ever lived.
Oh wow.
Who just happened to volunteer, and his buddy Ben Dixon, who's also a fighter pilot, and that's the basic cast of the Robotech saga.
Well, there you go, gamers.
So,
I mean, if that's not something to shoot for, become the hotshot pilot of a military defense fort. Let's go.
Right? What's funny is his name's Max Sterling in Robotech, but in Macross his name is Max Genius, which I thought was hilarious. So I thought it was actually...
Yeah, I'm kind of glad they changed it. To me, Max Genius just seems a little too, almost too silly.
Seems on the nose. This guy is the perfect boy, smart and everything. Max Genius. Yeah, it's a bit silly.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna get into more of the story, and there's gonna be some spoilers.
Go ahead.
Rick, while on a mission to save Min-mei, gets lost in the SDF-1, and they go missing for a few days. At this point, Rick develops feelings for Min-mei, and they start dating.
Gotcha. Okay.
During another mission, Rick, Lisa, Max, and Bud and Ben are actually kidnapped by the Zentradi, and the Zentradi is like grilling about where's the protoculture matrix, what is the protoculture, and they have no idea. The humans have no idea what the protoculture matrix is. Yeah, they're using it for fuel. They don't know.
Yeah, they just rebuilt the ship that crashed. They don't.
But yeah, they don't know what protoculture is. And so they somehow get the idea that protoculture means like relationships and stuff like that of human culture. Protoculture, culture, it makes sense why they would think that.
Yeah.
And while they're captured in the Zentradi, were monitoring to understand more of the humans, Lisa commands Rick to kiss her to see the alien reaction, because these aliens have no idea about anything about culture, and their culture is like a very military culture. There's no women in their culture. There's no anything in their culture. So they want to get their reaction, and so their reaction was complete disgust, and it's like, what is this? Why would you actually have affection for another person? Because they're war creatures. They don't understand things like love and all that stuff. During the confusion, Max steals one of the ships and actually they actually escape and get back to the SDF where they were captured.
Okay.
At that point, the Zentradi get the idea of micronizing and making, because the Zentradi are giants.
Yes.
I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yeah. No, we forgot to mention that the Zentradi that are hunting for this ship are giant individuals. So when they pop, when these robot devices that they're fighting in when they pop out of them and they're practically the same size as the ship they were in. It's definitely a surprise.
So yeah, the Zentradi micronize in size themselves. They make themselves, some of them make themselves small to sneak up already SDF-1 to get more of the culture. During one of the fights of the against the Zentradi, Roy dies, and it's a very tragic thing because Roy and Claudia have a relationship, and it is heartbreaking.
Oh wow!
That he spends his last hours with her, not telling her that he's bleeding out and dying, and still has dinner with her, and it is heartbreaking. It is hard to watch, but because when he dies, Rick Hunter, his brother, takes over the Skull Commander leadership role, and now he's the main guy, and he promotes Max and Ben to his Skull unit, and they are now the hotshots of the Macross War.
Okay, and one thing I'd just like to add in this, I think that's one of the things that's already struck me with watching this thing, is because even though it was sort of maybe intended for younger audiences, typical Saturday morning or weekday afternoon cartoon show, it's because of the anime source material and everything else, and there's a lot more depth to it. It's definitely not just typical kids show. It's definitely not like other things of that era, like your what's a good example? Thundercats, which I love Thundercats, but it's
the direct comparison is Voltron, because Voltron really did the same thing, right? But
yes.
Nobody dies in Voltron.
No,
everything is happy and sunrises and definitely aimed at a younger market. Where Robotech really had the darker themes. It had people dying. It had romantic relationships and all that stuff. And when we get to the toy line, that will definitely become more apparent. This is not a show. It's aimed at like the boy toy line. This is actually aimed It's actually aimed at boys and girls.
Ooh, okay.
Show, and it's actually one of those shows that has depth to it, and stuff like that. And that's he said when people were talking about, it's like, there's nothing else like this on the air. I'm like, well, yeah, this is one of the shows that brought in anime to the U.S. and really struck home that no, maybe not all of this stuff should be aimed at younger kids, and maybe some of it isn't for kids.
Yeah, the idea that, because I've said before on some of my streams, I've come from a family that it was sort of, I didn't get into anime when I should have maybe, and wish I would have, especially as a teen. It was always, oh, well, why are you watching? That's just cartoon. Why are you watching cartoons? Stuff like that. And it's, an animation and a cartoon are two very different things, or can be two very different things.
Like, you're going to tell me you're going to have a kid watch Fire and Ice?
No, even though I love Fire and Ice, and I kind of wish I would have seen it as a kid because it's amazing. But good comparison. I love Fire and Ice.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so where were we? I didn't mean to tangent us off, take us off the tracks too much.
Okay, so now I'm going to talk about Miria, she's the greatest pilot of the Zentradi army. She's been called in because the humans are fighting back, and they're fighting back strong. So she's been called in to take care of matters because she's the best of the best.
Okay.
And she comes across a Pacific fighter pilot who beats her in every single fight, every single thing that she tries to pull on him. He doubles back and just over impresses her. And this is Max Sterling, of course.
Okay.
Miria gets the same idea of the other people who got micronized to integrate this with the human culture. And so she can hunt down and kill Max.
Oh,
now,
lovely.
This episode is called Wedding Bells in the Robotech, but there's a story behind this one that actually is very interesting. It's from Macross, and I have to tell it because it is very interesting. The episode for Macross is called Virgin Road, and this episode was rushed. When this episode aired in Japan originally, it was unfinished. They couldn't get it finished. It was half an episode, and then like various stills and stuff like that, and the stuff that, and it really made Tasanaka look bad. Eventually, he was finished, and the finished episode's still ugly as sin.
Really?
And it's one of the most important episodes of the series.
Oof.
And it looks like trash. So when you get to that point, and you see this episode looks absolutely terrible. Now you'll know why. You have the context.
Okay, it's interesting that they still haven't, even in Japan, gone back, and I don't know.
They redid the whole series of the original Macross in HD, completely new series.
Okay, because I know they've got a lot of Macross stuff that some of which we haven't got, a lot of which we haven't gotten, but okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I can go into the legal stuff of that later on.
Yeah,
we're not
gotcha.
going to be covering that. We're going to be covering the red tape and everything Robotech. When I said everything
Okay.
Robotech, I mean everything.
Okay, there you go. We'll probably retitle this stream later, chat, to reflect the Robotech, which is fine with me. I love it. Let's go. What's next?
So Miria is kind of stalking Max, and Max is at the arcade showing off his skills, and she's like, well, I can do that, I can beat him. No, she can't, actually. And he beats her every time.
Oh, wow.
And then eventually, Max kind of like views this as a game, not as a challenge, and pretty much ends up asking her on a date. Miria, not knowing what a date is like, okay, we'll do this, and when we're on this human date or whatever it is, I could murder him. During that time, she actually tries to murder him, and it backfires because he stops her, and he defends her, and she ends up falling in love with him.
Oh, wow.
It being the first actual relationship between a Zentradi soldier and a human.
Oh, okay.
The next big point is now the SDF finally makes it back to Earth, and Earth's like, no, we don't want you back.
Really?
You have no place. You've been gone for too long. I know you're excited about coming back to Earth. No can do. It's not going to happen.
Wow.
Meanwhile, the Zentradi are still attacking the SDF, and still the war is going on. Eventually, Doza, the leader of the Zentradi, says, no, Zentradi, you've been contaminated by the humans, by this pop music that you've been listening to from Lin Minmay, from the human interaction. You guys have been contaminated. We want nothing to do with you. We're going to destroy you and the humans. Well, that doesn't sit well with the Zentradi.
No.
The Zentradi joined forces with Earth, and there's a massive war, and 70% of the Earth is lost because of this.
Oh, okay.
Because of this war, they rebuild. There's a time of peace. The Zentradi come up with a really cool war tactic against the other Zentradi of using Minmay's pop music to distract the Zentradi, because it's catchy, it's good, but they don't know how to handle it, and use that as a war tactic to actually destroy the bad Zentradi at this point.
Okay.
So the Zentradi are now at peace with the humans for the most part. Then Chiron and Zenobia being the leader of the female soldiers from the Zentradi, and Chiron is a soldier who's out for the whole series, just a war maniac who loves war to the point where he's insane about it. It's like, no, we're not giving up the war, we're gonna keep fighting. And he destroys almost everyone we know and love, besides Max, Miria, Lisa, Minmay. But then all the other people like Claudia and Global and the other people I mentioned, they're all dead. There's a lot of casualties to finally put the war to bed on this sort of thing. Now, if you get to the end of the book series, there's still some Zentradi uprising, and that's handled by John Wolfe. But we'll get to that in a little bit. You had a question?
No, I was going to say, and that sounds like with wiping out so many of the characters, that sounds like that would be what leads into, would it be into the Masters or into the new generation?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It's gonna be well, the next season is the Masters, but that's not the next part of the story.
Oh, okay. I called that wrong.
But first, let's talk about what the Zentradi are, because now we know what the Zentradi are, and so we're going to talk a little bit about the race of Zentradi. The Zentradi were made by the Robotech masters to be laborers and grunts, but because they were so good with strength and whatnot, they decided to make them a military race. They're born with military genius programming automatically. They have regenerative abilities. They can survive in small distance in space, but in spite of all that, they're still essentially made to be expendable. So the robot masters don't have to fight. They can send their Zentradi to fight for them. The Zentradi culture has separation of gender, so boys and girls can never interact. There'd be no interaction between the genders whatsoever in any way, shape, or form, because they're afraid that there would be romance, which would actually hurt them as a war culture.
Okay, that's interesting.
They're not allowed to have music, they're not allowed to have any culture of any kind unless it involves war. So if the Zentradi wants to paint a picture of a war scene, that's fine, but anything else, not allowed. Everything has to be war with these people, because that's what they're made to be.
Okay.
And the Masters being a war cult, making a war race, kind of makes sense. The first Zentradi was named Exodor, and he was actually cloned and made on the planet Trollian, which because of that, he's not as strong or as built or as tough as the other Zentradi, but he ends up becoming like a diplomat and like the keeper of laws and scholars and war tactics and keeper of history. And he's actually a very important part of being the diplomat between humans and Zentradi, and even tries to make peace between the Masters and humans, which we'll get to pretty soon.
Okay. Okay, interesting.
Alright.
And this is is this still all within just the Macross era that we're talking, or are we?
This is some notes from the comic books, but for the most part, yes, this is all still Macross.
Oh wow, okay, that is incredible how much the depth of this, it's really catching me off guard, because it sounds like it's going already between multiple series, and it isn't. That is really, wow. Okay.
The stuff with Zor is stuff that was never actually shown, but it's in the comic book.
Gotcha, yeah.
It's in the novels. It's not in the series. Zor himself is never shown, and when they do show Zor, they're actually showing Zor Prime, and that's a weird cut that just is something different. Now, something interesting about the Zentradi that is interesting in here is the Zentradi actually have their own language that you can learn. You can learn to speak Zentradi.
Really?
It's like, you know, Klingon?
Yes.
Klingon is language for the Star Trek fans. Zentradi is an actual language for the Macross fans.
Okay, that's impressive.
Yeah, it started off as a written language in Macross, and then in the movie Remember Love, they created more of a language for it, because they actually speak it in the movie. And then it was, by the fans, connected the dots, and for the pencil paper RPG, made it into a full language. So you can actually learn and speak the full language of Zentradi if you really want.
That's really, wow. Okay, I didn't know, I knew it had a big fan base and all this stuff, but that's something I didn't expect, because so many series, when they've got their own supposed languages for aliens, they never have, or different cultures, they never have a fully developed language that you could actually learn. So many of them, it's, you know, it's just a few words, a few sentences that usually were just made up to fit a certain number of beats as they were making the program. So that is really, wow, okay.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating. It's more of a Macross thing, but it's considered the same race than Zentradi.
Yeah.
I think that works for Robotech.
Yeah, it bleeds in.
Okay, so the next thing in the series would usually be the Masters, which would be the second season. But there is so much stuff in between that called the Sentinels. That was the book series and comic book series that is there's a lot to take in there, so that's the next thing we got to talk about.
Okay, so the books, now are these the light novels? Because I'll put up the picture if so. Are these the light novel, part of the ones you collected? Okay.
These are the light novels, written by Jack McKinney, and it was overseen by Carl Masek, because this is Carl Masek babies.
Okay, and these are from your personal collection also. I just want to point that out for chat, that the pictures we're showing are from Raiko's personal Robotech collection.
Okay, so now we're going to get to... Now, I explained to you what the Invid are, and the energy beings, right, with the flower of life and all that?
Yeah, at the beginning, I know you started out talking about the flower of life and everything, and the planting, you know, different...
The Invid are a race that you actually have to pay attention to, because they are the main villains of Part 3, and they have a lot of things. So when Zor seduced the Regis, the Invid Queen, she had a husband who wasn't very happy about that, named the Regent.
Okay.
And the Regent is obsessed with re-attaining the flower of life. He goes to the Tyrolean planet and takes it over. The Tyroleans are the peaceful people of the Masters. The Masters are the war cult who pretty much start everything. The Tyroleans are the peaceful people who generally are just the precursor to what the Masters became. And the Regent comes up with his own subsection of robots to destroy and just attack the Tyrolean system, turning the whole place upside down, murdering everybody with his species called inorganics. He's like a weird slug monster who turned into a slug monster, because that's the evolutionary shape he took. Because what the Invid do is they're energy life creatures that can mimic life and evolve into physical forms of it and change their form based on what they evolve to, and that becomes a major part later on. So during the Sentinels, the war of the Zentrai are over, but it seems like the Masters are still out there, and they want to, and the people of the SDF-1, which has been destroyed by the way, have now on the SDF-3, and they want to make peace with the Masters and go to their home world and try to make peace so war doesn't break out.
Okay.
The crew of the Sentinels is going to be is going to be Rick Hunter, Lisa Hayes, who get married at this point.
Okay.
Vincent Graham, who is one of the most important characters who you don't see outside of the specials and whatnot. Max and Miria, who now have a kid named Dana Sterling.
Okay.
Vincent Graham has a kid named Bowie Grant. And because Vincent Grant and his wife and Dana's mother and father, Max and Miria Sterling, are all part of the SDF Frega. They leave their kids in the care of Ralph Emerson, who is a military hierarchy in the 15th Squadron, and he's raising them to be part of that, which they're going to have high rankings because of who their parents are, and that's going to be the start of the Master Saga.
Okay, and before you get into that, the only thing I want to mention, I noticed on the timeline, which I'll post it here. Unfortunately, you can't read it too well on screen probably, but the timeline you sent me of Robotech, I noticed that about Rick Hunter and Lisa Hayes getting married, and that came as a surprise because, like I said, I've just started watching the series, so seeing him, I guess it falling apart between Rick and Min-Mei is okay. So it's going to wind up being Lisa eventually.
It's a really good love story because Rick eventually has to learn to grow up, and instead of chasing the pop star, the wealthy girl who he doesn't really have time for, but he has time for to be with the commander military, because he's a military man and Lisa's a military woman, so they have more in common, and she's more grounded. So it's just it's like a story of maturing for Rick to actually end up with Lisa, which is, like I said, in Macross, that is such a mature, grounded sort of thing for that show.
Okay. Okay, got it.
So we're following the SDF 3 crew who are going to be going to Terrell, that planet, and while they're going there, there's the battle with the on the Biolist, which is Regis army, and then you find a bunch of other alien species there that are who were actually captured by the Robotech masters that get very interesting things. You got a couple people from the Cambarian race, which are like powered energizer bears. Think the Burgles from Thundercats. You get the Praxians, which are an Amazon warrior race. The Guardians, who are like an atmospheric expert. The Hydronites, which are very mysterious, and they become a big deal later on.
Okay.
And the Spirians, who are like crystal people. They pretty much drive out the Invid from the Trollians, and in the battle, the SDF 3 is damaged, and they have to rebuild it, and they rebuild it with Shadow Tech, which is a gift from the Hydronites. And the Hydronites, I have to explain a little bit, just to make stuff make sense later on.
Okay.
They are the species that wiped out the original home planet of the Invid.
Oh.
They are also they're a hive mind race where they're all robots with one brain.
Okay. So almost like a precursor to the Borg type of thing.
Yeah, very much so, and it's them being there is going to make a huge difference later on, and eventually they take out the Regent the first time, and Regent dies in the I think it's the novel. They had to retcon that out later on and made him die later, which is it's a weird thing in the timelines when that does happen. And that's the whole thing of the Sentinels. The only thing we're missing is the Sentinels was going to have a cartoon series after a series called Robotech 2, but because of bad toy sales, because the movie didn't sell well, they didn't have the money to make it, and plus also the currency exchange, because the Japanese economy was doing so well at that point, the exchange rate just killed Masek, so Tommy Gold couldn't afford to make Sentinels, and so that's the idea of what happened to Sentinels. So it never actually got the animation series, and we missed out on certain characters like Jack Baker, who was going to be the new hero.
Okay.
And just, you can watch the Sentinels the movie on Crunchyroll. It might be in the Funimation box set. I know for a fact that it's in the Protoculture box set and the Lion Gate box set.
Let me check real quick. I can check right here. Clips, okay, International, Clip Prototype Toy, Speed Original Pilot, I don't know if it includes any of that. No, it doesn't.
It's going to be called the Sentinels.
Nope, it looks like Funimation didn't include that. Funimation, I'm going to tell you right now, Funimation, they've got some special features like the Macross original pilot and some of the pilot stuff and clipped video game reels, international clips, but no, they went light with a lot of that stuff.
Some of the protocol stuff.
Yeah.
I guess now would be a good time to talk about the different box sets before we get back to the story.
Okay. Tell me more about the DVD box sets. Which ones, what should I pop up on screen first?
So the one that says Robotech the Masters has Dana on it, that's the ADV box set.
Okay.
These box sets are going to be the show as aired.
Okay.
They're going to be exactly what was aired on Cartoon Network, exactly how it was aired in the original thing. There's not going to be any extras. There's not going to be a higher quality version of it. It's just going to be what it is.
Okay, and did they release the whole series or just the Masters section?
They released the whole series. They released But
Okay.
it's pretty much the exact same thing.
Gotcha.
Cut and paste.
Okay.
Over and over again. It'd be what you could get on VHS as well. The next
Okay.
one is the protoculture one. And the protoculture restores the some of the lost scenes that were cut due to standards and practices, things like violence and brief nudity and stuff like that. They actually restored that stuff back in because at this point they're like, no, Robotech is not a kid show. If anyone who's watching this now is definitely an adult. There's no one watching it who's kids. So they brought that stuff back to it. There's still some deleted scenes that are cut for like time or continuity errors.
Yeah.
And you get the deleted scenes still get to watch the deleted scenes in the extras. You get like you get so many extras in the Protoculture collection. You get the pilot for the Macross dub, which is going to be a thing before they decided to change it to Robotech, which is an hour-long episode, which is pretty much the same thing as Robotech, except for different names. You get the pilot for Genesis Fiber Lost Created, which was going to have its own English dub instead of being part of Robotech, but they eventually they decided just to make it Robotech. You get the lead scene, you get the Sentinel movies, you get the bad version of the 1986 movie because it has all the scenes taken out of it from Megazone 23, and that's what we're going to talk later on, but you don't get the good version of that because
The Megazone stuff.
Lost Media.
Because they didn't have the licensing. Got it.
Yes and no, and this is going to be very interesting when we actually get to that
Okay.
point. It also has the different languages. The languages of Robotech were also English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese, and Italian, and this thing was actually a global phenomenon. It wasn't just America.
Okay, and
So-
just to make sure I've got my pictures right, so we're still on the Protoculture box, right? Or are we on the Lionsgate box?
Protocol, yeah.
Okay, good. I thought we were. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Then there's the Lionsgate box set.
Which is
And
not a
this is
company
the
I'm
one.
not a big fan of Lionsgate as a company, so okay.
Oh, I understand. But this is the premium, the cream of the crop. The
Is it?
best Robotech box set you will get.
Oh, then I'm sorry I
First
missed
of
it.
all, the episodes are fully restored. So the deleted scenes, other than ones that have severe continuity errors, or the first episode of Next Generation, which had to be cut for time to do the opening. Other than that, the scenes have been completely restored with them, with some of the voice actors coming back to redo it, to make it add more content to it. Everything has been restored into a more of an HD look, so it actually pops. It looks good. It looks new. There are alternate episodes, which absolutely matter because there was, in the Master Saga, there were some goofy episodes that were cut, which was weird that they were cut because they thought they were too silly, but they were brought back as alternate episodes in this Lionsgate thing. You get all the movies, you get all the interviews, you get all the toy line stuff, you get all the content, all the red tape stuff, all the interviews with Carl Macek, you get all the video game trailers, you get
Oh wow.
all the information on the toy lines. You get absolutely everything with this. You also get the inclusion of Love Live Alive movie, and you get the Shadow Chronicles movie. So you get everything in this box set.
Gosh, I wish I wouldn't have passed on it. Because I'll tell you right now, one of the reasons I passed on this set was because at the time it was when Blu-ray was becoming... Blu-ray was starting, but Blu-ray was starting to be a thing, if I remember, about this time. And I passed on it because I was thinking, well, might as well hold out for the Blu-ray, which of course backfires so often. So, okay, you can continue. Just wanted to add that in.
Yeah, so in my opinion, it is the superb nice as the protoculture box set. And the problem about the culture box, it has some weird extras that are not included in the Lionsgate, but there are things that you don't really miss, because it's the stuff that they do cover in it. And also it talks a little bit about, they also have the original trailer for Robotech 3000, which is going to be a new Robotech series that just didn't go anywhere because fans said, no, we don't want this 2000 CGI garbage.
Really? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, well, I mean, good on the fans, I guess. I'd like to see it all included, but I'm glad.
It's in the box set, and it might be included in the Funimation box set. I don't have the Funimation box set. I hope to get my hands on one
yes.
these days, but I do not have it.
Yeah, and I'll do my best to help you also with mine, because I do have it. The only thing I could say, just real quickly, about that, I've got the one, the Funimation box set, which I picked up, I was telling Raiko earlier, on a fire sale. Crunchyroll was just trying to get rid of them at that point, and they were selling them, I think I paid like $50. So it has a bunch. The thing about the set is the boxing is nice. It's got a lot of swag, but when it comes to the actual features and episodes, from what I gather, I believe the versions of the episodes are the same ones that are in the Lionsgate box. From what I understand, it's the Robotech Remastered Edition. Well, because even the opening credits say Robotech Remastered. So, from what I understand, they are the versions that are on the Lionsgate set, but none of the best of the features, like the additional movies or anything like that. The movies aren't included. As far as features, just looking at it, you've got some promotional reels. You do have the Macross original pilot extended version, so that must be that hour-long pilot you were mentioning, on season 1. The section for Robotech 2, The Masters, it shows music videos, deleted scenes over 60 minutes, so I'm guessing those are the stuff cut for time or continuity. A documentary, some promo reels, and comic book covers. That's about it on that. And on part 3, it only lists Robotech Overview, Mospida original pilot, whatever that is. Mospieda, okay. Toy commercials, video game reels, and international clips of the 3 series. So I guess showing the different languages that you mentioned, but only clips of them. And as for the Blu-ray itself, I'll just tell you, because I've started watching it, my only complaint I've had so far has to do with, well, I mean, there's a number of complaints as far as them not including enough stuff, but with the audio, it is the 5.1 remixes, which, to me, the 5.1 remixes on something like this sound a bit odd, sound like a bit echoey, but...
That's a consistent problem throughout the box set, is the audio.
Yeah.
And you know me, I'm an audio person.
Yes. Yeah, I figured.
I love the Robotech music. I do, but it's not mixed all that good.
No. When you take something that was a mono mix and you try to remix like that, it's so rare that it turns out really, really well. I mean, there are cases, but it's nice to just put the original on there.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But the audio mixing is a problem throughout every box set. I'm just going to give you that.
Gotcha.
Right now.
Okay, so where were we? So we've talked the box sets, and the one that gets the Lionsgate.
So now we're going back to the story, and we are going with the Master Side.
Okay. And that's
So
the
Master
second
Saga.
chapter, the second season, essentially.
Yep, so, we're now following Dana Sterling, the daughter of Max and Marius Sterling, and she is in command of the 15th Squadron of the Southern Cross Unit.
Okay, and I do want to stop you just to say real quickly, just pop up a picture. Here is Raiko's from her personal collection. Here's her Dana Sterling figures, which look awesome. I love those.
Oh yeah, I got really lucky finding those.
Gotcha. Were those like where were those from, if you don't mind me asking, or do you know what the?
They were from the Crunchyroll store.
Okay, so those were okay. So that was some of the Crunchyroll stuff you were probably mentioning earlier. Okay, gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
So the 15 unit the 15th squad of Southern Cross include Dana Sterling, the daughter of Maximilia, the two of the best fighter pilots, so she's pretty high ranked just because of who her family is. Bowie Grant, son of Vincent Grant, also an engineer and personal friend of the highest ranking guy in the military, Rick Hunter at the time. A person named Nova, who's China's supposed to babysit the 15th Squadron, because the 15th Squadron is known for causing trouble and being rascals and just, not taking things seriously. They're high ranked because of who their family is, and they're very wild compared to like the other units of the Southern Cross.
Okay.
Then you have Sean, Angelo, and Louis. Angelo's like the straight man in the group. Sean's kind of like a goofball who's trying to get more power. And then you got Louis, who's just an incredible nerd and a tech person of the group. So at this point, the Masters realize that the Zentradi cannot get the SDF-1. The SDF-1's been shot down. But
Okay.
where the SDF-1 crashed, there are, from the protoculture matrix that they were trying to get their hands on, also now is growing flowers of life, which is the big thing to recreate them. So now the Masters want this.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
now they take one of their clones of Zor Prime, and you already know Zor is the most important person in the series, right?
Yes,
the
the unseen figurehead behind the scenes pulling the strings. Got it.
Yeah, so Zor Prime is a clone of Zor, and they decided to use Zor as bait to get on Earth to infiltrate into the military thing, so he can get information on them, so they can get military information, so they can come in, have the information you need, and attack and take the flower of life and pretty much blow up the planet. They have no use for it after they get their flower of life. So Zor is shot down and potentially in front of Dana's squadron, so they'll take him in. They're trying to think that he is a wounded soldier and just needs to be cared after, when he's actually a spy. Here's the thing, Zor at this point doesn't know he's a spy because of the amnesia.
Okay.
So, and meanwhile, while the Masters are still actually fighting and still attacking and still fighting the Southern Cross, trying to find this flower of life, trying to find this stuff, and it's an all-out war.
Okay.
Zor Prime, he regains his memory, and Zor Prime is like, I'm Zor, I'm the Zor, and they use me as a spy.
Oh.
They use Zor, the inventor of protoculture, the inventor of robot technology, as a spy. That don't sit right with me. So he goes on a one-man war against the Masters.
I see. Okay.
And because the 15th unit is part of his crew now, he has them go with him. Bowie falls in love with one of the people of the Master Cult, and because he's a musician, she's a musician, they find whatever. The war continues, and when it continues, they eventually find the flower of life. The flower of life gets exploded, and flower pills of flower of life are now circulating on Earth. This sends a beacon to the Regis, who wants her flower of life back, and the invaded come to Earth and pretty much come in full force, starting destroying everything in their flight path, everything that's there. They start bombing and destroying and coming in with the fury of God, destroying the planet. the master's like, okay, we're getting out of here, and the 15 units is also forced to escape.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
And that's pretty much the entire Master Saga. Now, the Master Saga was taken from the anime called Southern Cross.
Okay, I've heard the name Southern Cross. Okay.
Now, here's the thing about Southern Cross. I'm going to talk in depth about Southern Cross a little bit because when you talk about Macross and Robotech, they're essentially the same story. There's not much difference there other than some name changes and then at the tail end integrating more stuff in it to make it the Masters and then adding it stuff to Vita Settlers, which is different stuff. But Macross is pretty much the same thing as Robotech.
I see. Okay.
It is not the same for the Master Saga. The Master Saga Southern Cross doesn't take place on Earth. It takes place in a totally different galaxy and whatnot. And the species is not Trollian or the Masters. It's a species called the Zor. And the Zor Flower of Life is their life source because they became the Zor because this flower was an addictive drug that essentially turned them into a totally different species where they cloned themselves and cloned themselves and cloned themselves, and there's always 3 of them. There's always 3 clones and 3 iterations. They're so into the idea of 3 is 1, 1 is 3, that every person is 3 people in that thing. And Zor Prime in this would be Siegfried, which is a totally different character, who they kidnapped and brainwashed and experimented on, and he's so mad that of all the stuff they forced him to do in captive, that he went on his one-man war. And John, who's actually would be the Dana character, he's just head over and heels in love with Siegfried and follows him in the thing. The spores break free of these flowers for the Zor, turning everyone on the planet into Zor, and now they're forced to get along because they're now all the same species because of their war.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that's a totally different series, but the ratings for Southern Cross were very, very, very low.
I see. Okay.
Nobody's seen this show. The amount of Southern Cross fans are very, very low. If you wanted Southern Cross toys, you bought the Robotech line, and the only reason why people know what Southern Cross is because of Robotech. Southern Cross, despite of what it tried to do, and it was a flop, and it's a sad fate for that show, but thankfully Robotech saved it, and Robotech became the saving grace for any Southern Cross fans that actually did exist, because there had to be a few who wouldn't have been on it.
Oh, absolutely. Now, question for you about that. I do have just one question real quick about that. So Southern Cross, though, was it ever, outside of Robotech, was it ever localized to the U.S.? Or was it always just in Japan?
It's Japan only.
Japan only. Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it just failed so heavily that the show was canceled early, and that's why the ending feels very like not a non-ending in Robotech Masters, why it feels like a non-ending in that, because it was a rush ending because they had to make up something up to actually conclude it.
Okay.
So that's why it feels the way it does, and why it immediately jumps into the next generation with the Invid just slamming down and all that sort of thing.
Okay, that's unfortunate. I mean, it happens, but that's unfortunate. Well, at least, like you said, at least something good came out of it. At least Robotech essentially saved it from complete obscurity.
Now, there's a character I have to introduce who's very, very important, and apparently was in every Robotech war because, we say he was.
Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so Jonathan Wolf, during the Zentradi uprising of the mid part of the tail end of the books, John Wolf was the hero who got rid of the troops, actually made the Zentradi guerrilla war stop, so he became a hero in that thing. He fought against the Masters in the Master Saga, and he was one of the first people from Mars base to actually fight against the Invid. He is a celebrity hero amongst the military, and he's incredibly important to the story because we say so, dang it.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's one way to introduce a character. I was always here. What are you talking about?
Well, they animated him in the Sentinels to make sure you knew he was there, which was animated after the fact. So
Okay, gotcha.
We have a whole thing of him dating Minmay at some point because
Oh, wow.
he's fat and corpse.
Oh, hey, okay. I love that. All right.
So now we're on the Invid. Now the Invid are pure energy creatures who travel from planet to planet, gaining new forms and new evolutions so that they can constantly evolve and become these new creatures. Now that's why they're there in Mothkeda. They're in Robotech. They're after their flower of life. They're getting their flower of life back, and they pretty much come to Earth and enslave the human race and force them into mining colonies to find everything flower of life and protoculture and just have it. And anyone who disobeys is destroyed. And there's freedom fighters, there's soldiers, there's people fighting against the Invid. The Mars base is coming in to fight against the Invid, but the Invid's just such a powerful force that it's hard to take out. And we're introduced the new hero, Scott Bernard.
Scott Bernard, got it.
Scott Bernard. There's a whole joke between me and my roommate where we'll actually, because the narration in this is like every episode, Scott Bernard is plucky brand of freedom fighters, blah, 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 blah. We narrate our days to each other as Scott Bernard went shopping at the local shopping district, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And I also love that you've got a roommate apparently who's into it too.
Oh yeah, and we just did that all the time. And if there's other people, it's Scott Bernard, his plucky band of freedom fighters, and it's just either way, we have a lot of fun with that.
Oh, that's great.
So Scott Bernard is with his girlfriend in space. His army unit in space. One of his girlfriends, their whole ship gets shot down, and he's the only survivor. R.I.P. his girlfriend,
Oof.
I guess. Scott Bernard's in sad boy times. He still has his motorcycle and his Veritech called the Elephant, and he is trying to get to the reflex point with where John Wolf, the war hero, gets to him to report the information he has from Commander Rick Hunter, because Rick Hunter here is still in the story. We need sure of it.
Okay, well, good. Well, at least they've got that thread. That's important.
So he's going to give the information from Commander Rick Hunter. And meanwhile, he's still getting chased by Invid. He runs into a scavenger named Rand, an ex-pilot, an ex-fighter named Rook, and they join his quest while they're trying to take out Invid. Now there's a character who's a cross-dresser named Yellow Dancer who is gender fluid. When they're on stage, they're female, and they sing with female vocals, and they're a pop star female. But when they're off stage is a male character. And this might be why this one wasn't aired on Cartoon Network, I suspect.
Really? So
it did air originally, but...
It did air originally. Okay, I was about to ask that. Was it banned originally? Because if anything, I would have expected more pushback on network television or syndicated than on Cartoon Network. That's interesting.
It didn't. What's the problem with that? But yeah, Cartoon Network, which they also didn't have this the third season of Sailor Moon at the time because of the
I've heard about that. Yeah.
So I'm sure, and that was like product of its time. We definitely got to the point where we're more open-minded now, which thank goodness.
Gotcha. Okay, that's
this
interesting.
This season did not air on Cartoon Network originally. and so Yellow Dancer joins it. They also meet a mechanic named Lunk who was very anti-military and kind of betrayed the military, but in his guilt decides to help Scott Bernard find the reflex point, and some little girl named Annie. Her name is not Annie, by the way. Her name is Mint. And this is important because in the show, there's a lot of stuff written saying just to Mint. When there's a birthday episode, there's a happy birthday Mint in the sky, but the show kept insisting her name was Annie.
Really? Did it ever try to clear it up as a nickname or?
So there's two different stories that they gave us. One, that the group made fun of her calling her Mint because that's a name she didn't care for. And they made fun of her, that being a nickname they gave her because she's like a little mint. Or whatever.
Okay.
But in the revisited version, she liked the nickname Mint and nobody called her that.
Huh.
Yeah. So at this point, they're fighting against the Invid and trying to get to the reflex point. They get to the reflex point and meet up with the hero, John Wolfe. Scott Bernard idolizes the legendary hero, John Wolfe. John Wolfe is trading his soldiers into the Invid to be murdered so he can get more fuel to the city he's protecting. Scott finds this out and he is distraught. He is horrified that his hero is this monster.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay.
And so so there's no point in relaying that message to him, and so they're going off to another military base to try to gain more weapons to fight the Invid. The Invid at this point are now making human soldiers because their next stage of evolution is human.
Oh,
they actually have a human named Ariel, who's the Invid princess, who ends up infiltrating the Scott Bernard and his plucky band of freedom fighters.
His plucky brand of God, I can't even say it. Plucky brand of freedom fighters. That is a tongue twister.
I'm gonna get some water.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. And while Raiko's getting some water, because man, a lot of information dumped. Thank you everyone who's watching tonight. If you're new to the channel, welcome in. I'm Madamus, former Cosmic Defender. This is Raiko Star. She is here tonight to talk about, we're talking about everything, her start as a VTuber and its relation to Robotech and the full history of Robotech, which I am loving because I know so little about it. And so anyone who's watching, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you all, lurkers, VOD watchers, etc. I love hearing, one thing about me, just so y'all know, and Raiko, so you know, I love hearing about things that people love. It is so easy for me to just keep listening to things like anytime someone's really passionate about something, unless it's something I mean, obviously there's always something you can't stand, but when I just love hearing about things that people are passionate about. So I am enjoying very much, and I hope everyone else listening is enjoying hearing this very comprehensive talk on Robotech. So whenever you're ready to continue, Raiko.
Okay. So Ariel, the princess of the Invid, is now with him. She doesn't know that she is an Invid. She lost her memory. If this plot seems familiar, it's kind of like the Zor plot. The Invid also made two other human soldiers, named Krog, which makes me laugh because of the old Rugrats jokes of Krog hungry, Krog want to eat, if you ever seen that episode of Rugrats.
It's been a long time, but yeah.
And Sarah, who are also the prince and princesses of the Invid, because I guess the Invids that are humans are actually royalty. And so they're constantly being attacked by the Invid while they're going to find this new military base. And this new military base is actually the Lost City. I think Lost City in Dallas or Denver. It's like it's in America, and and they're exploring it, and Rand's playing video games. The girls are looking at dresses and all this stuff of this lost city that's been gone forever. Because one thing they do is they see things of the lost Earth when they're exploring, because Earth is a totally different place now after it's been destroyed several times over by the Zentradi, by the Masters, and now the Invid. So they're in this lost city, and during this time,
I love stuff like that.
Scott develops feelings for Ariel. And that becomes a heavy plot point. And then, while they're doing that, Scott fights Claude and defeats Claude. Lancer ends up meeting Sarah several times, and she's trying to kill him. But eventually, they develop feelings for each other, and they kind of form a relationship. That's actually more in that in the Love Live Alive thing, which we'll be talking about very soon after this.
Okay.
And then they decided to just go straight to the Invid hive mind, and at this point is Ariel leaves the group because it's discovered she's an Invid, and she's so worried that she's gonna be found out and they're not gonna trust her anymore. She just leaves to the Invid to plead with her mother, the Regis, don't destroy these people. They're not bad people. They're not the Trollians. They're not the Masters. They're not the Haydenites. They're just people, and we don't have to actually destroy them.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Scott and his plucky band, the freedom fighters, are going there to negotiate the same thing with the Regis. The Regis says, no, you guys are at war. We inside your history, and all you do is fight. Your whole species is fight. Never ending fighting. You kill each other constantly. We're going to destroy you. You are a blight on your own planet, and we will reclaim your planet, and we will rebuild it in our image, etc., etc., etc. That's when the new SDF 3 stuff comes in with Rick Hunter and his entire fleet of new Veritech fighters that were all given the Haydenite shadow equipment, which is invisible to the Invid, to just come in and attack and blow up the Regis base. The commander at that point says, we may lose a good chunk of the planet, but the Invid will be done. And Regis says, yeah, we don't want to be blown up. You can have your planet back. We're just gonna we already have all the culture we need. We're just gonna take it and leave. So they leave. They destroy the shadow technology that's on that's actually on the new fighter thing, was given to him by the Haydenites, which said Haydenites are an important species, and that's going to be coming up very, very, very soon.
Okay.
So the Invid Regis is no longer a problem, because she says, I'm not dealing with this war anymore, we got what you want, we're gone. And she leaves the planet with all the Invid, with the exception of Sarah, who secretly marries Yellow Dancer, and because she doesn't want to be, because she's the enemy of human, and she doesn't want to be shot down or whatever, so she secretly marries and kind of stays hidden from the public. But Ariel just flat out gains the trust of humans because Scott's vouching for her, and they end up becoming a relationship. Which now there's a movie that sums all this up, and this did air on Cartoon Network.
Okay.
And they aired this instead of airing the actual full series of Lost Media for some reason, and it covers the entire thing of the next generation, and with the exception, it adds new elements of what happened to Dana during the thing.
Oh.
Everyone in the 15th unit did escape because the Invid was too powerful and they were worn out. So they tried to make they pretty much ran away, and they tried to do it in a way where it was a mission to escape as opposed to just desertion.
Okay, I see. And is that movie included in any of the sets? Is that in that Lionsgate set, or?
Oh, yep, it's in the Lionsgate set, and if you buy a copy of the Shadow Chronicles, it's included with the Shadow Chronicles quite often.
Oh, man. Well, there's another reason for me to regret selling off that Blu-ray. Oops. It might have been on there.
You can find it on eBay for $20.
Oh, really? Okay. I haven't looked for it, so okay. I will take a peek.
Yeah, the other thing is they added a new concert for Yellow Dancer, adding him singing some Min-May songs.
Oh.
Yellow Dancer, they actually confirmed that the relationship between Yellow Dancer and Sarah's relationship, because it's the Love Live Alive thing is a news reporter interviewing Yellow Dancer about the events of Next Generation, and they do a summary of the whole events of what happened from his perspective.
Oh.
And that's what this movie is. So it's like, so if you watch this, you don't really have to watch Southern Cross. I strongly recommend it, because there's some episodes, like the Dusty Air episode, which is so good you don't want to miss it. And there's some bad dubbing that's so bad it's good in Next Generation. Like, there's a touching moment where Rook reunites with her mother, and then Rand takes the mother aside and they're talking and they're having a deep conversation. Then out of nowhere, for no reason, Rand just, as rudely and almost New York accent as he can, just says, "Get a job." I'm like,
wow.
What? Where did this
Wait,
come from?
welcome to my family.
It's just like all this in-depth, really heart-wrenching, good story. And you're feeling for him, and he just says that
And then
out of
boom.
nowhere for like almost, yeah, it's like, and then they never address it. They never talk about it. It's just there. It's like, okay, that was weird.
Yeah. Wow. Almost feels like an outtake
me
that's
what-
snuck in there.
Well, yeah, that's honestly what it feels like. So now we're gonna get into the Shadow Chronicles.
Which I don't remember, I just know I saw it.
So we're gonna have to talk about a character named Vincent Grant, which we talked a little bit about them, but he's also he's also became through the Shadow, the Sentinels, that series that never happened.
Uh-huh.
He raised in ranks and became a captain, and he is now very much in charge of a lot of the fleets that coming in to aid against the Invid. And the Shadow Tech has all been disappearing, and everybody's kind of freaking out at the Shadow Shadow missiles disappearing, and trying to figure that out. But the Invid are gone, so when? But now, and so Rick Hunter has been folded due to something wrong with the technology, and the SDF-3 gets lost, and they wanted to track down the SDF-3. They turn on a character named Janet, who is actually it was a mysterious woman that ended up becoming a pop singer alongside Min-May in Sentinel, so she's kind of a thing. Turns out to be a robot and is decommissioned on there, and they find her. Turns out she was created by Haydenites to be a spy. The Haydenites who helped rebuild the SDF-3, that gave them the technology to beat the Invid, but there are also people who destroyed the Invid's home planet. The reason why is the Haydenites hate protoculture, and anyone who uses protoculture must die. Period. Including the humans.
Ooh.
So they're waiting for the right moment to strike, and now it's a battle against the Haydenites in this movie. And we got new characters like Marcus Rush, who's fighting against them. We actually get to meet Dana's sister, Maya Sterling, who makes no sense why she's in there, but because of the misread of written translation in Southern Cross, she was added, and they decided, well, let's keep the character. And Maya Sterling thing is definitely her mother's daughter, all combat, no nonsense, and it's a new leader of the Skull Squadron. We get to actually see Rick Hunter in this movie. We get to see Vincent Graham in this movie. All these characters we didn't see from the books are in this movie. Same thing with the Sentinels, they're in that too. So we get a better idea of seeing all these characters. And Louis, the character who is part of the Fixing Squadron, is in charge of decoding and understanding the shadows with the help of Janae, who is, I think her name is Janae, the pop singer who was a robot decommissioned. They didn't trust her because she was made from Hayanite technology, but she's not a Hayanite. She's actually a human hybrid with cyborg from them. And he ends up falling in love with her, and now they're on the mission to save the SDF-1, and that's where it ends. There is no more story. If you want more story, I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't like things that leave things. I mean, I don't mind things that leave things open, but not when they feel like they should be closed, and that kind of feels like it needed a bit more closure, at least.
They really wanted to have another series,
yeah.
And having on that huge cliffhanger was going to be good.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But Carl Macek doesn't have anything on that. Nobody has anything on that because they never finished it. There was a comic series called Shadows 2. It doesn't answer any questions. It's just more nonsense.
Oh boy. Well, that's unfortunate. That's too bad. There's.
Now we can get into like the red tape stuff and like the toy line, the soundtracks, all that stuff. But
please.
You have something you want to say? Any questions?
No, I was one thing I was checking. I was looking at. I guess there's another DVD set, but it looks like it's a repackage of. There was one from A&E, and it looks like it's the remaster. It's just the remastered versions of the episodes, and doesn't.
So the AE box set is the Lionsgate.
Okay, it's just the Lionsgate, just different packaging.
It's just Lionsgate, just different packaging. Yep.
Okay, good to know. Because I could tell it was the remaster.
There was one thing that now we got to talk about something else. Now that's a canon movie. We are talking about the 1986 Robotech movie that pretty much bankrupt the company.
Which I am very interested in this one. This is because I'm anything lost like that and canon, yeah.
Now I believe I sent you a link to the movie so you can watch it on YouTube. I'm lucky that I have one of the restoration VHS rips. I'm very lucky to have that.
Yes,
so I've
yeah.
seen it.
Now, just a question about that, too. Is that one of those... Because I used to, years ago, I used to buy a lot... I'll be honest and just say what they were. I used to buy bootleg... I used to buy some bootleg DVDs on eBay of stuff that you couldn't get. And, you know, the best-looking copy that you could get, usually from a VHS or a Laserdisc, if you got really lucky, source. Was this one of those that you got off eBay, or was it something you picked up at a convention? Okay.
I sent you a picture of it.
Yes, I've got it up on the screen right now.
Yeah, so here's the story about that. First, there was a Macross movie that, for Super Defense Force Macross, right? There was a movie that summed up the entire thing, and it was, you can watch it, you can get the Blu-ray of this. For legal reasons, you can now get it.
Yes.
And it's called Do You Never Look. Carl Macek tried to get the rights to this, but he was on pretty rocky territory with Cosnato for some rights issues, and also Big West, which we'll get into that stuff later. But it was a no-go. So
that's too bad.
Instead, he got the rights to Megazone 23. Now, originally, what originally it was supposed to be a movie that takes place between the Macross saga and the Master saga, and it was supposed to be like during the rebuild world part and all that sort of thing.
Okay.
And the story is supposed to be a very different story.
Okay.
He got it. Carl got it packaged. Carl got it good. Carl made this movie, and it was apparently pretty good.
Okay.
He takes it to
Canon.
Canon.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Canon. Yeah, you know the company.
Oh,
And
yeah.
They said, too many girls, not enough guns.
Which
This
is
not a
amazing
canon
because,
film.
which I just want to add and interject something, which is amazing for anyone who knows the history of canon film, unless it's because they saw this as they meant it to be for kids. If you've ever seen the documentary, which we did a watch long of Electric Boogaloo, The Wild Untold Story of Canon Films, which sadly does not cover the Robotech movie. Canon Films, their early, especially their earliest films, were very exploitation. There's a lot of schmecks in those things. Some of those are basically softcore corn. They are very, yeah. So that's kind of a shock to me. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So when you watch the movie, you're going to realize it's not for kids, and that's going to be a big deal when you watch this. But they insisted it was. They insisted that this movie be marketed towards kids, even though it clearly wasn't for kids, even the finished product. Holy crud. So, Carl Masek, within a day of time, only one day, had to rewrite the script.
Oh, wow.
Took clips from the Southern Cross and put them in the movie to give it more action to it, changed the story, made the story make absolutely no sense to the actual overall story of Robotech. And he watched the whole thing and it's like, yep, that's the canon movie. And he hated this thing. He pretty much he disowned this thing. Now, this had a limited release in movie theaters in Dallas, Texas, and it honestly didn't do too bad as far as selling the tickets for the limited release. Unfortunately, it was marketed as a kids movie.
Yeah.
It is not.
Yeah.
There are cutscenes where they don't show the sex scenes. The original Megazone 23 had explicit sex scenes.
Yes, it
They
does.
cut it, but there's still hints of it. So there's some very icky scenes that will make you skin crawl a little bit.
Yeah, I've got
There's
Megazone on
what
the Animago Blu-ray, so yeah.
Yes. So there's a lot of violence, a lot of death, a lot of blood.
Yeah.
So you can imagine that parents taking their young kids to seeing it and then screaming and crying because of how horrible and scarred that they are, that would not leave a good reputation for this.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine. Go ahead.
Do you want me to explain the overall story of
If you want to, just you could just do a quick version of it, if you want to, real quick. Unless you don't, if you want to move on to something else, that's fine. But
so the story is Mark Lanyard, friend Todd, was on a random battle from a new set of Robotech masters, because the old ones were defeated, I guess.
yeah.
So they want revenge. So they want revenge. And doing that, the proof is on a motorbike that Todd stole. So Todd is moved by the government to try to get their bike back, because the government's been infiltrated by a character named B.D. Andrews, who's a high commander, who's actually a clone of the Robotech, to infiltrate them to gain data from a vtuber named Evie. Yeah, she's pretty much a vtuber virus to get a hold of, so they can get military information and protocol information from Eve. But Eve is not all Eve's loyalty is to the Robotech Masters, because the motorbike was imprinted by Mark, so she's loyal to Mark. B.D. Andrews takes over the government, tries to kill everyone who has proof of this bike so they can cover up this war that's not supposed to exist. The Robotech army takes out the new masters, because they foolishly told them their plan,
because of course.
Who cares if it's a secret, even though that's the whole plot of the movie? By the way, B.D. Andrews, when he's wearing sunglasses, is a different character. Just saying.
Okay.
Just so you know how much of this ass.
Aye.
This is B.D. Andrews is constantly fighting Mark Mark trying to get his bike back. Mark defeats him.
Jeez.
There's a whole ending animated to this where there's actually a fight scene between BB Andrews and Mark. This ending scene was destroyed. If you got a copy of this ending 15 minutes that was made specifically by Tatsunoko for this movie that's not meant for anything else, cool. You can still see it, but it essentially lost the time. They do not have the original of it.
Okay.
And that's the major reason why they can't redo the movie, is because they lost the masters. It was damaged in a flood. Most of the VHSs were lost in a fire, besides the few that made it out in Europe. This a limited VHS run in Europe that only some got out, and the theaters that ran Dallas, Texas, those were damaged in a flood. So there are no masters. That's why they can't recreate this movie.
I'm going to wager, just because of things that I've seen pop up that people have said were destroyed. I'm going to wager that if at some point it ever seemed that all the cards were together where someone like a Discotek or an Animega were able to secure the rights and wanted to restore it, I'm going to wager a print has to exist somewhere. There has to be in some collector's hands somewhere there has to be a print. And the only reason I'm saying that is because of things like, not anime related, but things like, well, I'll use a Star Trek example. There was the original pilot episode, The Cage, when it was first reconstructed for home video and for a TV release, parts of it were in black and white because they said the color footage was lost and all they had was black and white. And right after that was released, someone came forward and said, hey, I have a film, 2 film reels or whatever of the color footage, and then Paramount a year later released the full color restored edition. So I'm sure all the official sources, like you say, they're gone, they're wiped out. It's tragedy. But I'm gonna wager if the pieces were coming together, someone could find it. Maybe I'm wrong, but
the pieces are already on YouTube. Somebody restored all the Megazone stuff as HD on YouTube, and you can watch it now.
Okay, I know the Megazone stuff exists, so yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And the actual ending animation has been. I have it on DVD. I have a copy of the original movie myself. I have it. So
okay, then I've jumped the gun with it. Chad, ignore what I was just saying.
So they do have it. But so what happened was Harmony Gold bought the rights to Megazone and dubbed over their own version of it. And instead of trying to market it or sell it or do anything with it, they used it as a way to teach Japanese people English with this English dub of Megazone 23, which is identical to Megazone 23 with one weird difference. The main character doesn't have the same name as the main character of Megazone 23. For some reason, Carl Macek thought it was a good idea for him to be named Johnny Winters.
I wonder if that's on the Blu-ray, because my Megazone Blu-ray had like some alternate dub thing. I'm gonna have to look that up. Okay, that's interesting.
The alternate dub track is public domain, so they could use it. Carl Macek pretty much gave up on it, and you can watch both the Harmony Gold dubs on YouTube for free.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, in fact, I'm looking at this. Yeah, it says, yep, it says, for it, Megazone 23 Part 1 for the first part of the trilogy. It says it's got the Streamlined Pictures dub, so that's Carl Macek, or Macek. Macek, whatever. Okay. It's Macek. Okay. Carl Macek. So there you go. It is on the, just so you know, chat, it is on the Blu-ray.
It's a fun watch. It's a fun watch.
I've only watched the regular, so, okay.
they spent a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of effort trying to make this movie a good movie and try so, but because of everything that happened, it was a flop, and it cost the Army Gold a lot of money. The soundtrack is amazing. If you ever get a chance to hear the soundtrack to Robotech the movie, it is chef's kiss phenomenal. It's same thing with the Lost Key, the next generation soundtrack. Also, chef's kiss, amazing. Robotech actually has good music. Does it have good music as Macross? Debatable. You can debate on which ones have the better soundtrack, the Japanese or the American ones. But the American music is actually pretty good for the anime. But this is part of the reason why Sentinels couldn't be made, is because there's so much money was lost during the
movies. Oh, that's unfortunate. Thank you, Canon Films, for losing money for everyone.
That's not the only thing that bankrupts Harmony Gold. That's another reason why they were trying. They're going to use the money for it to make this Sentinels project. Oh, by the way, Robotech never actually got syndication because during when their syndication, when the thing was airing, was 65 episodes. They cleared up 85 episodes. While it was airing, they changed the syndication to 100 episodes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now see, I had always heard that the rule for syndication, maybe it was different for animation, but I know back in these 60s and 70s, it was 100 episodes because I remember that was.
Of course you do.
Thank you for subscribing, Arcade Pilot. Appreciate it. Welcome. I know that Star Trek, I'm going back to Star Trek again, but it's just something I remember. I know there was a discussion that there was a fight to get the original series of Star Trek syndicated because it was only 79 episodes. And that was back in the 1970s. So I wonder if there were different standards or something.
Yeah, it might be different for animation because when Carl Mesa checked, which he could have been wrong, but the reason why he bought the series and tried to put it together was specifically for syndication, which is 65 episodes.
Yes.
And then for animation, it changed to 100 episodes, and he was short by 85. This is one of the reasons why Voltron got syndication and did really well. By the way, Robotech beat out Voltron in ratings, and actually was on the same par as He-Man Masters of the Universe in ratings.
Oh, okay. Now that's big money because I do know that Masters of the Universe was for a time until it started to wane was a heavy hitter. That was fun. That was Filmation's big winner there. Okay.
Oh yeah, and so their ratings, the ratings that did well, and the next thing that's gonna really hurt the money for Robotech and part of its staff is the toy line.
Really? Okay. Why did now that's interesting because one thing, chat, for those of you who don't know, most cartoon series, especially in the 80s, they were always about selling toys. They were basically toy advertisements, and so a lot of times cartoons would be based on existing toy lines, or it would be, if they optioned it from, say, Japan, they'd be optioning it because there usually was a toy line associated with it that they could retool for the Western audience as well. Okay, go ahead.
Now, the reason why this got a toy line was because of its high rating, and they wanted to capitalize on the money to make their next series, the Sentinels, which, like I said, the pilot never actually made. If you want the story of Sentinels, you gotta read the books and the comic books.
Okay.
With how long I talked about it, you understand how important it is to the series.
Yeah, no, I'm getting that. It's one of those things. It's honestly, it's like the Western version of almost every single anime series. It feels like where the anime was there to sell the manga.
And it's like the last season of Voltron, which is all new, would have been all new animation. The third season of Voltron is all new animation done by Toei Animation, but it was specifically for Voltron.
Oh, wow.
Something interesting for Voltron.
Okay.
Which, like I said, worked for Voltron. What worked for Voltron didn't work for Robotech because Robotech movie hurt much, and their toy lines hurt them too much. Now I'm going to talk about, first of all, I'm going to talk about the one thing interesting about that really tried to drive home the toy line, that Robotech toys aren't just for boys, they're also for girls.
You mentioned that earlier, okay.
So there's a boys line and a girls line. We're going to start off by talking about the boys line, which had 3/4 inch or 1/12 scale figures.
Which you've got the reprints of.
I got some of the reprints of them. 6/8 Zentradi, transforming ships, vehicles, and rare playsets. And some of the rare playset stuff is, like, if you find it, it's gold.
Gotcha, okay, understood.
So, for the mechas, they're like a little toys that could turn into ships, and they could turn into Guardian mode, which is a half ship, half person, which had arms, legs, and stuff like that. Then it had a fire mode, which was the ship, and a battleoid mode, which is like a robot. They were like Transformers, but they had 3 Transformers as opposed to 2. And the ones that were in the market for that, you had Max's ship, Rix's ship, and Miriam's ship. You also had an SDF-1. There's also a one in that line of Scott with his bike armor. You also had the Gladiator, the Spartan, the Rider X, and the Excalibur, which are different mecha models for that.
Okay.
For the villains, you had the Invit Scout ship, Zentradi Power Armor Female, and you got the Biroid Power Armor, Zentradi Power Armor Male, Cyclone Motorcycle, which anybody could ride on this motorcycle, and a hovercraft that can be scaled to the Zentradi scale figures, or the human figures.
Okay, interesting. All right.
For the deluxe figures, you got the Zentradi Battle Pod, which could seat Zentradi figures. You got the Zentradi Battle Pod smaller ones, which can have the human figures, and the micromanage Zentradi figures. The Battle Tank, which is a different tank for the characters. You got Dana's hover bike. You got the Veritech fighter thing, which could hold pilots. The toys of the Veritech, with the deluxe Veritech and the deluxe Z-Tank, came with special VHSs, which they called called new technology called video play, where I guess kids are supposed to put these VHSs into their tapes, which is going to have settings and an hour-long things of different settings of the show where they can play with their toys and fun of it. I guess that's what their idea was.
Okay, that sounds interesting, because I know there were VHS-based toys around that period. I know there was something, what I remember it because I've seen them, God, I might even have some in storage. Something called Captain Power, where it came with, I know there were like jet planes, and there were VHS tapes for them where you would play the VHS tape and shoot, like, they had light sensors where you'd shoot at the TV and it would register a score if you were shooting your toy, pulling the trigger, and it was targeting the alien airship or whatever. It would like just register a score on the vehicle, have a little counter for how many hits you made. But that's interesting. Okay, so they had special VHS. I wonder if this is then what I saw, what you're mentioning about the toys. Because earlier today I was scouring one of the websites, a more dubious website for the Robotech movie. And one of the listings, one of the torrents, listed what included, it said the Matchbox videos. Which it said there were Matchbox.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh, okay. All right, perfect. Then at least they're preserved from VHS somewhere. Awesome.
Yeah, and like I said, they were just hour-long footage to have like different settings and stuff like that, so kids can play with it in front of the TV, and that's really all that was. Now, like I said, this had a girls' line and a toys line because their data suggests that they're in their kids' furniture kids, the viewers were 40% female, 50% male for their for the viewers of kids, and it was 50% men and 50% women viewers who were adults. And because of that, they figured, well, why don't we market toys for both boys and girls?
Okay.
So now we're gonna talk about the girls toy line, and those are 12-inch or 1/6 scale dolls with clothing accessories. The characters they had were Lisa Hayes,
Okay.
Lin May,
Fitting. Okay.
Dana Sterling. I believe there was a Claudia doll made later. I haven't seen it, but I think there was.
Okay.
And there was going to be some play sets for that. Lin May's Chinese restaurant, Lin May's spaceship, because I guess she had her own spaceship.
Yeah.
And Dana's bike. And I saw Dana's bike, and when I was watching the commercials, and I was drooling over it. I really wanted one.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately, all the playset stuff was canceled and was never released.
Oh,
but
that's
the
too
dolls
bad.
were.
Okay.
And the doll accessory stuff definitely were released. And the dolls were not as posable as the commercials led you to believe, because
Of course.
they moved their left arm and their head. So here's some of the if you want to see something wild, look up the Women of Robotech toy commercial. It will blow your mind that they really were trying to market this towards girls. And oh my goodness, this doll thing was just so...
I'm going to pull up a link and
out there.
post that real quick. I can't, unfortunately, I can't show it on stream because obviously I'll get bonked. But let me see if I can find the Women of Robotech toy line. Okay, if I could get this other browser I use.
The commercial is like something from another universe. It's like, why is this in our universe? This doesn't seem to fit with what this show is.
Really? Oh, that's so bad marketing then.
The voice is very breathy and talking about, things about their love life and their, and the Women of Robotech had a catchy little jingle, and it was just like, what am I watching? So they also had a Rick Hunter doll, so their reasoning that they had to make sure that you knew so that girls could play out the love triangle between, Lisa Hayes and Lin May.
Okay, and I'm seeing that sort of on the single screenshot that's popping up from whoever's uploaded this is showing him in like a tuxedo or some sort of a dinner jacket and a bow tie sitting next to her. And wow.
I'm gonna talk about the dolls and the variants, because Dana Sterling variant original figure came with her party dress. Remember when I said there was an episode where Dana was fighting over a dress and it was an episode that they cut for time?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the toy they decided to market, was her in that dress.
Oh, wow.
Which I'm like, yeah, the episode they cut is the episode that would have marketed that toy.
Huh.
But they also
Okay.
released the Dana in her soldier outfit, and Dana's also came up with different outfits to came with a workout outfit that was like her gym clothes. Min May had a beauty pageant outfit, a red fur coat star hider outfit, and a bunny pajama outfit, because apparently Min May likes bunnies.
Doesn't everyone?
They made a point that Min May likes bunnies in the playset, and they also in the Chinese restaurant they made sure that they gave her a room with bunny stuffed animals. I'm like, when did it ever was a thing that Min May and bunnies? Was that actually? I don't really know.
Well, I'm only 5 episodes in, so I definitely don't know.
So yeah, Lisa Hayes came up with a businesswoman outfit that's more of a civilian outfit.
Uh-huh.
And Rick you don't want a scarf. The scarf was given to him as a gift by Minmay. This makes Lisa very jealous.
Oh, jeez.
I'm just telling you how they marketed this.
I'm looking at it right now. I don't have the audio up, but I'm looking at it, and wow, it's definitely different than the Robotech I was watching.
Oh yeah, and so the Matchbox toys, there was a problem with some of the pilots, not pilots, the ships, right? And they had to be recalled and reprinted in the 90s. So there was a loss there. The female line, the girls' toys just tanked. They just didn't sell at all. You can even get the dolls for pretty cheap still if you really want them, which I'm probably gonna buy them because I'm a Robotech nut.
No kid. Gotcha.
So, the playset, now here's some things. There were some 4 scales in the boys line of Linden May that was never released. It was never released the reprint line, and now that sucker is a chase figure that's going for $200 to $300 for the reprint figure. Because it was such a advertised chase figure that didn't come out till like 30 years later.
Oh, wow.
Then there's the Ben Dixon figure. So the playset for the boys line did come out. It was very limited release. There were almost none of these things made, so getting one is very lucky.
Oh, wow.
Pacific stores came with a Pacific figure, and these are very, very, very hard to find, of Ben Dixon. There's a Ben Dixon figure. If you find a metal Matchbox Ben Dixon figure, it is asking price. It is so rare that if you find it, you pretty much hit the lottery, because that is a toy piece that is insanely rare, and it's almost to the point where it's non-existent.
Wow.
So if you can find the Matchbox G.I. Joe scale figure, do so. Now, I'm going to talk about a little bit about the figures that are released in the boy line as far as the things the characters were released with Rick, Roy, Max, Dana, Amelia, some of the Masters, and there was some Zentradi pilots. That's pretty much all was released for them. Like I said, they advertised a Linden May that wasn't released till much later.
That's too bad.
And the infamous cannot find but the figures are very, very bad quality. Because they were made of metal, and the paint scratched off very easy, and they were just dinged up. The things didn't sell well, and went into discount bins pretty quickly. And
that's unfortunate.
I'm going to tell you how much the advertising for this was for the toy line was $15 million. 1986.
Oh, wow.
With inflation, it might be at like almost $90 million.
That is a crazy amount of advertising, especially for something that didn't sell. Oh my gosh.
And it flopped very hard. Matchbox is never going to work with Harmony Gold again, and the reprints are done by Kid Inc. So there is a different company doing the reprints now. Matchbox is never going to work with Harmony Gold again after this. So that was a dead thing. It pretty much, it almost bankrupt Matchbox.
I'm still hung up on the metal figures. I mean, I guess that's because it was Matchbox and they were used to the metal cars or whatever, but that just seems like such an odd choice. I've never seen that with action figures. The actual chips, not metal, really. They were kind of like plasticky. Then that makes no sense. If anything, it should have been the opposite. If anything.
And a lot of those ones got recalled because of breaking parts. But there is one good thing that came from the Matchbox line. So the few Southern Cross stands that did exist
Uh-huh.
bought a lot of merch because Southern Cross merch didn't exist in Japan because Southern Cross was a flop and pretty much didn't stand a chance. So the 4 Southern Cross fans that existed in Japan got their Dana Sterling. They got Dana Sterling.
That's
They
good.
got Dana Sterling. So, and because of this, in the reprints, there's a lot of Dana Sterling stuff in the 2001 and 2004 re-release stuff in that.
Okay, because they knew the Japanese fans were going to make up any of the difference with the rest of the global fans. Okay.
Right. So now we're gonna get into some. So with the failing toy line, with the failing movie, and Japanese economy being so good, and the exchange rate being for American currency at the time being so bad, this was the inevitable death of Robotech.
Okay, yeah, you mentioned that about the currency exchange.
So Robotech, so Harmony Gold still tries to keep Robotech alive and still try to just sit on it to actually try to make, product, make money, please. And so I think it goes over some legal battles with a company called Big West.
Okay.
Who owns the legal rights to Macross. They own everything Macross, but Super Dimensional Force Macross. Since there's some carryover stuff in Japan and all that stuff, you can see why they'd want Southern Cross. So they're legally fighting them for years and years and years and years, and it made it impossible to localize a lot of stuff. Macross in the West.
Yeah.
Oh, Big West. By the way, a lot of people don't know this. Big West is owned by Disney. Just saying.
Oh,
yeah,
well, that's unfortunate. That's definitely puts a damper on it.
So in 2003, the court ruled that all super-dimensional Macross stuff belongs to Harmony Gold, and everything else belongs to Big West. But some of the stuff that is carryover stuff is still in limbo until 2021, where Big West and Harmony Gold kind of come to an agreement that everything super-dimensional Macross is owned by Harmony Gold, but all the stuff that carries over can be used by Big West, so they can actually mark them together, which allowed them to make more Robotech merchandise and actually sell stuff. So that's why you get the reprint figures, the new Dana figures, the new statues, the new video games. There's a few video games that we can
Yeah, I'd love to talk about those, because I know Lonnie was in here, Lawnmower Girl was in here and mentioned the Robotech game on GameCube, which I didn't realize was a thing. I guess add that one to the list of things I need to hunt down. Yeah, go ahead.
So the video games, the first video game they tried to do, which was canceled, was called Crystal Ball, which is going to be a Nintendo 64 flight simulator type game that went through the entire Macross saga. It was canceled. It didn't look good anyway, so I kind of
just as well.
But it was fun watching the test play footage of it. The characters look ugly as sin, some of the worst graphics I've ever seen, even for a 64 game.
Oof. Uh-oh, that's unfortunate.
Then you have the Game Boy Advance game. I actually own the hard copy of this one, which is like a Gradius type game, which goes through the entire Macross saga, and you can play as various ships and stuff like that, unlock ships.
Ooh, GBA. Okay, I'm writing that one down. Okay.
The game is the game's pretty difficult unless you use cheat codes like I did.
Gotcha.
And the game's really easy. And
Hey.
you can actually go to my channel and watch me beat this game. So you can see me get the game if you want.
Nice. So there you go, chat. Let me go ahead and plug Raiko while we're talking. If you could see right there below her model is her YouTube link and her Twitter link. So if you want to follow her on YouTube and check out her channel for the playthrough of the GBA Robotech game, which I didn't know existed. I'm gonna have to price that thing later. And as far
good. I had so much fun playing it.
As far as using cheat codes, hey, as one of my mods always says, cheaters win. Cheaters win. Oh, and Jennifer would like to say that your model is very pretty as well.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so we were talking about the games. What else?
So the Game Boy game actually has HD port for the Nintendo Switch. So if you have a Nintendo Switch, you can also play the GBA game in HD with fully restored music. Because the music in the GBA game is pretty much 8-bit or 8-bit, 16-bit remixes of the Robotech soundtrack. It's okay, it's kind of cool. Hearing We Will Win, but I'll be honest, it's not as good as the YAAAP soundtrack, which is in the Switch version, they fully restored.
Okay. Ooh, that's
the problem
nice.
is the cheat codes. If you play with cheat codes on the Switch version, you cannot save your game.
Boo! Well, there goes that.
Right? But you can do it on the GBA version.
Nice.
So, okay, then there was the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox game called Battlecry, which is highly regarded amongst fans and anyone who likes Robotech. It's a phenomenal game.
Okay.
The second Robotech game released for PS2 and Xbox, not for GameCube, is Invasion, which is the next generation. They didn't think that the Master Saga was cool enough to get a video game.
Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad.
The Master is my favorite saga too. I mean,
I kind of had that feeling because it seemed like with the collection stuff you posted, I noticed the one set that seemed to highlight the Masters. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. When I was researching this and talking my notes over with other people to make sure I'm coming across it, they're like, "These are your favorite characters," and she's like, "Yeah."
And
she's relatable.
Gotcha.
There's also a phone game for next generation that nobody talks about. Nobody.
Well, even if no one talks about it, I hope it doesn't wind up lost to time, because I know that's one big problem with phone games, and I think we've talked about that earlier too, was so many phone games are almost even becoming a lot, or maybe it was someone else I was talking to about it, but a lot of these phone app games are becoming lost media, and you have very few people out there trying to preserve them. It definitely isn't the companies trying to preserve them. And we got a question from Lonnie also, real quick. We do have a question from Lawnmower Girl. Unless this is something you were going to hit on later, what's up with Macross 2? And that's a good question, because I did see a DVD which is very out of print of Macross 2.
Okay, so Macross 2 is a OVA movie of the characters from Macross watching a movie. So it's kind of It's the characters watching a movie of the events that they were in.
Oh, that's odd.
It's bizarre. The thing is, it's highly well regarded because it's very meta. Watching, like, I'm not very familiar with the Japanese characters from the Macross thing, but yeah, Macross 2 is an OVA of them watching that.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, there's also various other Macross series, like there's Macross 7, which follows the Macross thing of Max Geniuses and Miria's daughter, whose name is I can't remember her name is, but she's not Dana. She's a different person who starts a rock band, and it's a battle of bands for whatever reason called, I think that's Macross 7, and there's also Macross Plus. There's so many Macross things.
Yeah, and I know there was one box set in your collection too, I noticed, with your boxes of Macross.
So the box that I have is the ADV. Carl Macek, even though he's got a reputation for being Macecking, massacring all of his anime. Didn't do the and a lot of people blame him for the right stuff. That was Harmony Gold. That wasn't Mayfair. All that stuff. He was actually very adamant about actual localization. He helped localize the Akira. He helped localize Vampire Hunter D.
Yes.
And he's responsible because he didn't like that Macross wasn't available to the fans either, probably because of death threats he got.
No.
But he fought to get an actual dub of Macross that's not Robotech, it's actually Macross.
Okay.
And they actually got the original voice actor for Lin Min-mei from the Japanese Tatsunaka production to learn English to reprise her role as Lin Min-mei in this Macross ADV box set. The DVDs are very, very, very rare to get, but you can find the Blu-rays for a fairly decent price. I think I actually got it on coming in the mail. I think it cost me $70, which
Oh wow.
in retrospect is pretty cheap for trying to track this down.
Yeah, I'm because I know there's a set right now of the Macross, at least of the movie, like a big box from Crunchyroll exclusive to them, and that's like $200 because you have to get in a big gift set, which, as much as I like gift sets, I don't like spending $200 USD. A question real quick from question from Lawnmower Girl. I know you already covered this, I think, but is Robotech still going? From what I gather, it's technically not going, but it hasn't ended. So I guess in one respect it is.
So I'm going to touch on this now.
Okay.
They are threatening, and they've been threatening this in production hell for a long time.
Okay.
They are going to make a Robotech live-action movie.
Oh no. I don't know how to feel about that.
That is something that they are going to do. They are trying to make a Robotech live-action movie. Now, I think the reason why they're sitting on it and waiting is because they're going to wait to see how well the Netflix Voltron movie does. If the Voltron movie does well, it might actually go through and actually make the Robotech movie.
Okay.
But the He-Man movie, despite being amazing, by the way, I love the new He-Man movie. It is phenomenal. I strongly recommend it. Didn't sell well.
And something, though, I do need to add to that. Apparently, since it has hit Amazon Prime now, it's, I guess, business on the He-Man movie is picking up. So it might be a case that it's sort of a delayed reaction. So,
so it's gonna do what Morbius did.
Kinda, sorta, yeah. Yeah, did Morbius do better when it hit home video? I mean, when you think about it, there's so many cases.
Morbius was the #1 movie on Netflix for a few months.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that, because I remember it bombed in theaters. That's all I remember. And I remember I saw it. You saw it in theaters twice? Okay, I only saw it on...
No, I'm saying it bombed in theaters twice.
Really?
They put it in theaters, it bombed, so they put it in theaters again because the fans said, oh, blah, blah, blah. Somehow talked Sony into putting the movie in theaters twice, and it bombed again because they're dumb enough to fall for that trick. And then somehow, because of the meme It's Morbin Time kind of made it do well on Netflix.
Really?
Story of Morbius.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I remember seeing it. I'm just going to say, I don't want to get off on this tangent too much, but oh, good night, Judd. Thank you for stopping by. I saw it. I didn't hate it, but it wasn't like, I didn't feel like Morbius. It just felt like it could have been any other vampire movie that I've seen.
Here's the thing. I've read the Morbius comics, and they made the best Morbius movie they could based off the Living Vampire comics without Spider-Man at all. They did the best they could, but Sony is kind of Sony.
Sony is Sony, yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, and even that doesn't make too much sense when you think about it, because you say without Spider-Man, and here Sony is, unless I'm mistaken, they're the ones controlling Spider-Man, not Marvel MCU.
There's some rights issues.
There must have been.
That are kind of weird with Spider-Man.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Okay, so where were we?
Well, now we
were on the
talk about
games.
The music.
Oh,
somewhere in the game.
yeah.
So
What was the GameCube game? I think we stopped with the
the
Xbox
GameCube game was
ones.
called. There was one called Invasion, which is based off New Generation, which is like a first-person shooter game.
Okay.
Had some motorcycle stuff in it. And then there was the highly regarded one that a lot of people love and actually got people into a lot of people into the series of Robotech is Battle Cry. And Battle Cry is just a phenomenal game for the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox.
Okay, I'll mark that one down to look it up. I'm sure if it's like every other GameCube game now, third-party secondhand market, it's going to be out of my price range. All the ones I'm looking for.
I believe that the company that made all the Robotech games besides the Game Boy Advance one, which is they're all done by TDX.
Okay.
With the exception of the Game Boy Advance one, which is done by Lucky Chicken, but Lucky Chicken is an off-brand to TDX.
I was about to say, I've heard of a lot of companies, haven't heard of Lucky Chicken yet. That is a new one.
Lucky Chicken, actually, I think Robotech was their first and last game. And there's a cheat code where you can play as the Lucky Chicken.
Really? Okay, I love that. I love that.
Yep, Lucky Chicken's playable. The Veritech pilot who's got that fires egg missiles, Lucky Chicken, they're in Robotech the entire time.
Okay. Nice. I love that.
So, we can talk a little bit about the music if you'd like.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm really enjoying this. So honestly, as long as you want to go on it, I'm happy to listen, and chat certainly seems like they're still interested. So yeah.
Okay, so the main composer was I'm going to butcher this because his name's Italian, Upio Minchetti, who did the arrangement, and the orchestra thing, who didn't get an orchestra until the Sentinels, pretty much the death of the series and the movie.
Yeah.
Alan Ober, who played the hell out of that synthesizer. Oh boy, did he rock that synthesizer really, really, really good. It's just, the music didn't get more of a budget, like I said, until things started.
Unfortunately, the same time it was going down was the time they were trying to expand the budget.
Oh yeah, and like I said, the soundtrack got a lot better during the end of the series. I mean, Minnie's stuff wasn't bad, but Yellow Dancer songs were by far superior and mixed better in my personal opinion. It's a matter of taste, but that's my take.
Okay.
A lot of the stuff for Sentinels and that were done by Steve Whitman and Michael Bradley, who were a lot of the people who did like the vocal tracks and lyrics and all that stuff and the instrumentals for that. Marcus Ignat did most of the vocals, other than the Minmay stuff, which is done by Reba West. Minmay songs are, when I was walking over notes and actually doing the research, I thought Minmay only had 3 songs. She has My Time to Be a Star, Man of My Life, To Be in Love, It's You, We Will Win, which is the carrying song to all of Robotech. Every singer in Robotech sings this song.
Really?
It's like
the anthem.
Yeah, every Yellow Dancer, Jeanette, Nick, all of them sing We Will Win. We Will Win is some of the worst lyrics I've ever heard.
Really?
Like, this is their... When you look at something like Look Up or Saved by Science, which is very competently written, and then you hear this, and like they're carrying over like, no, you guys should need to get a thesaurus. You guys need to understand how rhyming things work.
Good night, Lonnie. Thank you for stopping by.
When I first heard that about how bad it is. Thanks, Lonnie.
We'll see you later.
And then they also have The Way to Love and The Right Move. Yellow Dancer songs are Lonely Soldier Boy, Look Up, which is one of the best songs to do out there, and he did a covers to The Way to Love and We Will Win. We Will Win cover for him is strictly to the Love Live Alive live thing, which actually brought back the entire the voice cast of the original series, which was a movie made almost 20 years later. So that's very impressive in itself. Other people who actually are on the artist, Jonah Harris was on there, and also what surprised me that was on the soundtrack was a track by Three Dog Night, which Three Dog Night, if you know anything about,
Yeah, I know who they are.
They're a big deal.
Yeah.
And they're on this Robotech soundtrack. So it
wow.
blew me away and it's a good song. So I'm like, Three Dog Night on Robotech. Okay.
That's random. that's one I wouldn't picture. Okay, yeah, and I'm thinking back and it's making me regret it. I remember again, fire sale, Crunchyroll, about the same time I picked up that box set, they had a lot of the Robotech soundtrack CDs that they had like $5 or $10.
I need to find those. Yeah, I need to find the Robotech things because I want the all-in-one collection because it has the movie soundtrack, and the movie soundtrack's been amazing. Because they can't release the movie soundtrack, the movie is a thing, you don't get any of Eve's songs, and Eve is the only singer who doesn't sing We Will Win, which is good because her whole thing is the best soundtrack of the entire Robotech series.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into it too, because I didn't pick it up at the time because I never... Again, it was one of those things, I just didn't know enough about it. Oops.
And I think that's everything in my notes and going over the entire series, so that's pretty much all of Robotech.
Okay, well, I do have one question. One question going back to the character of Annie / Mint. I know you mentioned that at one point it was that she... it was a nickname they gave her that she didn't like, and then later it was that it was a nickname that she did like. Is that something where there's like different versions of the dub track where they changed it, or was that just throughout the series it changed?
In the original series, her name is Ink, but because there's a lot of stuff written on it addressing her as Mint, like sure wearing a name tag that says Mint, or them say a birthday episode that says Happy Birthday Mint and fireworks.
Yeah.
They had to make a reason why her name was Mint.
Yeah.
Well, it started off originally one of the characters kept calling her she's little like a mint, and they were all making fun of her, and it just became a nickname that stuck. She doesn't really care for it, but kind of just goes with it because they're like the one big happy family. In the Love Live Alive movie, they addressed that. They changed the canon, and maybe this is just because it's Yellow Dancer, real name Lancer Belmont, which is such a cool name. Says, oh yeah, we also had this little girl following us named Annie. She liked to call herself Mint. I'm like, no, she didn't. What are you talking about? Is this how you remember it? Because that's not what happened. She despised that name for like half the series. Also, some weird stuff in Generations. The Invid actually turns into pure energy and possesses Mint for a little bit and explains some of the Invid lore, which threw me off because it makes no sense in either series. It doesn't make sense in Genesis Prime or Lost Gate. It doesn't make sense in Next Gen.
Okay.
But it definitely threw me off.
I see. Okay, yeah, that was the one thing I'd missed because I'd heard you mention that, and I thought for a second I'd misheard you that there were 2 dub tracks. I was thinking, well, wait a second. Okay, interesting. And just talking this over with you, one thing I would love to see, I hope someday Harmony Gold, whoever owns Harmony Gold at this point, I hope they
Funimation, unfortunately. Not Funimation, Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll owns Harmony Gold.
I hope at some point that lapses and changes hands, because I know Tatsunoko, I know the stuff from Crunchyroll that they had of Tatsunoko has changed hands, like Speed Racer. Speed Racer was owned by Crunchyroll.
So Speed Racer in localized thing is actually owned by Harmony Gold.
And now it's in the hands, there's a Blu-ray coming out in August or September. I think September there's a new Blu-ray set. It's from Shout Factory, G Kids line. So they are reissuing Speed Racer, and it's probably, fingers crossed, it's going to be superior to the one that's out now.
Oh yeah, I have the Funimation box set of Speed Racer, and it's pretty solid. I think it's pretty good.
My only complaint was with the English tracks, because I guess they used some NTS, and it was the same with the DVD, some NTSC and some PAL masters if you listen to them, and you probably would pick up on this super easy.
No, I picked up on it, yeah.
The audio pitch changing.
I chalked it up. Yeah, you know, I picked up on it. I chalked that up to it being a product from the 60s.
I think what happened, here's my theory on it, because of it going back to the DVDs, but I can't verify without seeing something earlier than DVDs. There was something with the English masters where they did not preserve the original film prints. Harmony Gold, I guess, or whoever owned it even before Harmony Gold, the English westernized, localized original masters were destroyed, and all they kept were the video masters that were created like in the 1980s or 1990s. And this has happened with other series too, where they just decided, oh, well, we're never going to have anything better than standard definition TV and VHS. Why do we need to keep anything above broadcast quality? So I think all of these have been, I know the Funimation, because if you look at the DVDs, they have a completely different opening title sequence than the Blu-rays. Try to recreate it close to what the film looked like, but the DVDs, the titles on there more as like a video effect. I think I have a feeling, because this has happened with things like Masters of the Universe. I have a feeling those video masters existed as PAL copies, and I think because PAL usually, I don't know if you know this, and I don't know if chat knows this, when PAL when film, which is 24 frames per second, was converted to PAL, which is 25 frames per second, they literally just would speed it up. And the problem is, a lot of times when they would then bring PAL back to the US, they wouldn't properly slow it down. So I think they might have been using those PAL masters and didn't slow down the pitch, or tried to stretch it and preserve the pitch.
Sense with some of the animation, especially when there's like certain scenes that I like the scenes with like birds. You can definitely notice that the animation felt a little off.
Does it? Okay, I haven't paid enough attention to that, but it could
well,
be.
The thing is, when I was watching it, when those birds are on, like, why are these birds so high quality compared to the rest of it? And me and my roommate watching it, we were just like, we made comments and kind of made a meme out of the birds. So
yeah, I know.
It's just so easily to meme.
Now, I do know the Funimation edition, the modern copies, except for the audio. I think the audio is sourced from whatever video masters those were. I know the video is sourced from the Japanese HD masters, because Japan has the original Makagogo in film. It's just the westernized copies that we only kept the video.
Yeah, that's what we were watching. I have seen like the other versions on Cartoon Network when they aired on Cartoon Network.
Did they? Okay.
But yeah, they aired on Cartoon Network. I guess they also aired on like the race car channel or something. If you had it, the race car. I don't know. That's something that somebody told me, and I believe them because they're not a liar. And
I wouldn't doubt it.
Makes sense.
I would not doubt it.
Tried to mark to make as much money as they did when they owned it. If they don't own it now, that Harmony Gold for animation cares about one thing, and that's Robotech. So
gotcha.
They kind of got they got Speed Racer for a little bit. It wasn't originally produced by them because they didn't exist at the time.
Yeah.
And so they came into the rights by accident.
Okay.
Gold does that. And if they sold it, they sell a lot of their rights. So
that might be what it is.
They squat on Robotech. They'll never get a Robotech. Robotech is Harmony's Gold baby. And it's just that's the way it is. It's never gonna change. And if they do sell Robotech, don't sell the Big West. Get out of Crunchyroll's clutches. Give it to Desco Media. Give it to any other anime company that exists.
Animego's the only other one I can think of right now. I wouldn't do Sentai, because Sentai's, yeah. They're hit and miss.
I have a lucky. So I bought a Sentai box set, right? For Love Chinibyo All of the Delusions. I got the deluxe edition. It came with the keychain, and it came with the eye patch. It came with all this stuff, right? And I had it came with the DVD and the Blu-ray.
Okay.
The DVDs were perfect. They played fine. I put the Blu-rays into my player to watch the Blu-rays, but I wanted to watch the higher definition one, right?
Uh-huh.
They were German region for some reason.
Really? Oh, that... Were you not able to replace it, or...?
Nope, I was not able to replace it. I talked to one of the vendors at the thing, and they said, "Well, that kind of sucks. I guess you have a rare collector's item."
That's insane. That's insane. Because I know...
rare collector's item from this print.
That's insane. Because I know Sentai still sells it. Not in that box set with the eye patch, but I know they still sell a Blu-ray set that's both seasons plus both of the movies. And
yeah, and I have all of them.
Okay.
The season 1 Blu-ray, which I may or may not. I have the DVDs. I don't really care too much to
Gotcha.
drop the extra money. I can watch if I want. Yeah, it'd be HD, but it's not
I understand.
Stuff that really needs to be HD.
I understand. Well, in any case, just so you know, they it's one of those that on at least their website, Sentai runs a lot of good summer sales. I don't know if they've even they might still have it going, but I know that that's one of those sets that I see frequently down to like the $20, $25 range, which, so at least for anyone who does want it, it's not prohibitively expensive. But that sucks. I've never heard of a situation like that, and I've never heard of a vendor doing something like that.
Yeah, it was an honest mistake, and I didn't know that when until I got home, and then it was years after I told them about it, so I didn't actually try to.
Yeah, if it was that much later, yeah, I
The
get it.
worst one though was I'm a huge David Lynch fanatic. I'm like #1 fangirl of David Lynch and his movies. I got a DVD copy of David Lynch's The Art Life, which is a documentary of David Lynch and his life, and I never opened it because I was just I didn't have time to watch because I work 2 full-time jobs, and I got this YouTube thing, so I don't have a lot of time to watch movies. When David Lynch passed, I was distraught. It destroyed me because he's my all-time favorite celebrity.
Gotcha.
And he actually reached out to me when I was overworking myself and said, "Hey, if the project you're doing has to be fun, or why are you doing it?" He came to me and said, "This is the celebrity did." So it meant a lot to me when he passed. So I opened this movie to actually watch Art Life, and I'm like, he's passed. I'm going to do this to, get a better feel of his life.
Yeah.
And I opened it up, and there's no disc inside.
Oh no, not
You know me?
Oh no.
Of course you do. That's because I'm famous.
I'm gonna order the disc again, but I was like,
oh my gosh. You know, I've heard of things like that with some people scamming where they take a disc out of something and re-shrink it. In fact, I'll tell you one, and it was from Amazon, and I don't know if someone had returned it or not. I had ordered and I've never replaced it. I just sent it back for a refund. It was a collection of the Twilight Zone, and I remember you could, because the clear cases on Blu-ray, you could look through and see it's like a 7-disc set, and it only had the last disc. It was just an empty box.
Wow.
And it's one of those.
Your money back?
Oh yeah, Amazon, it wasn't a problem. Although
Amazon's good. Amazon's good about it.
Although you do wonder on the other end if Amazon wasn't thinking he probably stole the discs. It wasn't me. It's whoever sent it back before me.
Yeah, but Amazon really trusts their customers. I mean, my brother bought some action figures from them. He got the wrong action figures, and Amazon said, "Keep those figures. We'll send you the real ones you ordered."
I love when that happens.
And they're action figures that nobody would. Of characters that nobody cared for, like the discount X-Men that showed up in issue. And she's a big he's a big person in the toy industry who shares pictures and all that stuff. He's like, what am I going to do with these? And they just gave him the toys that he ordered and said, keep these things. Nobody wants these monstrosities anyway.
Well, that's nice. Yeah, I've had good luck with the Amazon. I'll say it here right now. The one that I had bad luck with was Walmart. I've told chat this before. Walmart, I used to do some online ordering, and I kept getting a bunch of damaged stuff, and I do returns, and one day, without any warning whatsoever, I was permanently banned from Walmart's website from any shopping for excessive returns. And the worst part of it was, at the time, I was living with family, and because it was all tied into the address, everyone in my household was banned from Walmart.com with no possibility for appeal. And even to this day, it still ties into, they track a combination of address, phone number, and credit card. And so at this point, even though I'm somewhere else, I would have to probably change phone numbers, and I've changed credit cards since, but I'd have to still change my phone number just for the privilege of shopping at Walmart. Thanks, I'll pass. Yeah, Walmart's a bit crazy.
I do like Walmart in-store, because it's one of the few places in-store you can buy DVDs and Blu-rays still.
Yeah,
but that's about it.
Yeah, it was sad when Best Buy and now even Target seems to be discontinuing, at least online. I've noticed Target has changed, and their Blu-rays, at least that are sold and shipped by them, it has really shrunk. So, I don't know. And between that and go ahead.
Us being like the physical media collectors,
yeah,
the fact that like Blu-rays and DVDs are just are trying to not be a thing. Thank goodness Warner Brothers still likes doing DVDs at least. It just it's depressing. And
the good news is
I love my physical media.
Yeah, and the good news is you've mentioned Discotech. The good news is there are so many really strong. And thank you, Noodles the Wolf, for subscribing, if I didn't say that. Really appreciate it. Thank you for joining the channel. There are so many good third-party distributors who are able to license from most of these companies. There's struggles with Disney and 20th Century Fox licensing now, but you've got companies like Kino and Shout Factory still, and Arrow, Criterion on the anime front. Go ahead.
I'm now learning to love Shout, and I'm learning to love Shudder. If you're a horror movie fan, Shudder is so good.
Shudder, I'll check them out. I know Arrow might be Vinegar Syndrome, and Arrow might be ones you want to look into. In fact, Arrow, I hate to tell you, go spend more money, but for anyone who's shopping for physical media, Barnes & Noble right now has 50% off on all their Arrow titles for like the next month, and they generally do a really, really good job.
I might go to Barnes & Noble this weekend, and I have like a physical store near me. They're the ones who sold me the David Lynch disc too, though. So
really, you know, I hate to say this because it's slightly, oh god, I hate to say do something uncouth. You could always, in theory, order another one from Barnes & Noble and take that, if it's the same edition, you could take that one back and say, hey, this was missing the disc, and
I didn't open the disc a year later from when I bought it.
I know, I'm just saying it's the same barcode, so you could always, in theory, this is why Walmart probably banned me. You could, in theory, get another copy of it, and
I found the movie on $10 for eBay.
Okay, all right. Well, if that's the case, then that's different. Okay.
I'm the person who they mess up my order at a restaurant, and I don't complain. I'm that person.
I understand. You know what? I'm like that in so many occasions. I get that. Oh, I get that. Especially restaurants.
If you mess up my date's order, I might raise a little hell. If you mess up my order, I don't care.
See, I'm always afraid when it's with food because I'm neurotic, so I immediately think if I complain about this, yeah, they're gonna send me back a fixed one, but are they going to spit in it? I always think I'm gonna get someone who's gonna be angry that I made them fix it.
And the thing is, I have like the weirdest food allergies.
Oh.
I'm allergic to a lot of meat. I can't have any red meats. I can't have pork. I can't have marshmallows. I have the weirdest food allergies.
Oh, wow.
Whenever people hear about stuff, it's like, you have the weirdest food allergies. Cilantro tastes like soap, which I hear that's common. But also, avocado tastes like soap, and people are like, no, that's not how this thing works. I'm like, it works that way for me. I don't know, what do you want me to tell you?
I don't know what avocado even tastes like. I mean, I've tasted avocado, but to me, it's just kind of a...
If I explain it to what avocado tastes like, I'm gonna be wrong. Because to me, it tastes like dirty soap. And everybody else is like, no, that's not what it tastes like. I guess I just have screwed up taste buds, because that's what it tastes like to me. So I mean,
everyone's are different, so it could... Yeah, I've never heard that before. Actually, my brain's still going back to the marshmallows thing. It was like the red meat. Okay, I could see that because I've heard about meat allergies and red meat allergies. I've seen things on that. I have never heard marshmallow allergies. That is a new one.
The reason why I'm allergic to marshmallows is the gelatin inside of it.
Oh,
that's the byproduct from the meat.
Okay, that makes sense then.
So I can't have it because it's the meat byproduct. And like I said, I don't know, like by the time when I don't know, because I gave up meat in high school. So when I was doing my religious studies, theology is my main study. I gave up meat for some religious experiences, and I gave it up for so long that my body stopped processing it. And now it just rejects it entirely.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that before. I mean, it makes sense, but I've never heard that because I've heard plenty of like vegans and whatnot saying that eventually they went back to meat, and I never heard of that.
Well,
not being able to adjust.
You can wean yourself. You can wean yourself back onto it, but for me, it became an allergy for some reason.
I see.
And now my body just. Yeah, it's now an allergy, and I'm like, well, that's because I try to get back onto the meat at a certain point, you know. Back when I kind of disconnected from the church, from working with it, I decided to go back to meat and whatever, and then my body's like, nope, you can't have that. I'm like, damn it.
I didn't know, but going back to this, learning so much about you, I didn't know your main subject, and I don't mean to talk too much IRL life or anything if that makes you uncomfortable, but I didn't know your main subject was
I don't mind. So
theology. That's awesome.
I have a PhD in theology, and I worked as a nun for a good chunk of my life. There's a lot of good experiences as a nun. There's one very, very bad experience as a nun that I can't relive, and I'm not. Up, I will.
No,
that's something I can talk about.
No, not at all. I just find it's. Anytime I find someone who's studied theology, especially becoming a PhD, I just find that so interesting because I feel like I am one of the worst examples of Christianity, unfortunately, on the planet. I'm always the one who I want to be better, and but then I'm immediately telling people, don't look to me as an example, which I know is not the way you're supposed to live. But so that's very interesting, and that explains a lot because I've always appreciated with your model, and you mentioned the word before, modesty. And I appreciate that because I like models that are, you know, there are plenty of VTubers who I love, some of whom are my Oshis who do some of the scantily clad stuff. But I really appreciate the modest look.
Also, in a lot of my standard outfits, I also wear a lot of crosses.
Gotcha. I love that.
That's almost nothing to do with my religious beliefs or whatever. I'm not the type of person to wear the cross. Heck, if you actually look at me in real life, I'm I'm the gothic baddie vampire queen.
Oh, wow.
And trust me, you know, when I was actually in high school and going to churches, people were like, she doesn't belong here and stuff like that, and then I can out-preach them and all that stuff. And there's a lot of people in the church who are like, you taught me not to judge a book by its cover. You're like one of the most Christian people I met, but you dress like you're Marilyn Manson. I'm like, okay.
I love that. I love that. I love that. And that's just so interesting to me. I'm so happy I've met you. So you're no longer a nun, as you said, but you're still
I'm no longer a nun.
But you're clearly still practicing Christianity and everything. That always sounds weird.
I'm a practicing Christian. I'm still a practicing Christian. My belief now is to practice the direct message of Christ, which is to love the Sermon on the Mount, love the Lord with all your heart and love thy neighbor as thyself. That is what I strive to do. I strive to try to treat people as I would want to be treated, because that's not just a message in Christianity. That's a message in Buddhism. That's a message from various scholars. Just the golden rule: treat people the way you want to be treated. It's just such it's a self-evident truth that people just don't do, and I don't understand that.
No, I don't get it. I don't get it either. And I'm so, especially being someone who's not confrontational and stuff like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to, in some situations, there are some situations and some things that I'd love to be, even though I'm a bad example, would love to be a Bible thumper, but it's just not in my DNA. I'd rather just befriend you, and then if you are someone who recognizes you want to make a change in your life and want to talk about it, then I'm willing to talk to you about it.
And there's some scripture to back up that kind of thing, like live by example, knock the dust off your feet for those who won't listen, and sort of thing. I am strongly against preaching. I will not preach. I will never try to force my religion on anybody. If somebody is, whatever path someone's on is what they're on. That's God's will in their life. If God's will is someone to be an atheist, then that's what it is. It is what it is. I don't preach. Everything happens for a reason.
I think
that's my philosophy, so I don't preach.
I'm pro-preaching, but I think but for me, it's one of those things. There are some people that's their calling and that's what they're meant to do, and I just recognize that that's not the way for me to handle it. Because yeah, I pointed out before, some of my best friends I've made in this sphere, man, they are the type, there are plenty of people that are my best friends in this sphere, and they are just such polar opposites of me. But I love that too, because that leads to great discussions. I don't like surrounding myself with an echo chamber.
The VTuber community is so phenomenal.
It is.
Now, there is some echo chamber in the VTuber community, and there's some that are like hive mind mentality, and that scares me. I don't like hive mind mentality, but there is some of that, and you notice who those clicks are. But so there's some clickiness in there. But oh man, you meet people like amazing people like Lawnmower Girl, who's one of the most interesting people I ever met, and some other people that I love the VTuber community, and then you get to say things like, I'm friends with a former cosmic defender, I'm friends with a talking otter, I'm friends with a dragon, etc., etc. And you can talk to people about that. People are like, that sounds like an interesting life. I'm like, yes, it is. Come join us.
I love that. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And yeah, I'm thinking about, there are certain clips. And that's one of the reasons why, even though I use the phrase VTuber community, I also don't look at it as a community, because it is so individualistic, or I try to think of it that way, because I know there are some people who have talked before. There's one VTuber who I look up to, who's talked, I think at one point she was with a corpo, but she's said about how there is no community, everyone here, there are so many people, it's all based on individual relationships, because there are a lot of people out there who will stab you in the back, which is true with every industry. I mean, streaming is streaming, entertainment is entertainment. Probably even within the church, there's always going to be someone whose own ambitions.
Right. The pharisaical Christians who they hate me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
The pharisaical Christians hate me because I preach scripture and call them out on their nonsense.
Gotcha. Hey, well, at least if you're being if they're hating you for preaching scripture or talking scripture and you can actually point to it, then it seems to me you're the one who's on the right path there. Call me crazy. Like, come on in, the water's fine. Oh dear. Yeah.
Water's fine?
Oh, I was reading Noodles the Wolf's comment, talking about the come join us, come join the VTuber community like you were talking about.
Drink
come
the
on.
Kool-Aid, it's delicious.
Oh dear. Oh dear, the Kool-Aid. Hey, boy, there's a merch idea that won't backfire.
VTuber Kool-Aid?
Yeah, VTuber cool. I mean, we got gamer subs, I guess, so.
Yeah, I mean, so I know so many VTubers who do poggers and devs and all these other energy drinks, and they're fun. I did poggers for like a minute, and it's interesting.
Yeah,
it's a weird sponsorship. It's almost not a sponsorship.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't done any sponsorships yet. I'm always I never want to. One of my things is I always want to be careful and not ever sponsor something that I know I'm not drinking or eating or using myself. And I know there are some out there who unfortunately probably don't do that. They just they're excited because they've gotten a sponsorship. And
yeah, sponsor and like people who will sponsor anybody.
Yeah.
Like Poggers. And this is not me bashing on Poggers. Poggers actually makes a decent product, and this is me not plugging it. This is me have used it and tested it and thought it was pretty good.
Okay.
But,
well, they've emailed me, so I've heard of them at least.
When I say get sponsored by them, honestly, no, because they'll sponsor anybody, and you really don't get much money from it unless you sell a lot of stuff.
Honestly, I wasn't planning to, because that was back in like November. I got that email and
I think the only sponsorship I would take would be something like Aquafina or Smart Water or some water thing, and that's the only sponsorship I would take.
Well, I'm looking at my motto, Megs. He's right on this. We need a Raid Shadow Legends ad. We need the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. That's when you know you've arrived.
I think they just buy the YouTube ads now and play them on your channel regardless, because they're going directly from YouTube and no longer actually sponsoring people. I think, I can't verify that, but that's what it seems like to me.
That's too bad. I do remember. Oh, wow. I do remember when I first started watching VTubers, I would swear one of my Oshis was doing unless it was some other game, I know there was something where it was a sponsored mobile game. And I felt so bad because she was selling it and, begging people to join the lobby. And only a couple people were joining the lobby. This was like in the middle of a work day anyway, so there wasn't anyone to join the lobby. But it was one of those, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're trying.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably getting pretty late for you. I can, we've talked about so much. I wonder if this wouldn't be a good place for us to start.
It is 11:30 here. I mean, I think we're on the same time zone. Here's the thing. I prepared for tonight. I have 3 bottles of water and a Frappuccino Starbucks coffee sitting beside me.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'm prepared.
Oh, wow.
If you want to call it a night, I am perfectly fine with that.
I just wanted to make sure with you, because especially once you mentioned working 2 jobs in addition to doing this, it's just that
I'm on vacation. I took a week off of work.
Okay.
For this, actually.
Nice. Oh, well, let's go. I love that. Okay, tell me a bit more. I'd like to know a bit more about, I know you mentioned you mentioned the games you've got that are on Steam that were with your other model, and I know the one's like a visual novel. What can you tell me about that?
Okay, so the game is called Chaos Law, and I am illiterate, so if you read the actual Steam thing, it's not gonna make any sense because I can barely spell my own name. At the time when this thing, AI wasn't an option to help me spell check it, and I was too lazy to spell check it with the old-fashioned way.
Okay.
So
no worries.
So it is like, but the actual story is it is about reality and how we perceive it, and you're playing as two characters who are essentially the same character and living two different lives, and you get to see the game and genre completely change based on who you're playing. If you're playing as Akira, it's silly, it's goofy, it's fun. You fight samurai clowns. Zombies are speaking with British accents. It's just absolutely over the top, silly, fun stuff.
Okay.
And then you play as I, and it gets dark and horrifying, and there gets philosophy. Am I the person that I perceive as myself, or am I those who perceive me? There's these horrifying monsters. There's things where she puts a gun to her head because of she's having trouble coping. People telling her what's important in life, what's not important in life. Her trying to find happiness. Her trying to break out of her shell. Her trying to do all this stuff, and it's scary. It's weird. It's the stuff that would generally be portrayed as funny and entertaining, like samurai clowns become faceless monsters and stuff like that.
Wow.
And it's based on how one person, this person is essentially, these two people are essentially one person though. And it gets into some stuff like, the story in itself is kind of just like that, and also various characters. And you got like the Angels of the Apocalypse in it, as guardian angels, or villains in it. You got a high school teacher who literally changes his name to Mr. Hate Akira to pick on Akira, right? And he tries to blow her up with a mecha and stuff like that. And it's the funny part of it, and it's like it's something different. It's something I've been working on for about 10 years. I did all the artwork. I did all the music. Well, I did most of the artwork. I commissioned like a Dragon Ball Z scene of a guy powering up. I did some of the animation, not all the animation. I did some of the voice work. I outlived for a lot of those. I can't do the male voices. I can't.
Gotcha.
I'm not a guy.
Yeah.
I actually ended up hiring some professional voice actors. Some of them who were like in like TV shows and stuff like that, and I managed somehow, luckily enough, to get Yuri Lowenthal and Tara Platt.
Okay, I've heard of those names.
Yuri Lowenthal does the voice of Spider-Man, a lot of stuff. He did some work in Robotech, actually. He's Mark Rush. He does work in a lot of work in Persona. He's a very predominant voice actor. And his wife, Tara Platt, is usually the voice of Wonder Woman. She's the voice in Hyperdimensional Neptunia. And the thing is, I reached out to her to do a talking thing. We were just talking, right? And it was like on Cameo, and she was going to do a thing, and there was a problem with the thing where we were going to talk, and her computer went down. I'm still on the thing. I walk her through how to fix her computer.
Oh wow.
Right? And then she's very appreciative, and I said, "Hey, can I pay you to do this thing for me?" And she said, "Absolutely." And then I knew that her husband was Yuri Lowenthal, so I figured I'd shoot a line to him. And both of them agreed to be in this video game I made. And I was like, way to go. And they are When I was making this, one of the jokes I wanted the background characters to be voiced by celebrities. I wanted the zombies to be fully voice acted, and I wanted all the main characters to be partially voice acted. So they are the background characters. Background character A and Dr. Dentist are these celebrities, which they're cool with. They got the joke. They love the joke. So whatever. And I had to make a specific version for Yuri because he wanted to play the game, but he doesn't own a PC. He owns a Mac. So I had to make a special Mac. I had to reprogram the entire game to make it for the Mac so he could play it, which is fine. For him doing this for me, I didn't feel it wasn't even a chore. It was just something fun. And that's what that's about. The other game I made was Feast of Famine, which takes all the angel characters and puts them into a push-block puzzle thing. It was the first game I made. I don't think it's that good. A lot of people liked it, I guess. And to me, it's like, this is the game I made to make my other game. And I plan on making another visual novel when I actually get more free time. It's going to be a parody of Cutie Honeys and other magical girls. It's going to be a parody of Cutie Honey and 1966 Batman and magical girl series.
Okay.
If I do make that and you're interested in helping with voice acting or anything like that, I'd gladly put you in it.
I am always available. I am always available for a friend. I've told that to Lonnie as well. So if there's anything I can ever help you with something like that, I'd be honored, because right now you are, I just gotta sing your praises. This is amazing, all of this with the work you did, and to have done that and getting those voice actors through that perfect happenstance. Holy Hannah, I mean, I'm looking at, in chat, everyone's saying, whoa.
Yeah, I've been very blessed in my life. I also am a workaholic, and so I get a lot of stuff done, and I learn a lot of weird talents and stuff like that because I am constantly working and I never take a break. So
really, ooh, and see, I think I've got undiagnosed ADHD, because I'm the type who I try to do projects, but I feel like I just wind up spinning my wheels staring at a wall. You are so impressive. I mean, we've gone the full gamut, talking, the theology, and then suddenly, I programmed this game, and I did the music, and I did most of the artwork. Oh, and we also got these professional voice actors, and this is just the first one, and I've been working on it for 10 years. Wow! I am just so impressed right now. Man! Hey, Omegs, make a note about how much more talented all of my friends are than I am. I'm gonna have to put that in whenever I do another milestone.
You can't do that, because if I'm being honest, I'm impressed by what you do. So don't lift me up to a pedestal or nothing, because like I said, what you do for your channel and stuff that I see you do, your humor, your bumpers, your live stuff, and everything, you can't, do not belittle yourself, do not talk bad about yourself, do not think less of yourself for anything. You are phenomenal. Do not second guess yourself ever.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Raiko. I appreciate that. I really do. I'll let you in on a little secret. 90% of the time that I am ever belittling myself, especially in public. When it's in private, it's something else. 90% of the time, I would even go so far as to say 99% of the time that I do it in public, like on stream. Trust me, it is tongue-in-cheek. I know I have worth, so I appreciate that. I appreciate you looking at. In fact, I feel so bad whenever I'll post something on Twitter, like of some sad cat saying, this is me if you even care, and then suddenly I get Lawnmower Girl coming into my DMs like offering hugs or something. I'm just, it just fit.
We love you. We love you.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that. Just remember, it's all tongue in cheek. But the truth is,
I have so many friends who just are down on themselves, and I'm like, stop that. You're talking shit about someone I care about, and I won't have that.
I understand. I understand. I appreciate it. But I do mean it when I say you are super, super impressive. Because that really is, you have a wonderful gamut of skill sets, and I hope that with you saying you're a workaholic.
It's mostly a disorder, but I appreciate it.
I hope that with you being a workaholic, as you said, I hope that eventually, at least, you get time to slow down, or at least in a good mental space where you're able to slow down.
Why I VTubing is it's turning a game into work.
Yep.
So I'm tricking my brain into having fun when it's tricking my brain into relaxing and going to relax mode, but actually working, which I tell myself what it is, so I can relax that downtime.
Go ahead.
It's like that, and then I make a music video and have to sing it and mix it and all that stuff. So
But it's stuff that you love. That's and
it's stuff I love doing, yeah.
And I get that on the gaming thing, because I've said this on the channel. It's not so much of a tricking myself into relaxing, but I've said many a time that I stopped playing games and started getting rid of a lot of stuff because family and whatnot. I was convinced it was sort of the mentality of it's time to put childish things behind. Oh, these are games, these are toys, you need to be being productive, etc. So I wound up just collecting these things. I would buy them and I'd never play them. And so, and with movies and TV, it was never the same thing. I can stop and watch a movie and not feel like I'm wasting time. But if I were to, outside of streaming, sit down, if I were tonight after we finish streaming, if I were to sit down and decide I'm going to play a game, I would feel so uncomfortable. But playing it on stream, it's, as you say, it's like I'm transforming this relaxing activity into a form of work. So it's really given me an opportunity to finally play through some of these things and finally enjoy them, and turn them into something that is productive in being unproductive.
I wish I could actually tune into more of your Spaaace streams and forget a bedtime. But I love what you do. I love watching you play. I love watching you. I really like what you do, and it's not something I can do, and I think that what you do is very, very impressive. And the fact that you can do these old games and actually do physical media, that blows my mind. It really does.
I think you could do it. I've seen the VODs you've put up of things like Persona and whatnot, and
I emulate everything, so I mean I got a capture card and I was very, very confused. I tried very hard to make a capture card work, I couldn't do it.
Oh, there are little hopefully maybe sometime I can help you with it, because there are, like, my capture card is, so the weirdest thing is, the more expensive capture card I would get, the less they would work right. And it's almost like cheaper is better for this, because at one point I tried to upgrade my capture card, and it looked a lot better in OBS, but then outputting to another monitor for me to actually play lag-free, it was just a black screen. So I don't know what it is, but it seems like the higher quality you get, the less it works.
That's what happened. That's what happened to me. I got the Elgato model, and it just, I managed to make it work for a thing for my other past life VTubing career, and then now it's sitting in a corner collecting dust because I only be able to work that once.
Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes it just has to do with the frame rate of things going into it. Like I've said before, I use the for my older consoles, I use that retro scaler, which my capture card loves that thing. And now for GameCube, it would kind of be like what we were discussing with your Dreamcast. I use a digital output thing that converts it to HDMI, but keeps it in the original 480p. It doesn't make it high definition, and my capture card likes that thing. But as for the other like high definition converter things, I don't know how it would play with those things, but it seems the lower grade you go, the better it works. If there's ever anything I can help you with that, I'll be happy to.
The consoles I got are the Dreamcast and the Retron, which I'm sure you're familiar with the Retron. It has the Sega, Nintendo, and Super Nintendo.
Okay, is it?
Sport, and that's what I got.
Okay, so it's the Retron. It's the Retron 3. Then it's not the. You've got the one with the Game Boy slot.
No Game Boy slot. It's
Okay.
just like a white cartridge, a top loader.
Okay. All right. I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, and it outputs in. Does it output HDMI or is it outputting as composite?
Yes, HDMI.
HDMI. Okay, that might be. I wonder if that's the issue because I know that a lot of those Retron ones, the HDMI on them it's not true HDMI. It's just taking the composite signal and upscaling it to the HDMI. So I wonder if that might play into it. You might have better luck if you used, because does it have composite ports at all, like the old RCA jacks, or is it just HDMI?
It's kind of hooked up to my TV right now.
Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Hook up to my TV to see it.
No worries. That was just my first guess on that, because I'm not sure. But the Dreamcast, I would think one of those little HDMI converters, since the signal in it is already RGB, I would hope that the capture card would play well with it. But again, I don't know, and I don't want you to send you on a money spending journey down a rabbit hole because God knows I already did that and learned a lot, but my wallet learned more.
No. If I ever stop buying stupid stuff that I don't need, I don't think I could live.
You and me both on that. Let's see what all chat has said recently. Omeg's trying to get us to do a 24-hour stream. No, Omegs, she's got a Frappuccino, but we're not doing a 24-hour stream.
I have multiple Frappuccinos in the fridge, so I can do that. I can do it. I'm joking.
I can't.
I buy them for work, and I actually have I get them at Costco because I go to Costco, and Costco feels like a Mormon church to me. I don't know why.
Really?
I don't know why, it just does. And for some reason, I like that feeling, so I go to Costco.
Hey.
I'm sorry, it's weird.
No, that works. That works. I mean, that
I'm not a Mormon, by the way. I studied the Book of Mormon and the Pearl of Great Price, but I am not a Mormon.
Gotcha. No judges.
I digress.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to think. I've never been in a Costco. I've been Sam's Club. I've been in, obviously, and it does not feel like a Mormon church. It just feels like a warehouse of despair.
No, you're right.
And I've been in BJ's, which is another one that competes that they've got, which I never knew of until I moved here. I guess they've got them around the U.S. I don't know where all they are, but
I have an abandoned BJ's near my house. It's abandoned, and it's been out of business for years.
I'm going to guess that one does not feel like a Mormon church.
Nope.
I don't know what it really feels like. I will say it's the one in my area that I go to. It's a different vibe than Sam's. It does feel like it's lit better. it does feel cozier, even though it's the exact same type of thing. It's still, you know, warehouse type of food and sundries and everything. So, but it does feel a lot warmer than the Walmart Sam's machine. Boy, yeah. I did have something else I was going to ask you. Okay, so for classic consoles, you use your Dreamcast and Retron. So, what are some of your don't say anything that'll dox you or dox your age or anything you don't want to say. Obviously,
I live in Flint, Michigan. Everybody knows this. It's this a thing.
Okay, well, no, I meant on age or anything, but what I was going to ask was gaming-wise, what are some of your what really got you into gaming or got you into? I know we talked about this earlier with retro games, but what are some of your really fond like gaming memories that really have stuck with you that you can say without doxing your age or anything?
So I can't really dox my age in this because my family is a generation of nerds.
Okay.
And my grandmother's the person who got me into anime.
Perfect.
So I started on the older stuff that they played because that's what it was. Apparently my first game was Super Mario Brothers. Apparently.
Okay.
The game I first remember playing was Mega Man 3.
Ooh.
And that's the one that got me into gaming. In general, because Mega Man 3, just the colors popped, the art style was perfect. I couldn't read, but I was looking through the pictures of the books, and Mega Man 3 really got me into gaming. Got into fighting games because of Fatal Fury 2.
Ooh, okay.
That was a big one. Well, I made sure to get the MVS arcade cabinet specifically for Fatal Fury 2 because, oh boy, that's awesome.
Okay, I know you've mentioned the arcade cabinet to me when I was talking about that AES Plus. Okay, so it was Fatal Fury 2 then.
Yep, and you can hack the MVS2 to actually play pretty much any arcade game. I managed to make that work.
Ooh, oh wow, okay.
If you do get it, I can show you how to do it. It's really not hard. It's probably the easiest hack. It's easier to hack than a PSP.
Really? Well, I've never tried hacking a PSP, but I'll take your word for it. Tried hacking my
Ouya. It's easier to hack than modding a GameCube.
Okay. Oh well then, perfect. Because that wasn't too bad. It was just scary. Okay. So and Dreamcast. So Dreamcast is I guess that's your big classic console you hold on to. What got you into
my uncle just gave me a Dreamcast.
Oh
He's
wow!
Like, here's a Dreamcast. I'm like, are you sure I can have this? Like, yeah. Here's all the games. And I realized, so when the Dreamcast was made, the first model, the 01, if you see a 01 on it, can just play games you burnt. So you can burn your own games and play them on the Dreamcast if you know how to know the burning process, which is you use a Jaguar and at a specific speed, which is how they burned the Dreamcast game. You can just burn every game from the library and just play the games.
Oh wow!
And I used that to put NES games on there. I made so it browsed NES games, Sega games, Game Boy Advance games on my Dreamcast because I just know how to do that because someone's like, hey, did you know it can do this? I'm like, no. They're like, oh, it's the right model. You should totally be doing this. I'm like, cool. And then I just started burning a bunch of games. So I have like a CD book full of games for that and just can play all day, I guess.
Oh, I love that. And I know Dreamcast is something, as has been pointed out to me before, it's one of those systems that there are still third-party games being made for it, even though the system ended.
Yep, and that's kind of the reason why is because of that error in the first model, which can play all those, and we got a second model. It's not very hard to convert it to that model, so it can just play games from third-party things that are still being made. There's still, I think, a community for Fantasy Online called Bluebirds. I don't know if it's still going, but I think there's still some online capabilities that people are using. People mod their Dreamcast all the time. It's a very interesting and fascinating community that's still active. surprisingly.
That's awesome. I love that because that's one of those things I looked at I remember seeing games, new games coming out on Dreamcast. I would look that up on some of these sites, and then I look at my GameCube and it's like, so why aren't we getting any third-party discs on this? Well, that explains it. Okay. Well, it's probably hard to see.
Yeah, there's still NES games being made too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Like All Hell Unleashed is one of my favorite games, and that's fairly modern.
Oh, I haven't heard of that. Okay, what type of game is that?
So it's a horror game where you fight like classic horror movie monsters. You fight Chucky, Pinhead, Candyman, and you go through levels based off the movie, and they're very well done. Like they actually feel like the movie. The chiptune would be like the Halloween theme, or the chiptune would be like the music you hear from Child's Play, Hellraiser, etc. And all the monsters are little things that you would see in the movie. Even the sillier stuff like the Jack in the Box from Killer Clowns from Outer Space. And
oh my gosh.
It's just like almost every iconic horror movie from the 90s and 80s is in this thing. Candyman, Scream, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Just all these levels you go into, and they put a lot of work into it. And it's one that Lawnmower Girl actually said, "Hey, you're doing a Halloween special, right?" It's like, "Yeah, play this." I'm like, "Hey, what?" And I was like, "Okay, we'll do it. Let's go. Let's play this."
Oh wow, I love that. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up later. That sounds awesome. Yeah, because I know there's still, even with physical cartridges, there's still companies releasing stuff like Retrobit.
Something I always ask you is, what's your opinion on reproduction cartridges? The cartridges that have ROMs on them. I mean, I have some like Shin Megami Tensei If, Shin Megami Tensei 1, and Shin Megami Tensei 2, and Lost Bible, which were never actually had releases, but fans made ROMs of English ROM, and I got the hard copy so I can play them on my television.
Okay, well, first of all, let me say that I'm not against it. It's just like emulation. So I'm gonna say right off the bat, I'm not anti-emulation. I just don't really use it. I love stuff like that with the fan community doing it where you're able to play it on original hardware. I think that's awesome. As far as I have to look at it through a collectability prism. As far as reproductions go from a collectability prism, I'm more interested usually in the ones that are legally licensed, like when Limited Run or Retrobit or I guess Strictly Limited, even though I don't really like Strictly Limited. But when they'll put out an edition of something, a lot of times I'll order it or pre-order it. As far as the other fan-made physical copies that are reproductions, but they're not licensed reproductions, I think they're nice. I think it's awesome to have things like that to play through original hardware, to get that original experience. But it's not something for me that, unless it was a game I really just wanted to play that way, it's not the type of things I can see myself spending much money on. At least for me. But in the same breath...
100%. Like, some of my scenes are, like, really expensive. But generally, I found them for, like, $15.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could get them usually... Unless someone's trying to do some sort of a faux collector's edition, unlicensed collector's edition, yeah, you could get a lot of the those types of reproductions cheap. Even on eBay, I'll see... because I try to order original copies with NES games, and you got to be careful because you'll notice some listed as brand new for $10. Oh, well, if it's listed brand new, but it's a loose cartridge for $10, I know this is not original.
Right, it's slightly used. It has to be, right?
Well, it'll usually be a reproduction. It'll usually just be a reproduction, and they mark it as new, and eBay will let them get away with it. Yeah, I mean, my position on it is yeah, I think it's awesome. I celebrate things where you're able to play things on original hardware like that. I think the more, the better. In the same breath, though, I'd like to see more official licenses given where even though they would be expensive, but where we could get more physical copies that are, yes, reproductions, but still seen as a legal collectible type of thing. So, I don't know. I split hairs with it, I guess.
Yeah, that's something that I was talking to someone else about because they had because I'm a hardcore stream and comedy intensive fan, and I got that into it. And a friend of mine is a hardcore Fire Emblem fan, and the only way he could get a hard copy of Black Dragon was like that. And then we were starting to talk about it, and I said, I got a person I want to ask someone's opinion about that because they're into actual physical media, and I definitely wanted to hear your opinion on that sort of thing.
When I think about it, it's one of those things where if I were to do it, if there was something specifically, there hasn't been anything I can think of specifically, even though Fire Emblem is one I think of now. I think I would want to have a copy of the official Japanese version and then have that separate cheap reproduction that's been translated to English by the community to play. So that at least I'd feel like, well, I still own it officially.
Yeah.
So, but, it's funny you bring that up because I do know there is another retro streamer, another one who I count among my Oshis. You might have heard of her, Amiya Aranya. And I know that she does sort of a mix on her channel. She does original hardware as much as possible, and she does some emulation. But I know that when it comes to original hardware, she does play quite a few things from ROM cartridges, from like the flash drive where I played your Game Boy Advance game through my original hardware.
Right.
So she'll play like reproduction copies or ROM EverDrive copies of games so that she could play it with original hardware. Because she said, unless it's something that she loves, she's not going to go out and drop 50, 60, 70, 80, hundreds of dollars on some of these things that are so rare. It's just not feasible.
Right, exactly. And like Fancom games where you're not, if you don't speak the language, which my Japanese is very, very rusty. If I don't actually have to speak it almost ever, besides one person who keeps messaging me in Japanese on Twitter for some reason.
Oh wow, okay. I didn't know you even had spoke it. See, I don't speak a word of it.
I can speak enough to be a tourist in Japan and buy.
Oh, that's good.
Food, I guess.
You remind me though, because you mentioned Retron earlier. There's one Retron, which it's the one Retron that I have, and I did a stream even reviewing it, even though it's a few years old now. It's called the Retron 5, and that's why I asked about the Game Boy slot. So the interesting thing, there's good and bad. It's all HDMI. It plays like yours, Sega Genesis, NES, Super Nintendo. It also has a Famicom slot, and it's got a Game Boy slot for all the flavors of Game Boy, regular through advanced. But the thing about it is, it's an emulation-based console, so it's got an Android-based operating system. It rips the cartridge to temporary memory, and then loads it to an emulator to play it. And because of that, it has quite a few I would say it'll never be 100% compatible because there's no way to update it. So it's like 90% compatible, we'll say, across the board. But one of the cool things about it that I love, and I used again once on stream, is you can download a patch online, one of the translation patches for a Japanese game, like on Famicom or Super Famicom. If you find those patches online that people use to patch through their emulators, you can put it on an SD card, load in the game cartridge, and it will patch your game on the fly to play it in English.
Oh, I like that. That is very cool. There's some Famicom games that I have just for collector's items, like, I have the Akira Fancom game,
Ooh.
and I would definitely like to, know what it says.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, that's like the one. That and save states are probably the only two good things about the Retron 5. The Retron 5 is, unfortunately, it's one of those things that it comes so close to getting everything right and just misses the mark. It's one of my favorite reviews of it from an old channel that I don't think he produces content anymore. Not a VTuber, but Classic Game Room. I remember did a review of it, and he said, I don't know what it is, but it just feels wrong. I'm playing the games through this, and it's playing, and it looks fine, and it feels fine, but it feels off somehow. And that's the way I feel, and maybe it is because it's an emulation thing. It just doesn't feel... There's something about the console that even though it's physical, it feels like it's not physical. But the translation patches, yeah, that's enough of a selling point for me to have kept mine around, was just, like you said, play a Famicom game in English.
I think, no, mine must be a Retron 3 or something like that, because it doesn't have, like, a lot of that sort of thing. But it's probably still emulation-based, because the, when I was playing Shin Megami Tensei on it, it felt just like I was playing on a computer.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough about the Retron 3. I know Hyperkin has... I know their emulation products, they got in a bit of trouble because they were using emulators that that you're not supposed to use commercially. So they were trying to play it off as, well, we're not selling the emulator, we're selling the hardware. The emulator is just loaded onto it. And they say that, but they don't have any way for you to get into the software and change the emulators or update the emulators. So if that's the case, you're selling the emulator. If it's not an open console,
Right.
which if they were open consoles, I think a lot of these Retron consoles would really be something special, because the community, I mean, you know this, just like talk about language patches, the community would go in there and fix every single bug that Hyperkin won't.
Oh yeah, and you can open up anything. You're gonna get people hacking, like, was it the SNES Mini?
Mm-hmm.
But when I started talking to people about that, like, you're gonna hack your SNES Mini? I'm like, I can do that?
Yeah, I don't have an SNES Mini, but yeah, I've
The SNES, if you're into the physical media, the minis are okay, but they're still emulated based, and they feel alright, but they're still very... You're better off getting the physical media, in my opinion. Like I said, I got it as a Christmas gift, and then I hacked it to play Turtles in Time.
Nice. Yeah, that's sad that they didn't have the Turtles licenses on those. That's I mean, I know that's one thing that's probably hard to clear, but Turtles in Time, yeah, must own on Super Nintendo, that's for sure. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, those minis, because I've got from Christmases past, I've got a bunch of, not that, but like the Atari flashback systems, where they've just got the built-in...
I have one of the Atari flashback ones, the one that had Centipede on it.
Okay. That might be all of them. I think because it seems they put one out every year and add like 5 more games.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this one I got is the Flashback 2, and it has like 4 games on it. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Oh, I play Centipede.
Nice. Yeah, Atari is such an interesting... I love Atari, but... There's always a but to Atari. I love Atari, but I hate the fact that as much as I think every company should celebrate their roots and should celebrate their past games, I feel like Atari is that one company that they can't ever move past their roots. It just feels like everything, even the recharged versions. I know you mentioned before the recharged Atari games.
I love the recharged version, but they're the same game.
Yeah, I love them, but it's just every system, it's like it's a new version of Centipede, a new version of Asteroids, which is fun, except for the Jaguar, which was just a new version of awful. But I kid. I give the Jaguar a hard time. It's Jaguar, but though just too many mistakes with that one. But
I never owned a Jaguar.
Neither did I.
I played one for about 5 minutes, and then I moved to because my aunt decided to have a game room, and she bought all these weird video game consoles. So I went from the Jaguar to playing the Virtual Boy.
ooh, oh wow, and it didn't blind you.
Virtual Boy. No, my eyes were hurting afterwards. My neck was hurting afterwards. All the things that they said about it, of how awful it is true.
Yeah.
But I played the heck out of Wario Land on it, and Mario Brothers Chicken to Show stuff, and played some of it. I was like, okay, and then I was like, took it off. I'm like, oh my eyes, I can't anymore. Why did I think this was a good idea?
Yeah, well, the bigger question is, why did Nintendo think it was a good idea?
It was the worst idea. It's Nintendo's biggest failure. Well, I say that, but...
yeah, I'm gonna say it's probably I mean, when you look at how long it's taken them now to finally start embracing the nostalgia of it. It has taken a long time for them to even sort of embrace it now, I guess with like the Virtual Boy add-on stuff for the Switch too, but yeah, I don't know.
I saw that, and I'm like, who in their right mind? Other than Jack Bros, what game is actually worth playing on it?
I don't know. I was gonna say the only thing I could think of on that is that Wario is the Wario Land that was on that, because I played that one too, and the Wario Land on it was fun.
It was fun. Yeah, no, that was fun. That was fun. The Mario Tennis wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
They said it was 3D. I guess it was.
Yeah. Yeah, and that... I don't know. I know they wanted to get into the virtual reality craze, but it just seems like it just wasn't well thought out. It just wasn't well... Even the portability, because it's not portable.
Wasn't
no.
a thing then. What they thought was virtual reality and what they wanted to do just wasn't.
Yeah, it was just 3D. It was overcomplicated 3D.
Now, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's just 3D. Yeah.
Yeah, and even back then, I mean, if Nintendo had wanted to do just a 3D system, even then, there would have been way better ways for them to do that without a headset. There would have been ways, even with a set-top box, where if you were at least adjusting the image for each eye, you probably could have pulled it off. Oh, and Daylin in our chat is mentioning the other failures, the Wii U. Yeah, the Wii U sold well initially, didn't it? But then it kind of tanked. And the e-reader. Yeah, the e-reader, Nintendo's
I have both the e-reader and the Wii U. They're okay.
I've got the e-reader. I've never really done anything with it. I like the concept.
I got the Mario Party game for it, which was actually pretty fun with friends. We incorporated some D&D campaign and made it into more fun. And I also got a pack of cards that had parts of Mario 3 and Donkey Kong Jr. So I can scan the cards and play Donkey Kong Jr. It was just like, okay, so why didn't you just put Donkey Kong Jr. onto a cartridge? Like, you remember when the GBA SP or thing when they had released Nintendo games on the GBA cartridge for that specific... I had a few of those. I'm like, why didn't you just release Donkey Kong Jr. on that? Oh, because it could be a card.
The only thing I thought really with the e-reader, I know there's a version of there is a card deck version of Mario Party for it, which
I had it.
Yeah, and I've got it, but I never had anyone to play it with. I thought it was a neat idea, but it was also sort of okay, this would work maybe with a board game type setup, but I feel like, why wouldn't you just play Mario Party on GameCube at that point, or Wii?
Well, I mean, it was there's a board game that included video games that you could do, and if you didn't, you could roll dice or flip coins or whatever. But the games were like mini games, like drive a car as close to a cliff as you can, and the person gets closest to the edge wins without falling off, and like silly little games that were like, and that's what they were. They're and you had to do that to fight for stars, and whoever got the most star cards. Well, it was fun for the one time I did it.
Yeah, not a lot of replayability. I mean, I love the idea on its face of merging a board game with a video game type of thing. Almost reminds me of, I know on VHS, they used to have like the VCR board games where you would pop the VHS tape in, I guess, while you played, and that's something. Oh my gosh, we've got a raid coming in too. We've got a raid from Evie Avon. I'll wait for them to pop up. Let me read some chat real quick while they are showing up. Although in other, David Romig mentioned responses were, yeah, Nintendo did that. It's legit. Oh, are we talking about the oh, I saw someone on Facebook asking about Super Mario Duck Hunt cart. They bought because they used glop top instead of full ICs, which is a sign of a counterfeit fit. Okay, that's bizarre. Welcome in Eevee Raiders. Welcome in Sugar Life. Welcome in Waros. Welcome in Zappy. Welcome in Gvin. Welcome in Marble Fox. Welcome in Eevee. How was your stream? What were you up to? What else is being said here? While people are coming in, although in other regions the Super Game Boy 2 was released in the USA, didn't get past pre-purchase phase, so it's a failure here too. Yes, you mentioned that you had pre-ordered it, Daylin. I think WarioWare also had a card deck, but I don't remember for certain. I don't remember WarioWare having it. I'll have to look into that. But welcome in Eevee Raiders. Welcome in Stowaway. Welcome in Tony's Vinyls. How was your stream? What were you guys up to tonight? For those of you who don't know me, I'm Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, and this is Raiko Star. She has joined me tonight to talk about Robotech and games and physical media and VTubing and everything else under the sun. So if you want to stick around, we're going to be yapping still for a few more minutes. And if you need to take off, if you need to get some rest, if you need to, I don't know, manicure a gerbil, whatever you're into, that's fine. But we certainly appreciate you raiding in. Eevee, welcome in. How were you? We were playing pirates in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'm glad you had fun.
Hi.
Let it play.
Click the link and subscribe to
Yep, better click the link.
right now.
Do it, chat. Subscribe to Eevee. She's an amazing content creator. Well, welcome in, Eevee. If you need to get some rest, that's cool, but thank you so much for the raid. We're just doing a YAP stream here with Raiko Star. Hopefully someday we can have you on as well. So, what were we talking about? We were talking about Virtual Boy. And we were talking
about the e-reader.
And the e-reader.
Yep.
And the Wii U.
And about the Wii U, because we're talking about Nintendo's weird failures that they did, which I don't think the Wii U was a failure. I mean, it didn't sell well, but I loved it. I actually really enjoyed it. But then again, I also really like Bayonetta 2, but then Bayonetta 2 was also released on the Switch, so...
Gotcha. I've never played any Bayonetta. What type of game is Bayonetta anyway? Welcome in, Guy. Welcome.
It's kind of like similar to God of War, where it's non-stop action response timing sort of thing, and you like upgrade your weapons, and everything is over the top, like just fighting helicopters on motorcycles, crashing planes and buildings. You know, it's so over the top.
Gotcha.
Fighting angels with S&M gear, and it's just, what am I playing? And the whole time, but it's kind of feels like Devil May Cry, God of War, those type of games.
Gotcha.
It is super fun. It's super fun. A lot of people didn't like Bayonetta 3, and story-wise, I 100% agree. The story was terrible for 3 and ruined the franchise. But the gameplay was absolutely great, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Well, I hear Bayonetta mentioned all the time because I know there's always concerns about it being censored if it gets a remaster. I always hear that. Well, I hear that with
Okay,
every game.
Three, three was heavily censored, right?
Was
Like
it?
they
Okay.
took a lot of like anything like brief nudity and all that and language, and they cleaned it up for like a modern audience or whatever. And then then there was a thing on there where you called the naughty angel mode, where you just push that thing to switch whatever, and then it was uncensored. They kept the bad language, they kept everything in it, and it was the R-rated series that it always is.
Oh, wow.
And so you can play it on standard mode or naughty angel mode, where it's just Bayonetta. So they found a way to work around it.
Well, that's good. I mean, don't get me
You
wrong.
can
I don't
change it
always.
from naughty angel mode to standard mode too during gameplay. So I guess if your mom walks in or something like that, then you can just switch it over to standard mode. Like, this is a perfectly wholesome game, Mom.
Yeah, everything's cool. You know, that reminds me of something because I do remember Duke Nukem 3D on PC, and I've mentioned this, I know, at some point before. Duke Nukem 3D on PC, it had a PG-13 mode where you could turn off the blood and the exotic dancers because Duke Nukem. But I remember Walmart stores specifically in the 90s apparently had ordered every single copy of the game to be set into that parental mode, and they were all and because of that they were all password locked. So if you bought it at Walmart when it first came out and you wanted to play the regular mode of the game, you had to like call Apogee software, 3D Realms software, to get them to give you the password that it was locked behind. Because Walmart.
I get it, but I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I'm confused by Walmart deciding that we're going to be the parents of the world, as opposed to the later thing of, you know, ID carding everyone based on game ratings. Because I want to say it was the period where they already had the ratings on the boxes being mature, because like 1996, we were already into the game ratings era by then.
Yeah, I still get ID'd for games, and I just did it and stuff, and so then they always ask for ID. I'm like, this is a compliment, right?
Yes, it's a compliment. I tell you, I'm speaking for myself. The day that they stop IDing you, you're going to be asking, why aren't you IDing me? I'm even though I'm 21, trust.
The bad part, okay, the bad part is if I am at a bar or something like that, and I want a drink, right, and they have to show my ID.
Mm-hmm.
They won't believe that I'm the age that they say I am, and I'm about to have to fight with the bartender. I am a legal adult.
Oh,
I
wow.
showed you my ID. It's not fake. Give me my drink. And then sometimes that happens. So I'm like,
Really? Wow. Okay, that's impressive.
I'm a tiny framed woman, so.
Really? Oh,
you know,
okay.
Because I'm so small. I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I look like a child. I don't think I look like a child, but.
I get it. I've heard that before. I've heard that from I want to say I've heard a similar story to that before, but yowzers. I don't know why
You
that.
shouldn't have to fight people.
No, once you show the ID. Well, the problem is you showed the ID that said your name was McLovin or whatever that was. From what movie was that? Was that? Oh.
Superman been Batman.
Yeah. Oh, dear. I don't know why that's reminding me the weirdest thing I ever got carded on. And I was a kid at the time. I didn't have an ID, and I was with my parents. It was the DVD release of the made-for-TV movie, The Death of the Incredible Hulk. This is one of the made-for-TV Incredible Hulk movies from the 1980s, and I'm picking it up at Walmart, and because it's not rated, they said they needed my ID, and I'm still just, that's when I'm like trying to explain, but it's a made-for-TV. It's Lou Ferrigno. Why do you need an ID? It's Lou Ferrigno.
It's because those Crocs he wears.
Yeah. I guess it's just.
Did you see the HD thing where they actually showed it in HD and you could tell he's actually wearing green Crocs?
I've never noticed that.
Is that, I don't know if that's a real thing or not. That's something that somebody showed me. It might have been a meme. But it might be real, too. I don't know.
It might be. I haven't ever picked up the Blu-ray set of the series. But I wouldn't doubt it. Because I know there's some of the stuff that creeps into that with the framing. Because one of the things with framing, one of the benefits and the drawbacks of, standard definition TV is, because of the way in CRTs, the way the image is projected, your old school TVs will crop about 10% of the picture. So it's something that it might not.
It's just like the 4.3 view, yeah?
Well, it's not just, it's beyond the 4.3 view. What it is this is all the way around on all sides. Because the way that CRTs project the picture onto the glass, there's like, the TV will automatically lose like 10%. So TV shows and video games and, bless you, they would, they would implement something called like TV safety. So everything that would be shot like for news stations or whatever, they would shoot it with the assumption that 10% of the image is going to be lost. So that's one of the reasons that once you watch it now on a modern TV and it's opened up, you'll see just a tiny bit more at the top and the bottom. Well, it's the reason that if you play an emulated copy of a Nintendo game, sometimes you'll see weird graphic junk at like the top of the screen or the bottom of the screen or on the side.
Noticed that.
Yeah, and normally the TV, just because of the limitations of a CRT TV, it would cut that off. So it could be a case where maybe the Crocs weren't visible, not even because of standard definition, but maybe just because of the screen cutting it off. I don't know. I'll have to take a look at that sometime. But that's interesting.
I saw on a meme, and it could have been just a meme, but I think there was actually some truth behind it.
Probably.
That he actually wore green Crocs that actually blended in with his costume, so he didn't really think about it too much.
Probably. Yeah, well, they never, I mean, back when they were shooting these things in the late 70s through early 80s, no one was thinking about home video and people going back and looking these things over and dissecting them. So that could be it. Gosh, it's hard to believe. It's hard. It really is hard to believe that when TV shows were coming, now that I'm thinking about it, when TV shows were coming out in the 50s and 60s and 70s and even 80s, outside of the possibility of reruns, it was something that potentially could have been lost forever and never seen again. It's really amazing how that's changed.
During that time, they thought that in 1999, a spaceship would crash into Earth with robo-technology. So,
Yeah,
that's
true.
That was.
Oh, well, yeah, and you say 1999, and I immediately think, too, there's a TV show, which I love the first season of, a sci-fi show called Spaaace 1999, and the whole premise of it in the pilot is, in 1999, and this is 1970s, so they were aiming high. 1999, we are living on the moon, and there's a big moon base, and we're transporting all of our nuclear waste to the moon to dispose of it. Yeah, so everyone's on this moon base, and suddenly the nuclear waste ignites and it sends the moon rocketing out of orbit like a spaceship. So the whole premise of the show is the surviving inhabitants of Moonbase Alpha are flying through space on the moon trying to find a new planet to call home. which
in 1999.
in 1999, September 13th, 1999 to be exact. I remember that because apparently they used to do their Space 1999 conventions. They'd time them for September 13th and call it Breakaway Day. Oh boy, well, I mean, at least they had a date set. Yeah, I don't know what it is with 1999. And even the early 2000s, I'm thinking Robotech you mentioned, and Transformers the movie. I remember the Transformers the movie from 1986, the opening narration after the credits. It is the year 2005. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, you watch them now because they didn't think that either A, didn't think we're going to be watching these old shows,
Yep.
or they actually thought that maybe this could be the thing, and it's like,
Yeah.
huh, you guys had very high hopes.
You did. You did.
For humanity.
Yeah, at least Back to the Future 2, they admitted, hey, this was meant to be, 2015 was supposed to be a parody. We never expected you to have flying cars. Well, good, because we're not getting them. We don't even have the dust repellent paper. The only thing we've got is the $50 Pepsis at this point.
I mean, there are the shoes that tie themselves. You can actually get those.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did a special thing with those, didn't they, as like a limited edition?
Yep, and there's stuff in the medical field that's actually a thing too. But nobody uses them, and so they kind of went away. This medical thing or self-tying shoes, that kind of went away because nobody used them because it's a stupid thing when you can Velcro your damn shoes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was, because the only thing I knew of was that Reebok or something had put out a limited edition for the Back to the Future anniversary, or Nikes or whatever.
So there was actually a thing for Back to the Future. Okay, I didn't know that. I just knew that it's for medical purposes.
I didn't know that. That's so cool.
These shoes did exist, but I know a lot of weird medical stuff. I've been working in the medical field for 13 years now.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Well, boy, learned something new every day. I don't think I've ever heard anyone mention that before. And I've heard people mention before the power laces, but no one ever mentioned that was something that already existed in the medical field. That is... I agree it's stupid, but that's good to know it was there.
Like I said, there's a reason why it doesn't exist now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just laziness. Zappy saying self-lacing shoes sounds cool. It sounds cool, but it is kind of, I mean, why? I get it, but it's just why.
Slip-on shoes. I mean,
yeah.
Heck, at this point,
At this point, that's what most of it is anyway, it seems, instead of people tying their laces. So, yeah, I can see that. What else? Okay, now you mentioned the Wii U. Just to delve into that for a minute, because I know you're not the only person who's mentioned liking that system. I think Lonnie mentioned before about it being underappreciated. What are some of your really, or do you have any fond game memories specifically for the Wii U? Because I never really played one at all, except maybe as a store demo.
The big thing is, Bayonetta 2 was the biggest one for me. I played some of the Mario games. The game that came with it had like a party game where you could actually play with people of like going to a ghost house or being in Samus's gunship. And it was like showing all their properties and actually trying to showcase it. It actually was a game with a party game, and that game was super fun. Excuse me.
No, you're fine.
There were, I said that it didn't have, like, I also liked Splatoon on it. Splatoon was great.
Okay.
So, yes, so I played Splatoon on it. It's like, it had, some new games. Most of the games were transferred to the Switch, so it's not any, like, major unique things. But when it came out, and that's the only way to play those games, they were actually cool games. And I liked touchscreen pad. I love that you could like do a lot of stuff with the touchscreen. That was cool. I like the privacy mode, so you can when you're playing your game, if you have like play a game like Bayonetta 2 or something that was more edgy or whatever. And if you had like kids or something of that, I don't, but if you had something like that, or you live with people, and you could play on your thing and have the TV have a curtain over it. I think that was actually probably put on there for other purposes, but it also had a web browser. I'm not judging anybody, but I think that might have been part of the reason. But I thought that was a cool little gimmick.
That is. That's interesting.
So I like the privacy mode. I like the touch screen. I thought the control pad, even though the pad felt cool. The fact that you could have two screens. We're doing couch co-op where you didn't have to do split screen. One person had a screen in their hand, and the other person had the big screen. Was very useful. It was very had a lot of cool gimmicks to it. It's just that it just didn't sell well, and it didn't really have the library that it deserved, I feel.
Gotcha. I'm thinking about that too, that you mentioned about the dual screening and with multiplayer games. It seems like that was an evolution even of on GameCube, because I know GameCube, there are a few, very few, but there are a few games which were designed for you to multiplayer connect Game Boy Advance and play certain...
I played Four Swords and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, not like that?
Yeah, those two, and there was one multiplayer, bless you, there was one multiplayer Pac-Man called Pac-Man Versus, where you had one player who would be...
was so cool.
What, the Pac-Man Versus?
Yes, I absolutely adored that game.
And I've never had a chance to play it. I have a copy, and I never had anyone to multiplayer play it.
I think they released another version of it on Steam.
Did they?
I think. I'm not sure. I know it had a re-release on another console. I just don't remember which console. It might have been the DS. It's either the DS or Steam. I don't remember.
I'll look into that, because that's interesting, because I do, even though I never got to play, I think that that's just such a brilliant idea for a game, to have the main screen, someone playing Pac-Man and everyone on their gamepads playing the Ghosts. I just think that is...
It was a blast.
I can imagine.
It was. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I wish I would have gotten to do that.
I had a friend who bought all those specific games, and because we all had Game Boys, so we'd bring it over to their house, and we'd just do that. It was a good time.
Nice. Yeah, the only reason I know the only reason I wound up with Pac-Man Versus is because it was a pack-in with Pac-Man World 2. And it was like a dual game release where it came with that as a bonus in addition to Pac-Man World 2. And I've never really even played Pac-Man World 2, but it was one of those things that I saw and it was, oh, 2 games? Okay, sure.
The only Pac-Man World I played was, I played emulation version, because I got an R4 card and I put a lot of like ROMs on my DS. I played an emulated version of Pac-Man World 3. It was a bad emulation because I couldn't finish the game because the game just said, nope, no bosses in this thing, you're never going to show up. I'm like,
oof.
Well, it was a free thing, I guess I can't complain.
Yeah, that's...
Always support the official release because you're going to get the actual experience.
Oh.
I'm saying this. I command it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I have nothing against emulation, though, because I've said the one good thing about emulation, and the main reason I support it is because people can't afford all these a lot of these games. I don't want stuff to be lost to time. I would rather I would give up every game in my library, and if it meant that these games would never be lost, then yeah, I just don't want to see them eventually lost to time, because we've already seen, I wonder, especially less on consoles, I wonder on computers how many games have been lost to time, even from like the floppy disk era, because there are, when you go searching for floppy disk games on eBay, it seems like there are a lot fewer than there actually were. And I have the feeling everyone was just throwing them away. I think when people were upgrading their computers and they weren't working, if they weren't donating them to a Goodwill or a Salvation Army, I think they were just throwing a lot of these old because they didn't have the boxes, just throwing the floppy disk out and as just old media that didn't really matter. And it makes me sad.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that, and it's just like, floppy disks are not the most durable things in the world either. So, I mean, and damaging them, or, you know, damaging the content with, I think it was magnets that could damage it.
Yep, magnets, yep.
My dad instilled the fear of magnets in me, because keep that away from the VHSs, keep that away from the floppy disk, keep that away from the magnets are the devil. Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's the truth, and I know for sure how powerful they can be with audio tapes, because when I was in college, when I was studying some radio production, they had tape degaussers, which were just a little plugged-in electromagnet that you flipped on, and you'd put the tape on top of it to wipe it, and after, you know, 4 or 5 seconds, that there wasn't anything left on that tape. It was gone. So, yeah, magnets are the devil.
That's why all the space alien stuff is gone, and there's no proof of magnets.
Yeah. That makes sense. I love it. What do we have here? I had a 3.5-inch floppy fail after installing Excel on my Mac in college. Excel required several floppies. Having one die made the rest of them useless. Oof. Yeah, no, in fact, I've picked up floppy disk games on eBay. I haven't even checked the disc. I just picked them up so that I could say I legally owned the game, and then I'll just find a copy of it on archive.org, because 90% of your old floppy games are on archive.org, it seems. Thank goodness.
Is there a way to make older games run on modern PCs? Because I have the Spider-Man cartoon maker from the old Spider-Man serial.
Okay.
I have that, and I had a lot of fun with it as a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and it was something I really enjoyed. It's like a little thing where you can make Spider-Man cartoons, and I would love to do that for like a stream or something, because it's just so much fun, and I can't get to work on my computer.
Okay, is it, I'm assuming because it was with Serial, it's a Windows. It's Windows, right?
Yes, Windows. I believe it was Windows 90.
Okay, so one of the older Windows. I have only used it for one stream, and so far, or 2 streams. There's an emulator program called 86box, and what it does is it will emulate it creates like a virtual PC, and it's free, thank goodness. It creates a virtual PC. It's almost like DOSBox. It'll section off a part of your hard disk and pretend to be, it has a number of different PCs on the list. So it'll list like a compact with such and such speed.
So, in theory, I could play DOS Mega Man 3, I could play Chex Mix game. I got these weird game collections that I have. They're PC games that I just happen to have, and I don't want to part with them because I want to see if I can make them work.
For the
those ones I can work on.
For the Windows ones that won't work, 86box you could try, and the only thing with it is you do have to install, which you can get, you know, somewhere like Archive or something, I assume. You do have to install your own copy, I think, of like Windows 95 or 98 or XP into it. I've got mine set up with like... I've got my
2000 disc, I think.
Okay. And I don't know for sure. You'll have to read up on 86 box because, like I said, I've only used it twice. I've got mine set up with one of the Windows 98s, and I used it for a couple games, and it worked really, really perfectly. It was like running a Windows 98 PC. For the DOS games, like the Mega Man, because I did these a long time ago as one of my membership things. When I first opened memberships, it was if we got so many members. I played both the DOS Mega Man games. There's a program called DOSBox, and there are a number of different versions of DOSBox, but just the regular version of DOSBox is the one you want. It's all mostly command line. So I know there are front ends for it where you don't have to use a command line, but DOSBox is such that you can tell it what speed you need the computer to be. You can tell it how you want the sound driver. It's pretty much got sound stuff and joystick stuff already integrated. It's got keyboard mapping integrated where you can map stuff from you can map gamepad stuff to keyboard commands. Oh, good night, Grim. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Night, Grim. Hope you had fun.
But yeah, DOSBox. I'll send you. I'll try to find some links. I use an older version of DOSBox, but yeah, DOSBox that's pretty much been the go-to now for running DOS games for, I don't know, I want to say like the last 10 years. It still isn't even at version 1.0. It's at like version 0.44 or something like that.
Huh.
But yeah,
something to look into.
Yeah, DOSBox. In fact, DOSBox is one of those things. The website Good Old Games, GOG, they use it for a lot of the games that they sell. So a ton of the games that you pick up on there will already have DOSBox in the game folder. So you can probably, like, for some of the stuff I've installed, with DOSBox, I've taken the pre-written command scripts for those Good Old games and just tweaked them, just changed the directory of where the game's supposed to be found and changed the speed and things like that. So it's what DOSBox is one of those things that looks intimidating, but it's really pretty easy to use once you start.
Kind of like the MAME emulator for the arcade.
Yes.
That took me a little bit to learn, but once I got it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of MAME-like. Yeah, I'd say MAME is a good comparison. MAME is a good comparison. In fact, gosh, I think DOSBox is even integrated into some of the MAME front ends now. I don't know how well it works. You're probably better off running it outside of MAME. But yeah, DOSBox, and it's pretty easy. I'd be happy to help you with that.
I have ran emulators inside emulators, so...
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah,
Oh, okay.
Weird emulators inside emulators. I had my Sega running a Game Boy emulator. Sega emulator running a Game Boy emulator for reasons.
Oh, wow. Okay, and is that your, is that on PC or on your Dreamcast?
It was for a Game Boy Advance, like, SD card thing. So it, for some reason, wouldn't read Game Boy games, but it would read Sega things for the specific emulator. So I tried to convert these Game Boy games into Sega ROM emulators, so the Sega emulator could run the Game Boy games. It was a weird thing that I had to do to make it work, and it was very bizarre, and I managed to do it. It was a weird model card thing that I couldn't tell you what it was called. But
Gotcha.
It was like something that was plugged in for the Game Boy.
Okay, well, still, that's...
The Game Boy Advance. There's a Game Boy Advance plug-in sort of thing, which is weird that it wouldn't run a Game Boy emulator, right?
Yeah, that is. That's... Yeah, I don't understand that. That's a new one for me. You just reminded me, too, because of... I don't know why that reminded me. I did meet... One thing, breaking away from games, a little bit of whiplash here. I wanted to go back to your music, and I know we mentioned you talked a bit about the Sonic anniversary thing you did. I wanted to ask about that earlier today, leading up to tonight's stream, you had reposted on Twitter a Robotech music video you'd done. Is that something recent that you did, or is that something that was a bit older?
Yes and no. So this is a remake of a remake. Here's the thing, I released the original version, and I really like the song. I love the melody I compose on it, but the vocals, in my opinion, are not good for the original song.
Okay.
So I wanted to isolate the vocals more, make it sound natural. I recorded this with a microphone that wasn't a high quality microphone, and I wasn't really good at mixing the pitches right, so to me it didn't sound right.
Okay.
So then I rewrote the song a second time. I still wasn't happy with the second version of it, and I reached it as a short. This time I decided to go more power metal 80s. I changed some of the lyrics because there's stuff I know about Robotech that a lot of people don't know about Robotech.
Yeah.
And one of the lines was talking about the Mars base. The Mars base is called Sarah.
Okay.
Nobody knows this but me, even though it's on the Wikipedia and it's in some stuff. Nobody knows this but me for some reason. So I changed it to Lisa, the character, to actually make it more sense. And I gave it more power rock, and I isolated the vocals. The vocals in this sound more natural. They sound more human, I guess, because I'm still using the pitch change, but it's less digital. It sounds better in my opinion, and this is the definitive version, which I was working on for a while. I didn't have to do too much mixing of them besides adding the power guitar and the guitar solos, really, and just record some of the vocals and isolate some of the ones that already sounded good, and just put it all together to make this. And I did this one in about a weekend, so it's like got done in like 2 days. And it was kind of a thing that I was going to re-release on my channel, but I figured it was a good time as ever to do it for a promotion for this thing.
Gotcha.
I hope it worked.
I loved it, so I appreciate it.
I'm still gonna release it on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Just some people got a sneak peek. Yay.
I love it. Okay.
And the background stuff, and I had to re-record the music video to add more background stuff, to add more art, to add more stuff. I own none of that, by the way. Thank you, Carl Masek, for having that stuff made. Don't sue me, Harmony Gold.
No lawsuits here. Just watch the YouTube and make sure you don't get a copyright bonk. That's what I have to do on everything. So
I always get copyright bonked on the weirdest stuff, though. So
really?
I got copyright bonked on what's the Night of the Living Dead. It's a public domain movie.
Yep.
There is a song that is owned by Universal that I edited out in there and made sure it was completely fine for public domain. Some rapper sampled a line from their Aim for the Head, and it copyright bonked me because this musician had to aim for the head in his song from a public domain. I fought that and said, okay, let me explain to you legally why that he does not own this line from a public domain movie that he sampled from this thing. And it's always weird stuff like that. It's always stuff like a rapper sampled it, or somebody sampled it from the things that are actually okay. Yep. And they're getting and it's like that sort of thing. And I'm like, no. And we had my Persona videos, and Atlas already cleared anybody using their music for anything because Atlas is cool like that. But because they're cool like that, some people sample their music and claim it as theirs, so they have to fight. I'm like, I'm not fighting with it for this. I'm not going to make enough money on advertising to actually do this. I get more money on tips, so I'm just not going to worry about it.
I hear
and
you.
I'm like, well, you can share the money with the person who owns the song. They don't own this song. I'm not going to share anything with them. Oh, one that I hated the most is I did like I made a 8-bit chiptune version of Video Killed the Radio Star. Which, okay, if Bugle or Warner Brother Records, I think Warner Brother Records owns that.
Yeah.
Copyright claimed me for this, I'd be okay with it. I get it. I'd take it down, I'd do whatever because they technically own this song. No. Somebody else who sampled the song, not the 8-bit version I made, because I remastered it completely 8-bit, claimed they owned it, and it's just like, you can't make any money off this, I want all your money. I'm like, I just won't monetize it.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, if you were Bugle, if you were the record company, I would totally agree, but I'm not going to share my money with someone who's claiming. It wasn't even the same song. I heard the song that they were claiming, and I'm like, this doesn't even sound remotely similar. What are you doing?
I'll tell you, it isn't the thing is, and this is YouTube being stupid. It's usually not even them doing it. It's YouTube's own copyright system, the AI that picks it up and mispicks it up.
The AI doesn't know what it's doing.
Yeah.
And I've threatened the AI a few times, and sometimes it actually. Okay. When I have a problem and I can't email the person, I become a ferocious lioness, and when my businesswoman personality comes out, I have DID, so I actually have multiple personalities. She is a tyrant, and she scares the hell out of people.
Okay.
And when she does that, I guess she won a few of the things by hitting the books, breaking the law, and all this stuff. And I've read some of the stuff she typed up, and I'm like, okay, remind me never to piss off this side of me.
Oh my gosh. So I get copyright flags all the time. I only had one full, I had one copyright strike, which I fought and I won. And it's sort of a public domain thing too. But the copyright flags, with either trying to share the revenue or take the revenue or whatever, I always fight those as fair use. Every single time. I've got a number of pre-written things that I say, and just with this being such and such, this was, like in my case, a gaming stream. It is a transformative work and should be considered fair use. 9 times out of 10, it gets one. Either it gets won by the supposed copyright holder coming back and dropping it, or they aren't paying attention, so 30 days passes, and then YouTube just sides with me. I had one instance where I pushed back hard, and I appealed it, even though it's something where the big problem with YouTube is if you appeal things, is when they say if you appeal it, you run the risk of being demonetized or being given a. There was one where I appealed it because it is a song that I have an actual paid license to, that I had used for something, and it was someone claiming it now, some AI company, and thankfully when I pushed back harder, they went ahead and dropped it then. But all the other music things I usually get cleared up. It just takes time, and the ad money's put in escrow. The one time with the public domain thing, it wasn't just a line with shot in the head, but it was when I was first starting. I was going to do a watch along for Christmas of it's a movie. It's just called Santa Claus, but it's Santa Claus versus the Devil. It's some Mexican Santa Claus movie where Santa Claus is facing off against Pitch the Devil. It's just this really bad B movie from the 1960s, which wound up on Mystery Science Theater. It is fully in the public domain. I was using not only my own public domain copy, but a copy I did some additional remastering to myself, and it was getting picked up by Shout Factory, because they own Mystery Science Theater. And it gave me when I was just trying to test doing the stream, which I never got to do. When I did a test of it, it gave me a copyright strike with the test stream that I just had running as an unlisted video. I fought that. Shout Factory released the copyright strike, so everything seemed like it was fine. But then when I tried testing it again, I immediately was getting a copyright flag for it again. Not a strike, but another flag where Shout Factory was claiming this public domain movie as theirs just because it was in a Mystery Science Theater episode. And so I wound up at the last minute just having to completely change what the Christmas stream was going to be. But yeah, that's probably the worst of them I've had. But I'm a firm believer in fight all of these things with fair use arguments, because it's such BS what people claim.
I had one like that with Santa Claus versus the Martians. Turns out, and they said, no, you can totally run this in the U.S., and you are in your right to do this. But it's not public domain in all these other countries, and we're not going to say you're wrong to say this. We're not going to do anything, but we're going to block this in other countries.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, no, I'm not going to do this and exclude, because one of the countries was Russia, and I had a huge Russian audience at the moment. I'm like, I'm not going to exclude my Russian friends who probably aren't going to watch this anyway.
I gotta tell you, it's always Russia. I've left my stuff on every time I do a karaoke stream. Every single time. It is blocked in some countries. I check Russia. I don't know what it is, but Russia blocks every song. I don't get it.
Yeah, Russia's weird about that. Now, the weirdest thing I do have about copyright, and I don't know if I told you about this before, I get copyright struck on my own music.
Really?
So this is one where I said, you cannot use this. This music is owned by Raiko Star. They said this is the copyright holder of this is Raiko Star. You cannot use this. I'm like, I'm Raiko Star.
Oh
I am Raiko Star. My picture, the picture of me that is my PFP, is the cover of the album. What are you doing? And I had to go to my record company and actually had them to explain to them that's like, no, Raiko Star is Raiko Star. We represent Raiko Star. You have to let Raiko Star have her music. And it is like, and I felt really bad that my record label had to get in because I had to bother them about it. So they had to write something up to prove that I was me when the music, the song was on my channel beforehand. My picture's on the cover. The licensing and all that stuff is all under my name. So it's like, how do you screw that up? And it didn't happen once, but it happened several times.
I want to say I have heard that story before from some other VTubers who have done some original music. That sounds very familiar. I don't know why the YouTube AI, the copyright on this site is just a busted mess. I don't get it. I don't get it, except that the AI is writing its own code. That's what I always say. Luciano is saying, I don't know. How can I know that Raiko Star is Raiko Star? Okay, fine, Luciana. It's kind of sus that both look the same. Okay, thank you.
I've never seen Raiko Star and Raiko Star in the same room at the same time.
Nope.
I'm just saying.
Nope, you prove it to me. You prove it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. I'm trying to think what other weird ones. I know I've seen people get flagged for, in fact, I think I did it one. Oh, yeah, that was one with me. Get the AI picking up, like you were saying before, picking up songs that it wasn't even the same song. I did a stream of Duke Nukem 3D, the Christmas DLC or add-on pack from the 90s, Nuclear Winter. I did that for one of my Christmas themed streams, and the song playing was a MIDI version of Walking in a Winter Wonderland. The AI claimed it.
That would actually get you.
The AI claimed it as Summertime Blues.
What? Really?
Yep.
Really? It's like the 8-bit thing. I converted from a MIDI for video killed the radio star. So yeah, it might just have trouble understanding MIDIs.
Yeah. Well, I've heard it even with, I don't remember. I know there was another VTuber. She was singing, I think, an anime song, and it got claimed as something by Britney Spears. I don't get it. Master Shiro, welcome in. Hey, no worries on the late Eevee raid. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think what other weird ones have happened with me. I know I've had some. Oh, one, it's never demonetized me. I've got two that they are listed as music that is licensed on YouTube. So it's something where it gave me a copyright flag, but it said you're still free to use it and it won't affect your monetization. One,
no, I got a few of those.
Yeah, but it was stuff that didn't make sense. I was playing Maniac Mansion, and there was just a beep sound of an alarm going off. It was just like an MS-DOS beep. It was just this doop, and it got flagged as some random song, and I don't get it. And the other thing was, which I've stopped using, I used to open a lot of my streams with the sound of an old 56K modem. I stopped doing that because recently it got flagged as being part of some copyrighted music on YouTube. And it's a 56K modem sound. It's like you with the shot to the head or whatever in Night of the Living Dead. I don't get it.
Yeah, like the problem is that you'll take things that have been sampled from other stuff, which legally in their right they're allowed to sample.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we are legally allowed to sample, but the AI doesn't understand
Exactly.
the date that things were released or whatever. Like, it doesn't understand that the 1968 Night of the Living Dead was released in 1968, and will think, oh, well, this 2015 song came out first.
Yeah.
It didn't, but, the AI doesn't know that.
I'm trying to think. There's one other thing. Oh, just one, and this isn't a music one. This is with footage being blocked. Excuse me, footage being blocked and a stream being demonetized. It was someone else had been doing a playthrough of one of the Metal Gear Solid games. And they got flagged with copyright by someone else's playthrough of a Metal Gear Solid game. Not by Konami, who actually owns the game, but it was someone else who was just abusing the copyright system and I don't know how they were doing it, but they were abusing it apparently to flag every other Metal Gear Solid stream as if it was their playthrough, even though the playthrough didn't match theirs, and it wound up where she couldn't win the fight. She fought it with YouTube and fought it, and finally just wound up having to give up, even though they never would answer the question. So why does this person own the explain to me how this person owns it and not Konami? But yeah, I don't get it.
That's the point where you would have to take it to court, and nobody wants
not
to
for
take
a
it to
YouTube
court
video.
because court costs are a pain in the neck, and they're way too expensive. And if you're really, really, really going to be that adamant about it, you're not going to make the money back from the lawsuit. And if you want to hurt them, you can make them pay, but then they're pay for the lawsuit. But you're just being petty at that point.
It's just a YouTube video. It's one YouTube video out of many. It's not worth it. Yeah. Unless it was actually, I could see it if it was actually, like in your case, if it was actually something from an album that you've produced, that you have a record company behind you and everything else, then I could see it. But yeah, that's... Oh, and Master Shiro...
If I sue, I can't...
Go ahead.
I can't sue myself legally.
No, I meant if some...
That is a thing.
I meant if so... I was meaning if someone else was trying to claim your music as theirs, but yeah, that would be... I guess that would be thing.
I have found commercials sampling some of my music, and I'm like, I don't care.
Really?
And then somebody bought it, like, isn't that your beat that you created? I'm like, yeah. It's like for some restaurant. I'm like, I don't care. Let them have it. I'm not even gonna sweat that.
See,
Can
okay,
I sue? Yeah. Do I care? No.
you just reminded me of one, and then I'll read Master Shiro's comment. You just remind me, same person with the Metal Gear Solid, someone who does a lot of covers, and she produces, or has produced her own musical backgrounds for the covers. And some specific music background that she had produced for a Britney Spears song or something was being, someone else, I guess, not only did they sample it and use in their song, but then they started claiming it, copyright claiming it against her original, which was there first. And I guess it was a case sort of like what you were mentioning about not responding to emails, because I guess the person wasn't even responding, at all to any emails or any messages from her, because it was a full-on copyright strike, and it took her community going into their music video and just flooding it with comments about, why are you stealing this music bed from this other streamer, for anything to finally happen. One comment from Master Shiro. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, the reviews comment, I can wait.
Oh, the comment was just, oh yeah, you guys too. Evie was playing Bloodborne. She rated us earlier. And there was a baby crying in the background, and she got a copyright strike for the baby crying in the background. Well,
Jeez.
Ban all the minors. That's all I can say. That's why we ban the minors.
I hope that baby is a good lawyer.
No kidding.
So there was one time where someone I uploaded a song from, this is way back in the day of YouTube, and this is something I did on one of my really early channels.
Okay.
I uploaded a fan song from, this is Adult Swim owns this song. I do not own this song. I'm letting you know this right now.
Yeah, sure.
A song called Sex Rash. It's just a goofy, funny thing.
Okay.
It's what my first video that ever blew up or whatever. And people were claiming, and somehow, according to YouTube, I own that song, and and apparently they're trying to claim that I own the song, and letting me know that someone was using my music. And I'm like, no,
Wow.
Adult Swim owns this. I have
gosh.
nothing. I have nothing to do with this. This is their music, and I guess I can keep my video up because apparently I own it, which I don't. I do not own Sex Rash. It's owned by Adult Swim.
That's awesome, but it points to the whole large problem. I mean, what a perfect example, man. Comment here real quick from David. I've heard of reverse claims before. A channel samples or uses a video or clip, then a company that hunts for infringements files against the original creator, and it's just a whole mess. Yeah, I've heard about that with the companies that sort of really abusing the copyright system, where they're just with these companies that are just looking for infringements to make money even. Gosh, it's just crazy. Oh, YouTube indeed.
So, there's been some stuff with copyright that's been changing because of AI and UDO, and I don't know if this is going to be a hot topic or whatever, but it's more about copyright law than actually about the AI thing for UDO. But I believe UDO won a case because people were abusing, I guess, this software by implementing copyright stuff in it. But UDO claims that they're the provider, and they can't control what the people do, so any copyright claim needs to be on their part, which I just saw this, because I like to stay in the loop on copyright law and stuff, and I found that out, and I think YouTube needs to implement that, have the copyright stuff be amongst the, they shouldn't step in and play lawyer. They should let their creators be their own lawyers, and if they come to people directly, because let's be real, it's not their job to actually play lawyer. It's not their job to say, hey, no, you can't do that. No, you can't. They can actually legally now wash their hands of the copyright thing because they can't be sued anymore. Because because they didn't make it like that and they would win this case. But they're not doing that, even though they should at this point and change the copyright law where they don't play lawyer at all, and they keep out of the thing because legally they don't have to address any of this stuff anymore at this point.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. I got a theory though. I've got a theory as to why they keep playing lawyer. My guess is, well, there's a part of me that wants to say they don't know how to turn it off in their own code, which could be, but the real theory that I've got is YouTube has been doing so much trying to court Hollywood and court these other, what they see as bigger talents like Hollywood actors and actresses to start streaming channels. I wonder, because YouTube seems like they want to become the next Netflix. The way they're pushing more TV shows and movies, it feels like they maybe are trying to push smaller creators off to the side and become just another regular streaming service and courting Hollywood. I wonder if they're seeing that as...
YouTube Premium says that.
I wonder if part of their playing lawyers still is trying to court, isn't part of trying to court Hollywood that, hey, Warner Brothers, hey, Paramount, you should bring more of your stuff here and produce content with us and we'll look out for any copyright infringements for you. I mean, that's the only thing that comes to mind because I don't have an answer.
The YouTube Premium has a lot of what is more like that. YouTube Premium has exclusive shows and stuff like that. I don't think it has anything really worth watching or whatever.
No.
I mean, hey, if you want me to put me on there and have me to be an exclusive thing, I'm just saying. Okay, but in all seriousness, I think that's why they're doing it. Also, YouTube is a copyright thing, but YouTube is actually under fire for copyright law for YouTube Premium.
Really?
YouTube
I heard that.
YouTube Premium promises no ads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Raid Shadow Legends is sponsored a video and a YouTuber puts a ad in their video for Raid Shadow Legends, right? That's still an ad, and that's why YouTube is under fire legally currently.
That makes perfect sense.
Because it's technically an ad. Now, here's the thing. They can also do the same thing that Udio did with their thing. I think it's Udio. I don't know which thing it was. It's one of the music ones. I don't really know much about the musical AI stuff or whatever. But because of that umbrella clause of that thing, they can wash their hands of it, saying we do not control what our people do. Their stuff is under their agreement. It's not us. It's them. And they can legally do this and they file this, but
okay.
Do they know they can do that? Do they not follow the legal process? I love copyright law. It's something that I like to study, so I just know a little bit of weird stuff that's going on with that currently.
That's interesting. I don't know. That is interesting. Yeah, I don't have answers on any of it. I mean, the only thing that's coming to mind is also, I wonder too sometimes if Google just, the Google YouTube machine, maybe they just don't care about the law because they think they're too big to be shut down. Because I'm remembering one thing I recently, I know that sounds silly, but I remember recently seeing something, I think a creator out of Ireland or Scotland. It was someone who, it wasn't a copyright thing, but it was someone who YouTube had taken off for hateful content or something along those lines. And I guess he appealed it all the way, court case to the EU, and the EU sided with him and ordered Google and YouTube to reinstate his channel. And as far as I know, YouTube still has not done it, and it's been like 3 to 6 months now.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I remember seeing, I spoken to the guy on Twitter, because he had his thing open, he was talking about it.
Okay.
And I talked to him about it, and yeah, it's this is a little bit ago, so it might have been resolved. But yeah, he did not appeal it. Now here's the thing: YouTube, because of the way their data work, when I lost my channel, I lost everything, and I couldn't do that. Yeah.
I didn't know you lost a channel. I'm so sorry.
My computer ate itself, and
okay. I remember you mentioning that. Yeah.
Right. And I lost all my stuff on there, and I didn't lose any of my stuff at copyright law or anything like that. I wasn't demonetized, and I never got into much trouble with YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know.
As far as I know, yeah, ditto.
But if all this stuff was if his channel was completely gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means all the data that he uploaded would also be gone, and they cannot restore that stuff. So he'd have to, if he got his channel back, he'd have to start from scratch.
That's
so yeah, when I lost everything on my channel, I was in distraught and I deleted the channel. So that's what happened because I was just in that headspace.
Okay. Gosh.
So that's the only reason why I know that's how it worked.
Okay, gosh. That's... Oh, just a bad situation. Yeah, that's just one reason. And it's a reminder to me. I keep telling myself with YouTube, too, that I need to back everything up. I've got an extra hard drive where I want to start backing stuff up.
Learned that the hard way. I bought a terabyte thing. I back up everything I make on there. I still need to back up for my models, but... Yeah, I back up everything, and I'm probably going to get another terabyte thing and back it up again, and back it up again, and back it up again.
yeah, no, I don't blame you. I've lost stuff too. Never anything to the degree you have, but I did. I used to, as a hobby years ago, I used to do some of these DVD and HD preservations of things that are on Laserdisc, and I used to upload them to some of the sites where they distribute like the fan restorations of the Star Wars trilogy. And I had everything, all my master files were stored on a external hard drive. And one day it just died. It was a Seagate, and I've had nothing but bad luck with Seagate, and I won't buy Seagate again. And then, so I went to my optical disc copies because I had them all on DVD-Rs, but they were double layer DVD-Rs. Every single one of those discs, and this is why I don't trust rewritable discs, every single one of those dual layer discs had gone bad. And then there were some things I had never uploaded online, one project in particular. And I had given copies out to like 3 or 4 friends, IRL. And I emailed them all asking, hey, do you still have this? If you do, can you either rip it for me, or can you all pay the postage for you to send it to me, because I don't want to lose it. Not a single one of them replied to that email. Which is one more reason I don't feel bad about closing my Facebook account for my IRL stuff, because that just, I don't know. Yeah, I'm a bad friend, apparently. I don't know. But I guess so. I must have done something to tick every one of them off. But I don't know. I think they were just hoping someone else.
I'll be honest. If I'm being real, I don't check my email. So...
Yeah. No, the thing was, I knew that some of these ones they did, though, because I would get an email from them on something else, like a week or a month or 2 weeks later. So it was like they were just trying to ignore that thing. They maybe they assumed, oh, well, someone else will get in touch with you, so I don't have to do it. So what can you do? Let me back this up, too. I got a couple comments here in chat. We've got Shadow Fox saying, love you, Waiko. Okay. Or Shadow Chaser Fox, excuse me. And we've got...
great.
And we've got David. My wife deleted our son's Google account many years ago. He'd been acting very bad at the time. I called Google on the phone, and they restored the account for me. Data doesn't purge for minimum of 30 days. Okay, so it's 30 days is the minimum. Gotcha. Unfortunately, with that case with that guy in the EU, they definitely slow walked that a lot longer than 30 days.
Yeah, if YouTube just, admitted that, well, if they admitted that they used AI for their stuff, that would solve a lot of their problems instead of denying it. And also, if they just admit fault, which you shouldn't admit fault, you shouldn't,
They
but,
won't.
that's the worst mistake you can make. But if they just were a little bit honest, saying, oh, the machine, we'll fix it, and just, instead of fighting everything, then, problem solved.
Even when stuff goes wrong, they won't. There was something that happened to me about a year ago. And I'll ask your question in just a moment, Guy. There was something that happened to me, it was about a year ago to the day. And it was something where I couldn't go to the YouTube Studio page in any browser to load up my streams and to go live. The page would just lock up. And the workaround I found was I could load it up with an account for a managing mod, and it was fine. But there was some sort of a glitch in the chat, and it was in the chat, I know that, where anytime I would go to my own streams and I was logged in, the website would freeze. And I contacted YouTube about it, and I sent them, they had me send videos of it happening and everything. And at the end of like chatting for 30 minutes, it was just a case of, oh, well, we'll look into it. They get back to me the next day, our technical staff or whatever looked into it, and we can't find anything wrong. So sorry, it's just on your end. I posted it on Twitter, and a few days later I had several other streamers who I've never met before start commenting to me saying they're having the same problem, and what was my workaround, and I told them the workaround about the managing mod. So after a week of this, I got back in touch with YouTube, and at that point it was, oh yes, thank you for getting back in touch with us, and thank you for letting us know about this beforehand. We are now we are aware of this and are working through it. Never let me, and yeah, and they never let me know when it was fixed. And they never, the whole time that it happened, they never admitted, even then, they never admitted it was a glitch on their end. They never admitted there was ever a problem. Yeah, Omegs, YouTube can do no wrong. They never admitted that there was a mistake on their end. It was always just, oh, well, we finally realized there's something and we're looking into it. Yeah. And they fixed it, but that was it.
Yeah, it's just weird that they start it's just weird to me that YouTube takes Twitter more serious than their actual things.
Oh, no kidding.
Like, you message them on Twitter, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we messed up.
Yep. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot on Twitter too, where I'll message them and they'll always, every time I've messaged them, like when my memberships were broken, I'd message them on Twitter and they'd act like they were looking into it. And then when I'd reply to their message, they'd say, the best thing for you to do is contact the creator support on the website. So they'd act like they were fixing it through Twitter, but then they actually weren't. They were just trying to make it look like they were fixing it.
Oh yeah, and the Twitter team is not the YouTube team. They're the social media people.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you got enough subscribers and stuff like that, and you got enough followers on Twitter, they start like, oh, we don't want to piss this person off.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's even true with YouTube themselves. I know you have to have, like, just to be able to talk to creator support, I think you have to have at least 1K subs or something. And then to get apparently to...
I didn't know that. That's weird.
Yeah, and then apparently to get the real, supposedly non-AI concierge service, you have to have 100,000 subscribers. Once you get to 100K, then they'll let you actually talk to a real person who's probably still an AI.
I didn't know that. Maybe
Yeah.
that's why. Maybe that might be one reason why one of my personalities can scare people with their fancy lawyer talk.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. And I've had the AI, by the way, I have had creator support hang up on me. And I wasn't getting belligerent or anything, but it was just a case of me. I kept asking and pushing and, well, why aren't you answering my question? Well, okay, then I need to speak to something else. And finally it would be, thank you for being a loyal YouTube creator or something. Click. That was, yeah. A couple things here in chat. Let me read these. Okay, I read that through. Let me see. What do we have here? She asked us all, Shadow Chaser Fox, she asked us all to roast her earlier. I absolutely torched her. I'll take your word for that. I'll take a look at that on Twitter later. YouTube can do no wrong.
He's actually hilarious.
Is it even possible to call Google on the phone anymore? I don't remember how I did it back then. I can tell you, you cannot get in touch with YouTube support on the phone. At one point, apparently about 2 years ago, you could, because a creator tried to help me, David, and put me in touch, but the phone number, I guess, had been removed. Okay, and we have a question for you from Guy Enoshima, Raiko. What was your first Persona game? How did you first dive into Persona?
Okay, my first Persona game is Persona 4 Dancing Dancing All Night, and the reason why I got into it, because Hatsune Miku was in it, and well, putting Hatsune Miku in anything is, hey, Reiko, buy this. So
No,
I got the Hatsune Miku DLC, and I played it, and then I played the thing, I'm like, this music's pretty good, and then I bought Persona 4 Golden, and I put the whole thing in a drawer and forgot about it until Persona 5 was announced for Smash Brothers, and then I picked it, started playing Persona 3. That's how I started Persona.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I was thinking Miku, that's like that's the instant thing. If you have a product that you need to sell, that's the instant catnip right now. It's just put
They know me.
Yeah, you and I would say you and probably 99% of other VTubers. It's either that or I would say also now it's K-pop Demon Hunters seems to be the thing, at least for the moment, but I think...
I know. Yeah, I know a lot of K-pop fans, and I like most of the songs, and I saw the movie once. It was pretty good.
I still haven't seen it. I need to at some point. I've been... Well, I don't watch things on Netflix.
The Laser Light Show was cool.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't have Netflix, so I definitely have not seen it. What do we have here?
I'm sure it'll be on DVD.
Yeah. It's coming from Criterion apparently, which is it's good news for physical media because Netflix is notoriously bad about letting their properties come to Blu-ray or DVD. Netflix has been really bad about wanting to keep, which I understand. I mean, they're a streaming model. I get it, but it still stinks. Guy Enoshima, I actually have a signed copy of Persona 4 Golden for PS2 with a bunch of names on it. Oh, nice. And Luciana has mass.
I'm actually be getting that. I'm going to be getting my copy of 5 Royal. I got it signed by Igor already, but I'm going to be getting it signed next month by Joker, which I got a signed Funko by Joker. Haru and Morgana pretty soon. So yeah, it's really cool when you actually get to meet the voice actors and get signatures. I got my Persona 3 dance signed by Yuri and Tara when I was working with them. I've got the 4 box set signed by John Bosch, who I tried to get to work with me, but he because of agent stuff, he couldn't.
Gotcha. Still, I mean, the fact that you were even trying to get him is amazing.
Yeah, we had a whole conversation about him. Talked a lot about his band Falling Giants, which he's good. His group is really good if you haven't heard him.
No,
yeah,
I
yeah.
hadn't.
So having signed merch of Persona stuff is really, really, really cool, and it's always, like I said, meeting the voice actors. They're so nice. They're always nice.
I always hear that, and see, my problem, that's something and I'm going to be such a fish out of water when I do. I have never been to an anime convention. I went to one, like, sci-fi convention when I was super tiny, so it was before I could ever appreciate any of it. I've never been to any of this stuff, and I definitely want to get stuff signed. I want to hit the artist alley on stuff, but I just feel like I'm going to be such a fish out of water.
So there's two types of people who go to con. People who have fun, enjoy the venues, get cool merch, all that stuff, and then people who are veterans and understand that it's war. You
Okay.
have a strategy. You know when the times are. You go in. You make sure to get every autograph. You make sure to hit every booth, and you know the time. You know when to eat. You have your provision, soldier. And those are the two types of people who go to Comic-Con.
That sounds like what I heard in, I was just revisiting the anime, Lucky Star. That sounds so much like the speech about going to cons when one of the main characters in Lucky Star was having her friends go to get stuff.
And the thing is, it's true. It's 100% true. I am a veteran. I go to at least one con a year. Sometimes I go to two.
Oh, wow.
And it is true. If the bigger event, you plan out, you actually mark it like it's going to war, and you actually hit all things, and you're there all day. You know when to sleep. You know when to. You plan your cosplay perfectly. You have the revisions in case your cosplay rips. You are prepared for every situation, and a lot of people don't like going to con with me because I can be that person. But then people are like, no, it's necessary. We need you. You need you there.
I love that. I love that because honestly, that's sort of the mindset I would need. I'd need to. I mean, I want to have fun. I would want to have fun, but I also wouldn't want to miss out on the things that I really want to go for. If there's someone.
Sometimes you can't go to every venue because some of them are at the same time. So I had to miss a show for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because they were doing one for Mega Man. I had to choose. Am I going to go to the Mega Man panel? Or am I going to go to the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure panel? And I ended up going to Mega Man 1, and I met the voice actors for JoJo's at a different time, but didn't get to actually ask them questions. It is what it is.
Nice. Well, God, I'm glad you have fun. I always watch. I mean, that's one of the things I do get a bit of the FOMO or whatever it is whenever I watch on Twitter people, all the different streamers and whatnot that have gone to the, like, Off-Kai and whatnot, even though Off-Kai doesn't seem like it would be my cup of tea.
What is Off-Kai?
Off-Kai is, I guess it's the big vtuber convention that they have in California. It's the big American VTuber convention, and my two problems with Off-Kai is I know that they've done you've had some of the staff that have done certain streamers dirty for political reason. There was one streamer who I guess they had set her up with a panel, but they didn't really, I guess, behind the scenes, the people there thought, she was a hater or whatever. And so they waited until all of her fans had bought tickets and were planning to go to the panel until it was too late to get anything refunded. And once the date had passed for getting tickets refunded, they canceled her panel on her. So that is just so dirty.
That sounds like some Chris Sabat level nonsense.
Yep, yeah, that sounds like what going after Vic Mignogna, yep. And the other thing with them which happened this year, which I don't like, and I don't care if I know it makes me a prude. I know every con has their 18 plus section. Okay, that's fine. Apparently Fansly partnered with Off-Kai this year. And I guess Fansly was given, even though they didn't supposedly have any adult content at it, was given a booth right in the main section, not in the 18 plus to promote Fansly without showing what is on Fansly, and having QR, and having QR codes, which families of all ages, could scan to look up Fansly. And my problem with this, more than anything, is
it's an 18 plus.
Yeah.
Thing. You don't. Okay. Why would you do that?
My problem is I worry about potential, and this is when I probably sound like a crazy, but it's the way my brain works. I worry about potential grooming. I worry about maybe some younger teens going in there, seeing this stuff, and maybe something being said along the lines of, oh, well, you could do this when you're 16 now. Well, in 2 years you could sign up with us and you can make a lot of money doing this. That's what I worry about.
I don't see that
I don't know.
specifically happening, but
I just don't like it.
so there have been incidences of minors getting into adult content, actually as performers, because they lie about their age,
yes.
And it's never good for anybody. That stuff shouldn't happen. Seriously, check your actors' ages.
Yes.
And all that stuff. But that stuff does happen, and that's kind of like asking for something like that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't...
Or someone who is a minor logging into Fansly, making an account or whatever, and they're being subjected to this content or whatever because neglectful parents or whatever, and yeah, I agree, it doesn't set well with me, and I'm not really much of a prude myself. I mean, I don't understand things like sex or romance. That kind of mentality is beyond me. I don't understand relationships.
Okay.
But
yeah.
It's still something I can see being an issue.
Yeah, I have no problem with any con having an 18 plus section. That's fine. I get that. But if they're...
I went to had Playboy sections and you can meet the models and talk to the models. And it was in an 18 section.
And if Fansly's sponsoring this, I know they're sponsoring it, so, have some moral, have some scruples as an event and say, we know you're sponsoring this, but we can't have your booth in the main section. I know you say you're not having adult content, but we really need to keep this in the 18 plus section. I just don't see how that would have, and there's so many adults going to Off-Kai. It really is mostly adults from what I've gathered and from what I've seen, so I don't see why that would have been even an issue. But
right, but I'm also of the mindset, they if they're not going to have adult content, that's fine as well.
Yes.
But don't have your QR code to the website. Don't have stuff that's going to get leaked to like minors, because that could get them in trouble. It's a mess. Why would you even consider to do that?
Yeah, and I'm surprised. I'm happy nothing more's come of it, because I was afraid when I first heard about this, because Off-Kai ended already, but when I first heard about this, I was waiting to hear some sort of story of something bad happening because of that. I was waiting to see something on Twitter about kids having logged into it or something, and I'm thankful that didn't happen. So, or that we don't know of it happening. But it's still, it's just playing with fire, and I wouldn't have done it. It's just not something I would have messed with. But, what do I know? What do we have here, Dick?
I'd be kind of afraid of going to something like that, too. Because here's the thing. Now, I know a lot of VTubers are willing to show their face. They're willing to share what they sound like or whatever. And all that stuff. I am not. And it's not...
I get that.
I am who I'm a VTuber because I don't want to show myself. And it's not like I like ugly or anything like that. Or,
you just don't want to.
I mean, I just don't want to. I mean, the thing is, if I wanted to, I'm a little frightened that, of stalking a little bit, because I had a little bit of an issue about that. And I would hate for someone to actually try to kidnap me, because I couldn't fight back, really.
Oof.
So...
I get that, because I do hear about stalking issues there, so yeah.
Yeah, so I definitely want to protect my identity.
Yeah, and I know there are certain, I know at least one VTuber who, and several I've seen, they do go, but then they wear the face coverings, but I mean, that's just a piece of cloth between you and a crazy, so, right. I get that. I get that. And even when it comes to the sharing of faces, because I know that's one thing that, that's more of a Western thing with VTubers, because from what I understand, Japan, VTubing, it is a major faux pas to do any sort of a face reveal.
Oh yeah, they follow idol rules, which I do my best to try to follow the idol rules myself, because that's idol culture is kind of basically what I do, because I'm the singer and because I do idol stuff. I try to follow the idol rules too, and it's very, very. If you've ever done idol work in Japan, it is not good work, and you are treated as a product, not as a person.
Really? Oof, that's sad. I didn't realize that. But yeah, that's one of the things with Western VTubers as far as the face reveals. Like you said, people can do that what they want. I know a lot of people do it for eventual like goals for their channel. I've joked about it, like, you know, oh, if I get to 100K, maybe I'll do a face reveal. But the truth is, I'm not afraid to show my face, like going to a con, but it's something I don't want to do on a channel.
Well, and if you go to a con and nobody recognizes the model that you're representing, then you're just a passerby. You're just a guy, and yeah, and so it's not a big deal. But then you also don't get to do things like interact with the fans, and you don't get to do things like sign autographs.
Yeah, and I'll be honest. If I ever do go, I probably, if I can build up the courage to, I probably would cosplay as myself. But in your case, I completely understand the reason. I mean, that's something. And I get annoyed when people try to push people to do a face reveal too. That's one thing that I really, when I've been in streams and there have been people pushing that, my first reaction is always, when are you gonna ban them?
Yeah, I haven't gotten in people trying to push me to face reveal, but I have a lot of people asking me what I actually look like and stuff like that, and I get it, you know. I also get a lot of weird, some fans asking me out and thinking I'm wanting to date them, and it's like, no. I appreciate your feelings. I try to let them down easy, but it's just, I don't have a concept of this sort of thing. This is not something that I can even comprehend in my life. That's not something that I can have. So you gotta understand, please respect my religious vows, and please respect that this is not something that, I even tell people at some terms, that's like, look, I'm a different species than you. You are a human. I am not even a mammal. And that works sometimes too. And sometimes they get creepy. There's this one person who actually, who set this whole, YouTube, choose your own adventure thing just to ask me out, and I was like, and it was really hard to let them down easy because they were really serious about this, and I'm like, please don't. I was like, I respect your feelings, I appreciate this, but, you know, and I had explained to them that I'm not looking for a relationship. I make it very, very clear in my content. I am not looking for that. Yeah,
and it's, and even if you were, I think just the idea of dating I'm not saying it can't ever work, because I know there have been situations where it does work, but it seems to me that it's less likely to work and more likely to end badly, because I have seen too many cases, even of fellow streamers dating, where, you know, the relationship ends badly, so one of them just starts dishing all sorts of dirt trying to destroy the other one, and God, it's just not worth it.
I mean, if you're gonna do something like that, I mean, be a married couple.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, you can't escape each other unless you divorce, I guess.
Yeah.
And once you divorce over a VTubing drama, then sorry?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying it can't work. I know there are a
Right.
few instances where mod and streamer, or fan and streamer, or streamer and streamer. In fact, two of my closest friends in this sphere, Lauren and TB Delaval, who are a couple and have been together for 7 years. So, yeah, it can, but then for every one of them, there's plenty of awful horror stories that I don't want to live through. I've had bad relationships. No. A couple things here in chat. Luciano, okay, I stand corrected on this, I guess. Not so much. There are plenty of JP VTubers who showed their faces, the biggest one being Kason. That's interesting, Luciano, because I had originally heard things with Japan being really against it, and sort of, I'd even seen some comments somewhere about it being a bad product of the West for like our VTubers to be sharing their faces. So that's weird. And the biggest problem in Japan is that stalking is a huge cultural problem there. Yeah, I get that. Cosplay as yourself. YouTube might mistake you as impersonating yourself. Yeah, I'll get copyright bonked if I go as myself to that. And I don't want to see your face revealed, Madamus. I want to see your social security number, tax ID, state ID card, and unredacted bank account information, plus all bank credit card. Just go on Google and do a search. It's probably already there. I'm sure China already got to it, Daylin. No, but it's hard, and I get that, and I know some streamers who definitely don't like, if they do go to cons, they definitely go incognito. They definitely would never go as themselves, just because, in a lot of cases, because they do play a character, sort of like as an alien, who is definitely not here to steal Earth's water supply. And they don't want to break that reality. So I get that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things like you don't want to disillusion people.
Yeah.
And like I said, yeah, Raiko, the actual person is an actual person. Raiko, the space alien, we are different.
Yeah.
We're not. I mean, I am a religious goth baddie in real life, and here I'm very bright colored and.
I love that description, by the way, every time. No, I get that. In fact, there's one, I know she doesn't go incognito, but there's one I've known who, she's been with 2 different corpos and an indie, and she's got 3 different personas. And what's interesting about her, and might be with you with your previous personas, each and every one of them, you can tell it's her instantly. I mean, you recognize the voice. You could tell it's her. There are little things that are the same, but she plays them so very, very different. One of them is like a super bubbly and cutesy. One of them is like sort of, I guess I just would describe as sort of the quote-unquote dommy mommy category. And then the other one is just like a dragon who wants to destroy all people and just treats if anyone comes into her chat and calls her cute, she just is like, yuck, gross, what's wrong with you? So she plays has played these completely different roles. So it's, yeah, I mean, that's one of those things.
And I've done that, because like if I was playing Gabriel the Ghost Gamer, I talk a little bit more creepy, and then I'm just making little jokes about that. I'll take that to the grave, and has a little giggle and totally different character.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I got my favorite joke from her is, I can't do live. I'm dead.
Oh, jeez.
And it was always good to stay in character, and that little giggle that she had. And I originally did that giggle with Raiko, the space alien character, and it didn't feel right. Raiko didn't giggle like that. Raiko wouldn't do that. Raiko doesn't understand the joke she's saying, so she'll tell the joke and be like, and go past her own head, even though she said the joke.
Gotcha. No, I get that, because that's reminding me with the person I was mentioning a moment ago. As one of her personas, she did a lot of the ASMR stuff. And then with her new one, she doesn't do it at all. And anytime people bring it up, it's sort of a case of, I've never done that before. That's just, I don't think I could ever do something like that. So it is like they're completely different people she's treating it as, which I respect and I like.
I do have the DID, the dissociative identity disorder, and maybe she said something like she has. I'm not saying yes or no to anything like that, but if that's the case, then it actually is, because when you're the different person, you are a different person, and sometimes the memories don't connect, so it could be something like that too.
I don't know for sure. I know in her case, she's got most of her background is, a lot of it is in acting and musical theater, so it might just be the acting chops, but it could be the other two. You never know. Never know, and I'm certainly.
You never know, and I'm not gonna ask. Yeah. Never ask that question.
No.
Or if somebody's, because people who have that disorder generally aren't open with it. I've had to become open with it.
Gotcha.
With myself, and I said it. So it's not fair to my fans or whatever when one of my personalities decides to tweet something that I have to delete later, and people have to wonder why. I'm like, well, that wasn't me who posted that, even though it was technically me.
Gotcha. I get it. I mean, I get it as much as I can get it with having you explain it to me. Obviously, I can't say I get it because I don't think that's. Well,
I mean, it's like imagine you have a friend who took your phone and text something and having to explain it with your friend. It's essentially it is a different person, but it's just that this different person is also you.
Understood. Okay. Well, it's interesting, and I do appreciate that you're so open in explaining it too, because I know it's something that probably has been difficult to become open about. I would assume, because I feel like if I did have something like that, like I'd be afraid to discuss it. So yeah, I really appreciate that. What do we have here in chat, real quick? And then maybe we should start wrapping it up because we're getting close. I can't believe it. We've been yapping for 6 hours. It is hard to believe that we've been talking for 6 hours.
6 hours? 6 hours was my goal.
6 hours was your...
I set a goal.
Bless you. Oh my gosh. Going for the traditional Madamus stream length. Bless you. Oh, you're the best. Okay, what do we have? Okay, but what happens if a portal opens from a parallel reality and Raiko Star actually exists there, and you're basically looking at parallel you face to face through the open portal. Daylin, don't start confusing everyone. Atreyu.
I would freak out because actually pod people is a phobia of mine, and my friend actually had to look up the grandson of the writer of the book Invasion of the Pod People to try to convince me that I didn't have a pod person. So this is an actual phobia I have to a degree. So it wouldn't end well. I would freak out.
I can legit. I can appreciate that because the movie. I've only seen one of the 3 versions of it all the way through, but the one from the 70s, which is considered to be the best one, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, with Donald Sutherland and Leonard Nimoy, about the pod people, scared the hell out of me. The whole thing about the plant-based clones that had no emotions and just taking your life away. Oh, what? Oh, you've never heard about that? That's, oh god.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, I thought you said horror. What? I'm sorry.
True horror.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's one of those horror movies. I've got the DVD. I never upgraded it to. It's one of those ones that I felt like I should upgrade to Blu-ray, but it's one I never did because I'm not watching this again. This has messed me up. I can't watch this movie again. I know what happens. It's okay. What do we have here? Guy Enoshima. Question for you. How are you enjoying your Persona 3 playthrough? I've been meaning to watch it when I get the chance. That's correct. You've been posting videos playing through Persona 3. How's that been going for you?
This is my second time playing through it. I'm really enjoying the Bebe social link. I'm really enjoying maxing out Junpei's social link. My major goal is to get Black Frost, and I'm just really enjoying it. I'm currently in recording. I got Shinji, and next week we're going to be focusing on Kamaru.
Okay, nice. And I love the way you do that too with I know the recorded videos. I would assume, I guess for me, it's you do a really good job watching your VODs back of keeping talking and conversation going despite not having chat there since you pre-record your videos. You do a really, really good job with that. I feel like I'd be getting... I know I've done streams to an audience of 0, but I know how difficult that is, and I feel like I'd be clamming up eventually.
I got a lot of voices in my head.
Okay. Well, they do a good job. Then they're doing a good job keeping you chatting because you do a really good job with that.
Also, the trick is to, and this is something I learned from watching YouTube tutorials. Because when I started to learn YouTube, I watched every video to understand how to do YouTube, how to do the algorithm. I study this shit like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon my language.
No, you're fine.
But like, the thing is, you talk like you're talking to your best friend.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking to that one person directly to them, and then you replace the thing with, like, you, they, them, whatever, to that person that you're calling them their name.
Mm-hmm.
You replace it with whatever your fan thing's names, like, Earthlings, Digitals, whatever your fan name is, and then you ask, and then the thing is, you ask legitimate questions, like you would want to know the opinion of them, like, I like this color, what do you guys think of this color? What's your favorite color? Please tell me what your favorite color is. And then you constantly, you never shut up. You actually just like,
yes,
you're talking to the game and you're like, dude, did you see that? Like you're talking to the one person next to you, who you want to make sure that they've seen that. And that's what it is. You talk to like that one person, but you also have to remember that one person is thousands of people, but not quite, because you want to always want to talk to the audience like the audience you want, but also be personal with them. And this is also something I learned when I was doing like theater stages. 'Cause I used to do stuff on stage before, and you learn to do it that way too.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you do a great job with it. Yeah, that's one, especially the never stop talking thing. That's one that I wish more up-and-coming streamers, and I hope more, take to heart, because to me there's nothing sadder and there's nothing worse than going into someone who's live streaming, and sometimes I'll go in, I know there was one case I've always remembered, and I wish I would have said something in chat, but I was waiting for them. I went into their gaming stream, and I was waiting for them to just, before I typed anything in chat, it was just, say something. Anything.
Oh, no, you see that. They're playing the game, they're not interacting with the game, they're not interacting with the audience, and I also see them where I would talk first and say, hey, what game you play? And they ignore me. And it's just like, why are you streaming? Why are you streaming if you're not trying? Now, no judgment. Streaming is what they want to do, and that's how they're online. But like, if you want to make this, want to get a community, if you want to be successful, if you want to grow as a thing, and you want to be a content creator, you have to engage with your audience.
Yes.
This is why we're doing this. We do this because this is a show. This is what we do. This is part of it. It's like, you have to be responsive to the audience. You have to understand that this is a show.
Exactly.
And we're partially in character. We're partially really who we are. We're kind of like professional wrestlers.
Yeah, good way to put it. I like that. Yeah. No, and anytime I see something like that, most of the time I get the vibe. It's less that they're new sometimes, and more I feel like they're still trying to do it, but they've given up. Because I feel like when you're brand new, you're more bubbly and you're more likely to be keeping trying. But if you've been playing for that long to an audience of 0, it feels like maybe they've given up, and I just hate to see that. Now, I
Right.
will say reading chat and while you're streaming, and especially while you're gaming, it can be difficult. I know I do, and you've complimented me on it, do a good job of it, generally, except during these conversations, a lot of times I'm a little less active with it, but I know a lot of streamers, bigger streamers, who I think they're just not good at in some cases, they're purposely ignoring, like we were talking about earlier, purposely filtering messages. In other cases, it seems like there are some I know who they just don't have a knack for even paying attention to the chat while they're going. They're good at keeping talking, but not at the
You also
chat.
get those really big streamers who chat is flipping up so fast because there's so many of them, and they have to pretend like they're interacting with things that aren't there because you can't. Nobody can read that.
Oh,
stuff
absolutely.
that fast.
Yeah, 100.
So I got it. So, here's a question from John Speedster. He asked, you just do that, and you have to. And I honestly never want to experience that kind of thing because I would have so much trouble with it.
No, I think that's something that I mean, on the one hand, it's like, ooh, I'd love to blow up, but yeah, I just don't think I'd feel bad. That's the thing. I would feel bad not interacting enough, because I do feel bad even with my own. If I'm missing stuff, I feel bad about it. So yeah, I agree with you. I wouldn't like to deal with that type of a problem.
So I used to run a VTuber podcast with Dan Tansky, and some other things, and we always talk about VTuber stuff like that. And one of the questions that keep coming up is because a lot of them to say we're doing this to get more views, and everybody wants to blow up. I'm like, no, I don't think that's true. Mm-hmm. There's a point in time where you gotta understand how big you want to be and just be that. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to not having the 3 million subscribers. Mm-hmm. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think
exactly.
And I'm like all these people who get jealous of that and all that stuff. I'm like, think about this. Do you actually want this, and do you understand what this level of fame will mean? Yeah.
No, I agree. It's about building the community that's the size that you want, building the cozy community that you want. Like, I know at least one of my Oshis, her main thing has been less about blowing up, and it's always been more about, I want to just build a singular, and she has blown up, but I just want it to be a big community where everyone can be friends and people can get along, and you can get to know people and know that there are other people who share these interests. And yeah, 100%, I see that and I love that.
Okay. I think that might have to be a good time to call it, because I really
no worries.
Share something real quick.
No worries. Okay. So, let me just go ahead, and if you want to go ahead, chat, this has been Raiko Star. If you want to go ahead and say your good nights, and I'll just head back into the library and do a quick wrap-up for everyone.
Okay. It's been really fun for all the people who stuck around through the entire video. I love you all, and I appreciate you greatly.
Indeed.
See you in the next... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
See you next time. Bye!
And thank you so much, Raiko Star. I'll just say before I transition you out, thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for all of the Robotech information. And I will talk to you later. Thank you so much for being on tonight. We're going to do a quick wrap-up on my end. Door transition. Okay, sorry about that, chat. There was 20K people in the stream, and she read a single message of mine. Let's go. Wait, what? Let me back this up. Okay, thank you everyone who's been watching tonight. We will do a raid. We will do a raid. I love having Raiko Star on. Such an amazing... I don't say this... I feel lucky to have met so many amazing people. And Raiko is another amazing person. Such an amazing talent, her musical talent. Please go check out her channel. The link is posted in the description for the video. Please follow her on Twitter as well. Between her music, her game stuff, I hope someday she starts streaming as well as producing VOD content. Really just an amazing person, and I hope y'all had fun tonight. I had a lot of fun. I always love these streams because I don't know where they're going to go. And this one certainly went in a lot of directions. Like when Raiko was going to be on talking about Robotech, I genuinely had no idea the level of Robotech history that was going to be dropped on me like an atomic bomb. I had no idea. I thought it was just going to be I thought it was going to be like 30 minutes of stuff, just, you know, going through a little bit of the history and the Carl Masek stuff. No, that could have been a VOD. That could have been a Robotech VOD. I wish I'd been recording this instead of just letting it record to YouTube. What do we got here? Thank you very much. Definitely normal human Raiko Star. Yes, definitely normal. She is not here to steal Earth's water. She isn't. She isn't. She told me. I was watching Kiara watching the World Cup last month. And there was a play that I thought it was penalty and wrote in chat, penalty. Kiara read it and was like, penalty? What do you mean penalty? Really? Oh, wow. Nice, nice. Love you too. Indeed, we love Raiko Star. We love Raiko Star. Later, there was 20K people in stream, and she read a single message of mine. She read it, and then she questioned you. Penalty? The hell you talk about, Luciano? Penalty. Mike, yeah, no, I knew the mic was muted. I did that purposely just to talk to her. I know it was. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I should have said something. I was muting it real quick to make sure she wasn't, if she was still on the other end, because I didn't want to just, you know, drop her like a hot rock as we door transitioned. Oh my gosh. Oh, now indeed, the thing is that the referee gave the penalty after that, and they even clipped it. Let's go, Luciano. That's awesome. Hydration break real quick. I can't speak. I'm too tired. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrated. But genuinely incredible talent. Hopefully we can talk to her again. Hopefully we can do something else with her again at some point. Really interesting hearing her perspective. So much interesting stuff. I had no idea about the theology stuff, and the being a nun and whatnot. That's really interesting. Stuff like that's always interesting to me. Like I said, I hope it was interesting to all of you, chat. I hope you like these little yapping streams. I hope there's something that you like. I don't do too many of them, but I enjoy them when I do, and we will be doing one soon. End of August, we'll be doing one with Neko, the Space Mage. We love Neko. Hot rock! You saying you think Raiko is hot. She's not interested in relationships, Taylor. No, I think Raiko is lovely. I think Raiko's lovely, and I love the modest look with her model. I've said that before, I'll say it again. I think there's something to be said with for a modest look like that, and I love it. Of all the shows I saw while young, unfortunately, Robotech was not one of them for me. Yeah, I didn't either. Mostly have heard modern story about Robotech, still interesting. Yeah, honestly, David, I never saw it. I never saw it growing up. I remember it because I remember kids, and I'm not going to say what era, because a lot of this would have been in later reruns and even home video, and whatnot. But I remember people I knew digging Robotech, and I had never seen it. And watching it now, it's interesting because it's clearly more adult of a show. It's for kids. I mean, it isn't, at least the early episodes haven't been insanely deep, but as it goes, it definitely goes deep. She is not rock. She's definitely normal human. Definitely normal human. Definitely. And we thank her for being on. We will have, like I said, we will have Neko soon. Real quickly, chat, since I didn't get to talk about earlier. Schedule for the week. Tomorrow night's full moon. You know what that means. Super Seducers 2. I'm so sorry. Then on Thursday, Broken Sword, Sleeping Dragon, Part 3 of 3 parts. I don't know how many more it's going to take. And then on Friday, we're going to do More Fun Than the Odyssey. Watching a bunch of fantasy trailers that are not the Odyssey. And are probably more fun. What do we have here? Yeah, Kason got a lot of attention for just dressing. Yes, I mentioned her earlier. Or maybe it was... I don't know if I mentioned it on stream or off stream. Maybe it was on stream. We were talking. Yeah, I mentioned it on stream. We were talking about people blowing up. Kason got a lot of attention for just dressing in a button white shirt. Yeah, I guess people are getting tired of overpriced VTuber clothes. There is something to be said for everything. I think there's something to be said for more fanciful and character creations like Raiko Star. I think there's something to be said for more human creations too. There's a place for cat girls, dog boys, and just the average. Yeah, it's funny what takes off, isn't it? It's funny what hits. Chat. I'm tired. And the Twitter feed's already stopped, so let me stop this. Overproduced. There are things that are overproduced. I agree with that. I do agree with that. And, you know, it's so interesting, too. And some of it's fine. Like I've said before, just talking about Lonnie, who was here earlier. Her lore is super deep, and I can tell you whenever she does her lore video, it is going to be a big... If it turns out... Oh, excuse me. The way she wants, excuse me, if it turns out the way she wants, it's going to be a big deal. But no, I see what you're saying, Luciano. Yeah, I think it depends. And I think the audience appreciates both. But when everyone is doing one thing or the other, it does become one. If everyone's fanciful, then it becomes one note. If everyone was average, it would become one note. So it's a good thing we have a mix. I love VTubing. I love VTubing, and I love everyone I've met through here. Yeah, it's nearly 2:30 for you, so get good eat. I don't usually go to bed until like 4 or 5. I'm horrible. Madamus, wear your simple Team Rocket outfit. It is simple. It is simple. The lore, former Cosmic Defender turned to archive curator. Oh, wait, okay, but explain the lore. That is the lore. That's it. That's all you're getting. That's not, I mean, maybe someday I'll do more. We've talked about it. I know Daylin's mused about it, too. Wearing the Team Rocket. It wasn't meant to be Team Rocket. I've said that 1,000 times. I have said that 1,000. M for modest. Bless. Bless, bless, bless. The M is for massive ego. But that was fun. Let me end this poll. If I could get it to work. There we go. 53 votes. Holy hell, let's go. We're going to talk a bunch of Robotech. I love Robotech, 43%. What's a Robotech, 32%? Well, now you know, and knowing is half the battle. I might have heard of it, 25%. I'm the same way, Matt, on sleep. Same time for me, too. Oof. Don't be like me. It's bad. I got into this sleep schedule because of a career. There was a career, my former, when I was in the TV news thing, I used to work the 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift. So that led to me keeping really wonky hours. I'd stay up all night. All right, bye-bye, gotta go. Hey, thank you, Jennifer, for hanging out. You have a wonderful night. Appreciate you. Praying for you still, chat. Be sure to keep praying for Jennifer with her recovery from her surgery. We love you, Jennifer. Robotech was an anime. Yeah, and a bit more than just an anime. It was a hodgepodge of localization. It's sort of like Voltron, where they took multiple series and combined them to make a more massive show. To make a much more massive show, which I love. Take care, everyone. You too. I need to wrap this up. My throat is dead. Bye-bye, gotta go, Robotech with it. Yeah, and it's really interesting how it was, Frankenstein together. That's one thing to be said for old school localization. localization used to require some extra creativity. It wasn't like now just the translate it and see how it goes. I wonder what Matt, Cosmic Defender, means in Matt's lore. It means he plays video games in a basement. Good night, Jennifer, indeed. Was he like, was he like part of an intergalactic military force? Was he sort of a vigilante? The way I envisioned it, Luciano, was it was more of a vigilante Justice League type of thing. And I did have, the thing, okay, so here's the thing about Madamus. I did have a lore. I did have a lore. Hey, don't stress your throat. Thank you, David. I'm going to have tea again. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Because of the time, I shouldn't, but I'm going to. The lore I had, which was actually, it was a repurposed lore from something else that I had started writing years ago. Once upon a time, Madamus tried to start writing the Great American Novel based on a screenplay he had back when he was in college. I repurposed a lot of that, but the thing was, it wasn't funny. It was much more serious. So the problem is the Madamus character as it stands, the lore that I have in the back of my mind is too serious to actually use.
Click the link and subscribe to Raiko Star right now.
Library Bot said so. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I mean, she was here all night if you didn't subscribe. Thank you so much again, Raiko. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful conversation. I really appreciate it. Really appreciated all the Robotech information. Like I was saying a few minutes ago, I was expecting like a little 30 minutes of the history, and you gave me the full-on brain-melting, complete history of Robotech. Every bit of information dump, and I loved it. Thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I hope we can do something again sometime, some sort of a collab. Either like this or something else. Protector, are we going by the last Starfighter rules? Oh, man. I still can't believe there wasn't a real Last Starfighter arcade game like that. Madamus, I thought the M on the shirt stands for Musashi. Jesse from Team Rocket. No! But thank you so much for stopping by again. Definite normal human Raiko Star's back. Yeah, definitely a human. Definitely not here to steal your water. Your water is safe, Earth. Your water is safe. No one wants your water. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Oh, well, scratch that. Scratch that. The AI data centers want your water. The AI data centers are taking it all. I'm sorry. You have nothing left to drink. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with me? What the heck is that? Oh, sorry. I was looking at something. Man, I'm getting distracted. Okay, chat. Let's find something. You, Raiko, and, Plant should do a collab, playing old arcade, beat 'em up games. You know, I wonder, I do have that thing, that program to, I do have that program to run. It would be fun. Yeah, we'll come up with something. I do have that emulation website where you can load ROMs in and play them multiplayer. I just don't know what the lag would be like. Let's see. Wait, how will I hydrate? I don't want to dehydrate. Fair. I'm sorry, AI sympathizer. How dare. Truth is, I don't mind. I'm always on the fence about the AI. You know that. There's some in stream. They added multiplayer. Oh, okay. Our AI here to take your water. Fair. I just noticed that. But well played. Plank. No Lonnie. Oh. I thought you said Lonnie. Wait, I saw Plant. Okay. You, Raiko, and Plant. Oh, Lonnie, you meant. Okay, well, you wrote Plant, man. Oh, Plant like Lonnie, like lawn plant. Okay. I'm slow, Luciano. I am extremely slow. I mean that's literally why during interview streams I'm like, oh wow. Okay, because I'm too slow. Water. In fact, I'm gonna quickly chat hydration break. Hydrate before Raiko takes it all. Hydrate or dehydrate. Let's do a raid. Let's see who's up. Let's see who's up. Who is still awake besides us? Besides us chickens? I changed the title of the stream too. It does have a Robotech discussion. I forgot to post my physical media library post of the day on Twitter too. I gotta do that tonight before I crash, because I don't want to miss a day. Redirect. Who's on? Let's see who's on. We got Jocksai. Miu we just raided. Bluebell's on. Banana's on. Okay, Cup is on. I haven't raided Cup in a hot minute. Frostbite Azalea. Cinti is on. Maybe we'll raid Cinti because apparently she's barking for 6 hours, part 1. And that sounds unfortunate. Anna Sweets is on playing Skyrim. Haven't raided her in a while. We haven't, I've been in a few of her streams recently. Mayaneki. It's come here. Man, too many people. Too many people. Althea's on. Okay, Anna Sweets or Cinti. You know, we're gonna raid Cinti. We're gonna raid Cinti just because she stopped by stream the other day, so I'd like to raid Cinti, and then hopefully we can raid Anna Sweets too soon, because I know she does a few different things. Okay, raid message. Trying to think of a raid message a little bit Robotech. Well, maybe that. Okay. What the heck? Here to steal your water back library raid. There we go. Here to steal. We're gonna steal the water for Raiko, even though she doesn't need us to steal the water. But yeah, that's what we're going to do. Hey, thank you, Manimus, Raiko, and all chat. It's been fun always. Hey, always great having you here, David. You have a good rest. Appreciate you. And thank you, everyone who's been watching tonight. Now I get to say it. Thank you, everyone's been watching. Thank you, David. Thank you, Daylin. Thank you, Luciano. Thank you, Raiko, and thank you for being a part of this mess of a channel. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Guy. Thank you, Lonnie was here. And thank you, Evie Avon for the raid. And thank you, Master Shiro. And thank you, Jennifer. Always gotta say it that way, even if she's not here. Thank you, Tony's Vinyls. And thank you, I'm gonna scroll up as much as I can. Thank you, Shadow Chaser Fox. And thank you, Grim. And Omegs, thank you, Omegs. I almost forgot Omegs. Thank you, Judd. Thank you, who else was here? Thank you, Jordan, who stopped by, and prayers for you again, Jordan, with the loss of your father as well. I know you're probably not here now, but I'm still saying it. I think that's enough. And I said Grim already. Anyone else who was watching, thank you for watching, Lurkers. And thank you to Nooks. That's right, Tanooks was here too. That's right. Thank you. I can't remember. Okay, wait a second. Was Tanooks just here or did she raid? I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. I'll have to go back and watch the VOD. Man, 6 hours takes it out of you. Thank you, everyone, for watching tonight. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. We are going to do a raid. You don't have to go home, chat, but you can't stay here.
This is Library Bot saying thank you for watching. Please stick around for the raid. Tune in tomorrow night for the full moon special of Super Seducer 2. Our favorite homosexual predator is back. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.